Welcome to the second day of the open test for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 here back home again in Indiana. Well, yesterday was an exciting day with a lot of good running once the track was sorted. Graham Rahal briefly brushing the wall, the exit of turn 2, bringing out one yellow. Santino Ferrucci as well stopping out on the circuit, as well as Jack Harvey with technical issues. But the day ran smoothly once we actually got going. A lot of high-speed running, a lot of data gathered. Now we're going to turn it up. The first couple of hours of this afternoon's or this morning's test will be to determine the qualifying run. So we turn them up to maximum, see how fast we can go. Already got a couple out there. Alex Below running at 213.162. Alexander Rossi 143.774 as they build up their prep laps as well. And then going into this afternoon, all field practice will also be open coming throughout the day. So just to give you an example of the times that we're going to have for this weekend as the cars are out on the circuit, from now 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 12 Eastern, it's going to be the high boost simulations, and then 2 till 5 Eastern, all cars will head out onto the circuit, so there is a 2-hour lunch break coming up. Let's go down to the pit lane then and join Georgia as the session's underway.
The wishbone, the floor, you name it, they changed it right on the right rear of the 15, but it is back, ready to turn up the boost, and it's a beautiful day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
All right, Georgia, thanks. So let's get to the agenda for today now. Something new for this Indianapolis 500 Open Test. The boost has been turned up for a high boost sim. So this is basically Fast Friday rehearsal today, and there's a good reason why the manufacturers and teams wanted this to be done.
There certainly is. I mean, you have this new hybrid system like we've talked about, which has a few different implications. First of all is the weight. It's added about 100 pounds, give or take, to the weight of this race car, and that's a significant percentage increase when you're talking about a race car that only weighs about 1,700 pounds. So understanding what that does to the balance, understanding what that does to the tire, that's going to be something very important once you add that boost and you're running 4, 5, 6, 7 miles an hour average faster. The other thing is just that. How does this hybrid system work when you're doing qualifying runs? How can the teams utilize it? How can they maximize it to find the absolute peak performance in these INDYCAR engines? So you see right now Alex Rossi, one of the first cars out on track, and the speeds are significantly higher already than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Rossi turning laps of 227 and 228 in his first couple of trips around here. Yesterday's best laps were 225 in the draft with Scott Dixon, and the best of the no-toe speeds with nobody anywhere within 10 seconds in front of you giving some aerodynamic help was a 220 flat, 220.8. So already seeing about 8 miles an hour pickup just by turning up the boost.
I mean, more than that for Alex Palou, who did not do a full run. He did 3 laps at a 231.2 was quickest. He was one of the quickest no-toe cars yesterday at around that 220 mark. So 11 mile an hour pickup. That is massive for these drivers.
Now let's talk process. Even without the hybrid, when you get to Fast Friday normally and you turn up the boost, you don't just go out there and put the hammer down and go 4 laps flat, do you?
No, you don't. There's a little bit more to it than that, a bit more nuanced. You know, a lot of these teams, all of these teams, will have spent a significant amount of time yesterday evening getting these cars switched over to a more qualifying setup. You've got to be very specific in what you want to do with the aerodynamics. How much downforce do you want to pull off? How much drag do you want to pull off? And then, of course, the mechanical balance as well. You have to be a little bit more aggressive in qualifying trim. You only have to make those tires last for 4 laps. And then things like gearing, things like cooling. You can see in the front of Rossi's number 20 machine, a lot of the inlets, a lot of the ducts are up there. There's a lot of blockers trying to make sure that that engine stays as cool as possible, but only for 4 laps. You can have to be very precise on these things, and that's all part of the things that these teams and drivers are going to be testing right now. And ultimately, you want to build up to it because it is 11 miles an hour potentially faster than what you were doing yesterday by yourself.
So there are steps. You're going to trim the car out gradually at a time. Make sure it feels like you're supposed to. And then the learning process for both, again, the engineers and the driver. How's the hybrid going to factor into this high boost setting? How is it going to factor into maximizing your speed over 4 laps in 10 miles.
Exactly right. And it's brand new for everyone in terms of the high boost scenario and qualifying runs. teams will have done a lot of simulation to try to figure out what they think will be the best. Engine manufacturers will have done their own simulations and recommended certain deployment strategies for the teams as well. And now it's all down to figuring it out in practice. In theory, everything works.
Yeah.
In theory, everything's a good idea. It's not till you do it practically that you really understand what the right way to approach this new element of qualifying is going to be.
Yeah, someone said yesterday, might even have been you, since we stood here talking for about 6 hours, simulation is just that. It's simulated. Here's reality right here.
Exactly right. Just watching some of the telemetry from Kyle Kirkwood as he drives around, hitting over 230 miles an hour through turn 4, heading now into turn 1, peaking at 235 miles an hour, turning in flat out into 1. And look, right now, I got to be honest, conditions are pretty perfect. You saw that graphic, about 66 degrees. It feels warmer out there. I was just out on pit lane. It feels a bit warmer because the sun is out. Track temp's kind of creeping up towards 100 degrees right now. So still a little bit probably cooler and better than what we'll see on qualifying weekend. But that's where the experience comes in. That's where these teams, these engineers, these drivers are going to have to think, okay, this is what I'm feeling today in these conditions, based on all the experience we have here at the Speedway, when it's 10 degrees warmer air temperature and 20 or even 30 degrees warmer on track temperature. What is that going to do? How can we sort of predict which way the car is going to go?
Calculate, recalculate, and then double check that you carried the 1. And now a little complication here for Kyle Kirkwood is that he's got a car who's come up onto the racetrack ahead of him that's going to be within that 10 seconds. And even though it's like half a straightaway ahead, it's still affecting and helping the aerodynamics over your car.
Yeah, it sure is. That's Kevin Simpson, who's out on track now, warming up for a run. And it's unfortunate, but look, it is it's a little bit of a realistic thing that you're going to have to struggle with today. It's the reality of having 34 cars, 2.5 hours, and only 2.5 miles of racetrack.
Yeah, everybody's got something they're trying to accomplish, and they can't necessarily wait for perfect conditions.
And it did help that last lap, a 2:30.899 for Kyle Kirkwood. Or that's his best speed. Sorry, his last lap was a 2:30.530. So it seems decently consistent, which is easier to do when the track temp is cool. But yeah, you're trying to get an honest run for your engineers to understand the aero balance. The big one is gears.
Yep.
Gearing is so critical here at the Speedway during qualifying. You want to make sure you have the right gears in the car, you have the right strategy for the conditions, and any hint of a toe, any scent of a toe can throw that off, and then you have the engineers having a little bit of guesswork to do come qualifying time.
So early in the going here, and just 5 cars onto the racetrack. Let's hear from one who didn't get a whole lot of laps yesterday. The driver of the Foyt 14 is with Georgia.
Yeah, they had to make an engine change yesterday, but you got back out right towards the end of practice and immediately almost put up a 220. So I saw the smile on your face. You have to be happy with that.
Yeah, obviously that engine change and not running all day actually helped us go in the right direction with the car and probably saved us 2 days of testing and trying to find what exactly we were looking for. So I'm really thrilled about that. So all in all, even though we ran a total of maybe 11 laps, it was incredibly productive. So like I said, I feel bad for our guys. I mean, we broken the car apart already so many times between Long Beach and here. So many different things that have been going on. So they're working for it, that's for sure. So at least I could do is go out there and hold it wide open.
Now, ideally, take us through what today looks like for you.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have probably 2 Q-Sims on the books, maybe 3, just to get some repetitions. And now it's a lot going on. I mean, between engine maps and weight jacker, balance changes, and now managing the energy, it's a lot for one of us to be out here pounding around at 230 plus. So it'll just be about having some reps in and having a little bit of fun too. I mean, who doesn't love Go Fast Day? So it's nice that we get to do it during the test.
I was going to say, the boost is turned up today. Do you get excited just thinking about that?
Yeah, this is the boost that I think we should have at all times. So I love a little bit of horsepower. I know everybody else down this pit lane does too, so we all get a little giddy when we get to the track like this.
Thanks, Santino.
Thank you.
So we'll see Santino Ferrucci out here in a little while. The Kiffin Simpson run completed. Best lap 229.262. He did put 4 consecutive laps in for a simulated qualifying run, and that was 228.94. the 4-lap 10-mile average. So far, of those who have run the 4-lap qual sim, Colton Herta has the fastest of the 4-lap averages at 2:30.07.
And you see that's with a top speed of 2:30.733 for Colton. So that's a decent fall off, 0.7 of a mile an hour. If you can keep it under 1 mile an hour, that's kind of the goal. That's the range you want to be in. If you can keep that down to even a 0.5 mile an hour, that's putting you in really good position. And there's a lot of things that you can do from a setup standpoint. There's a couple things you can do from the driving standpoint to kind of help mitigate that time loss, that speed loss as the run goes on. And now we have eyes on the defending pole winner here for the Indy 500, Scott McLaughlin.
Guy who was the fastest in qualifications a year ago to take the pole position for the 108th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Confidence building for sure. Running up front in the race, absolutely confidence building. There's a feel you want to learn of what it's like to run and contend up front. And Scott says he learned it last year.
It is so important. I mean, it really is a completely different experience at different, essentially, phases of the grid. If you're down in the bottom 10 versus the kind of middle 15 versus, you know, the top 12, it is a very different experience, and it's a different way of racing. And for any driver, you kind of need to experience a little bit of all of it. And Scott, starting up front, running up front, got that experience last year. And I got to say, it is more fun up front.
Yeah.
It's that's not just because you're leading the race either. That is just where the cars feel good, where the racing tends to be really exciting, and that's where a driver wants to be. So you see last lap for McLaughlin, that would have been a warm-up lap, 2:06. And it sounds like he maybe is bailed out of that one. So something not to his liking.
Yeah, so he's off the pace, and we'll come back in, and they'll go through whatever check they go through on that. Jacob Abel is on the racetrack also. And this is what we're going to see. 1, 2, 3 cars at a time on the speedway until noon, when the boost turn-up period ends, and they have a couple-hour break to reset the cars into race trim, and then a 3-hour race trim practice to conclude the open test later on this afternoon. Then the speedway goes quiet until May 9th and 10th, when the Sancio Grand Prix kicks off the month of May here at the Speedway. We go right from there into Indianapolis 500 practice on the oval starting the 13th. We'll have PPG Armed Forces qualifying, weekend of 17 and 18. That all-important now post-qualifying Monday practice for the 500. Then Miller Lite Carb Day, Legends Day by Firestone, and the 109th Indianapolis 500. It's exciting just to think about it, and especially the way that the last few years have been here, the kind of intense competition that we've seen, and the great racing we've had. It's hard not to be excited about it.
I know it already feels like May being here at the track and having the cars on track. I know we're only a few days out, but we're really a few weeks away from being back here in Anger on the oval. We have the Grand Prix coming up ahead of that, of course, and then Barber next weekend, but it's definitely got those May vibes are starting.
So Georgia just reported on Graham Rahal's team and some of the work that they did to this United Rentals number 15 after the little scuff of the turn 3 wall last night at the end of practice. Graham out on this track in qualifying sim pretty early on in this session. Good to see.
For him, it'll be good to feel being out there in a car that didn't have to be rebuilt last night, but man, still getting close to the turn 3 exit there.
And when you think about Graham and Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan racing for the last few years, right? This is what they need to know out of this test. How are we going to be in qualifying mode? Because that's been the struggle for them the last couple of years.
Yeah, it absolutely has. First lap there, 2:29.305 for Graham.
That's the 4th fastest single lap so far as he heads down the back straightaway toward turn number 3.
And for these first runs, everyone's going to be a little bit conservative on setup, on downforce level, on how aggressive the driver goes on the tools from inside the car. You're not going for pole today on the first run.
Yep.
So it's about kind of building up to it, feeling it out. But sometimes, even then, it doesn't feel right out of the box. Pelot didn't do a full 4-lap run on his first one. We saw Scott McLaughlin bail on his run as well.
And that's the fun thing about testing. We really don't know exactly what the plan is and what they're working on at that moment. You're talking about gearing and weight jackers and the hybrid deployment and all that kind of thing. Everybody's got a plan, right? And sometimes you go out there with the plan and say, yeah, that wasn't what we want. Let's go to the next step.
And honestly, you know, Ferrucci made a great point there about reps. You know, because there is so much going on inside the cockpit of an IndyCar on one of these qualifying simulations or one of these qualifying runs here at the Speedway, that the more you do it, the more it just sort of becomes muscle memory. How and when you're shifting, what your pattern's going to be, when you're switching the engine modes. You're doing the fast weight jacker trick on every straightaway, so exiting and entering on every straight, on top of any adjustments you want to make with the bars or actual position of the weight jacker, and now the hybrid as well. I mean, there is a lot going on, a lot that a driver has to remember. And so the more you can just rely on muscle memory and instinct rather than having to physically think through all of those steps, I mean, it's over in a flash.
Yeah.
And if you just miss it by a little bit, you don't get your weight jacker back in time, you miss a front bar adjustment that you want, you didn't deploy the hybrid at the right moment, and you don't maximize that run, I mean, that could lose you, you know, rows in the race.
And we all know the best way to have track position is to start with it by qualifying well on qualification weekend. 4 laps, 2:28.58, third best 4-lap run for Graham Rahal. And back downstairs to Georgia.
Yeah, Rinus VeeKay was one of the cars that didn't make as many laps as they wanted to yesterday. That reason being they were having communication issues between the timing stand and the car. I went to the team to see if anything was actually wrong with the car. Nothing wrong physically with the 18, but just those communication issues, which we all know are oh so important here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, everything, really. These cars send so much data back and forth, and it's just critical to have all that work in the right way. And honestly, I don't know how you get it all working the right way. It's a complicated task. So look forward to seeing Rinus out and probably seeing a fast Rinus VeeKay here at Indianapolis if things are as they usually are. That's Connor Daly, who has just run 2:28.82. And 4-lap average of 2:28.68 for Connor. So that if the best lap was a 2:28.82 and the 4-lap average was 2:28.68, those are 4 laps packed in there pretty tight.
I mean, I was saying keep it in a mile an hour, that's good. A half mile an hour is great. He had it within 0.2 of a mile an hour, so that's a very strong run. Pace decent, but usually that tells you maybe the car's a little bit too safe. But again, that's how you want to start the first run here with the extra boost, as now we see Will Power out on track for Team Penske.
So Will is now the 11th driver to take to the Speedway in our high boost session. 2018 winner of the 500. He's qualified second for the 500 3 different times, including a season ago. And it's hard to believe with all the times Will Power has been on pole position in IndyCar Series competition that he's never won the pole for the 500.
It's such a great point. I mean, the fastest man over a lap in history. When you look at the statistics, he's running a bit of an Helio Castroneves line right now, sort of hovering above the white line. It can be very effective in qualifying, but he got a little high there. We saw some dust coming off of the right rear tire as he's getting up about a half car width higher than we've really seen anybody run so far.
Warm-up lap for Will was 2:12, and he is going to have Rinus VeeKay, who's come up onto the racetrack just in front of him. So that lap goes 2:31.80 for Will Power. That's the fastest lap of the day. 2:31.808 for Will Power as he works now the second of what would be the 4 laps. And again, with a little bit of a tow there from the VeeKay car right ahead of him.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating. I mean, it's going to make for a big time, but it's not going to make for a representative one. Look, as a driver, part of you is kind of happy to take the big number and have a nice lap, but at the same time, it's, you know, frustrating from the engineering side to not get that clean run. A little bit of, you know, not great communication between these 2 cars in terms of finding that space on track. They are the only 2 cars on track, so unfortunate that that's how it spaced out.
it sounds like Power has rolled out of it and said, well, we're not going to learn what we need to learn here, so let's call it a minute.
And part of the problem is when you're running such low downforce and such an aggressive mechanical setup, as soon as you can really get into that dirty air and feel that loss at downforce, it's pretty scary in qualifying trim. You don't want to get too close to another car. As we see a replay here.
This is Marco Andretti a second ago. Watch the hands on the wheel.
That is a very loose race car coming off of turn one. Wow. It looks so subtle and so small from out here, but I can promise you from inside the seat, 3 or 4 corrections at that level, that's a
whoa, 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 whoa.
That is not a fun moment. And you can, he didn't even complete the lap.
Yeah, that was a warm-up lap and done for Marco Andretti. So here's Joseph Newgarden. By the way, on the second lap that Will Power ran, he went to 2:30.227 before he rolled out of it. So that's the top lap you see on the scoring pylon there. And again, the best 4-lap average is Colton Herta's 230.07 mile an hour. So Joseph Newgarden, a brand new race car for this year's 500. Of course, the winning car last year is presently occupied on display as the winning cars are. And you want to save that one for posterity. So here's Joseph trying to win a 3rd consecutive Indianapolis 500-mile race. 6th driver ever to win back-to-back 500s. And so far, so smooth day one when I stopped by the Penske garages this morning.
And, this is a guy he's one of the hardest working drivers in the series. Just the amount of extracurricular activities that you're made to do as the reigning Indy 500 winner. Team Penske has a lot of partners. There's a lot of media commitments, a lot of sponsor commitments. For a guy like Joseph, his schedule reads, like that of a touring musician or something. He's always in a different city, doing different events. And then he has to come to the racetrack, put the helmet on, and get to work. And as you say, it was a nice smooth start for him right now. Going pretty well so far. Say single lap pace on the no-toe sense is the 2nd fastest one we've seen. 237 miles an hour. Top speed turning into turn 3. Some fast trap speeds out of that machine. As we see O'Ward just ahead of him on a warm-up lap. So that's going to be just helping Newgarden a little bit as we see that time jump up now to a 2:31.2.
Here's a look at those who have won the 500 back-to-back years. Quite an illustrious list, as Newgarden, it sounds like, maybe has rolled out of it a little bit with the traffic ahead of him on the track. But yeah, Joseph actually did complete the 4 laps, didn't he? But he rolled out of it a bit, so the 4-lap average is 2:25.83 for Joseph. So he'll try to make the never been done before 3 in a row on May 25th. Here's Pato O'Ward, who is always in the mix for the win in the Indy 500 since he's teamed up with this group.
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 years, he's had 2 second-place finishes and a late crash passing for second. So he's nearly done the 3 in a row of runner-ups, which is not what you want. But at the same time, it's so hard to be running in contention for a win multiple years, period, never mind in a row. And the last 3, he has been absolutely on it. Last year, I think, the 500 here, as we see him get nice and close to the exit of 2, but appropriate amount for a qualifying sim. But I look back at that race and some of the onboards from O'Ward the last stint last year, and that car was on the absolute ragged edge. He was doing everything that he could to try to catch Joseph, and it was probably the best race that he's run in his IndyCar career.
You see the last lap speed for Pato. That is 6th overall where single laps are concerned. And remember, a few of those up the top of the board had some help in the toe. The single lap no toe, that's the 3rd best lap for O'Ward.
His trap speed into turn 3 on the last lap, a little bit lower than what we saw out of the 2 of Newgarden, about a 2:35 as he turned into turn 3.
Yeah, there's a look at some of the numbers on Pato's last 3 Indianapolis 500s. And again, that finished 24th. He was racing for for the lead and for second in 2023 when that crash happened. So he's a factor. He'll be a factor again, most likely. And just one of those people that you think, okay, it's going to happen, right? You keep putting yourself in position to win enough times, sooner or later, it comes around to you.
You say that, but this place is different, man. This place does not owe anybody anything, and I think every driver that straps into an IndyCar around here and has the opportunity to run the 500 is very aware of the fact that Indy owes you nothing. And Indy picks the winner, and there are plenty of drivers that have had great careers here and led a lot of laps, had a lot of top 3s, top 5s, and it never happened for them. I mean, you get the sense a guy like O'Ward is not going to settle for that. He's not going to let that be the case. But all you can do is keep putting yourself in that conversation at the end.
Put yourself in position to win, because if you're not in position to win, you have no chance at all.
Exactly.
That 4-lap run for Pato was the second best qualifying sim of the day, 229.40 for O'Ward, behind Colton Herta. Louis Foster with just a quick run, and Foster's best lap will be a 228.85, and 4-lap average of 222.82. Kind of fun watching Foster go through the paces of the rookie orientation program yesterday, and learning about racing in IndyCar here at this Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And that's one of the things we spoke about yesterday, the fun firsts that you have as a rookie coming here. So your first laps here with the big boost, it is something special, because running around at 215, 218, 220 like you would have been doing yesterday, it's very cool and it feels very fast. But let me tell you, when that boost kicks up, even though percentage-wise you're only gaining, a fraction, a single-digit amount, what that feels like from behind the wheel is just incredible. Everything speeds up. The distance between, the big thing that you feel, for me, I remember the biggest difference was how quickly the short chutes get eaten up. You normally have like a nice kind of, you roll out of the wheel out of one, you have a chance to kind of feel everything out, assess what you want to do, turn in for 2. Now you're not even all the way off the wheel in 1 before you're cranking it in for 2 when you're doing these kind of 230 averages.
That's fascinating that distinction would stand out in your mind. I mean, it's a quarter mile, which isn't much, but still, that's the distance of the running track around your local high school football field.
Right.
And you're covering that that fast at these speeds.
That extra 10 miles an hour really stands out. This is a guy that's no stranger to going quick around here. Multiple-time pole sitter. Your 2008 winner, Scott Dixon.
Yeah, he's a 5-time pole winner here, including 2 of the last 4 years. And really good yesterday. Wound up atop the speed charts with, the help of the toe and that kind of thing. But, in terms of finding out where you stand, well, he's got speed in that race car.
And it looks like the Ganassi cars have shown up with a decent improvement this year. We saw that run, 3-year run, where they were really just dominant in terms of outright pace, especially qualifying trim. Last year, less so. It was obviously a Penske-dominated proceedings, locking out the front row for the first time since 1984. And it looked like Ganassi maybe had lost a little bit of relative pace. Based on what we saw out of Palou and Dixon yesterday and what we're already seeing out of them today, that might be coming back.
And you see that Dixon will pull a big number on that lap, but then have to roll out of it because traffic came up onto the speedway in front of him in the form of Santino Ferrucci. But Scott, 231.26 with the toe on that lap, puts him second on the pylon for now. So 4 cars on the racetrack at the same time as Colton Herta comes back down the pit lane, just went back out for another go. And here is Ferrucci. Heard from him a little bit ago. Again, showed you earlier, if you weren't with us at the top of our broadcast today, we had some mechanical issues yesterday early in the practice and missed a lot of time as the Foyt team had to change an engine on this 14 car. Got back out by the end of the day, and now here he is with the boost turned up, which he says should be permanent. and somebody who's just got, horses for courses. Every time he's been in an Indy car here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he's moving forward. He's finished in the top 10. Had a chance to win a couple years ago. and just seems to have the feel for going fast at this place.
I think he's one of those drivers that's comfortable being uncomfortable, and that's something that can really pay benefits and you know, reap the rewards here at Indy. The fact that his finishing record here is so exemplary in all of his appearances, despite never being here with a really top-tier team, you know, it just shows you not only does he have an understanding of how to go fast here, but it's also about managing a 500-mile race. Yeah. You know, you and I talked about this at length yesterday, how different managing a 500-mile race is compared to our typical, you know, 300-kilometer races that we have on the road and street tracks, things like that. It's a completely different beast, and right from his first time here at the Speedway, Santino had a good handle on those longer races, playing the long game, thinking about the big picture, and he's been rewarded with some very, very strong results.
So has rolled out of it and on a cool down, and here comes the Yellow Submarine to the Yard of Bricks as Scott McLaughlin is back out for another go. Remember, Scott went out earlier and only made a couple laps before he rolled back out of it. The qualifying sim, the process on qualifying days is you go out, you get basically a lap and 3/4 from pit exit to get the car up to speed before you would take the green flag. So McLaughlin on that up to speed part of the process here, and then would come back around what would be the green flag in the start of the 4 laps in 10 miles.
And again, this is reps for everybody on the team as well. You know, it's reps for the mechanics and how they prep certain parts on the car, reps for the engineers and the spotters, and kind of calling through the different processes and procedures that you need to do. It's good for everybody to kind of get these runs in.
Live in the top left, but a look back at a very identical race car winning the pole for the Indianapolis 500 a season ago. In fact, it is the same race car. What a celebration.
Yeah, that was something that meant so much to Scotty. He's worked so hard on that. You know, at this point last year, he hadn't won an oval race. That was something that had been wearing on him, and, you know, obviously wanting to be known as an expert here at the Speedway is something everybody is aiming to do. And with a lot of help from, you know, the former pilot of this machine, Simon Pagenaud, they worked very closely together throughout the month to work on all the little aspects. Pagenaud himself, a pole sitter and a winner here at the Speedway back in 2019. And together they managed to kind of break down the small details that Scott needed to perfect to make that happen. Penske provided the car, and at the end of the day, this driver went out there and over 4 laps did what needed to be done and got the pole position.
Seeing a lot of new liveries that teams will run in the Indianapolis 500-mile race in the month of May here at the Speedway during this 2-day open test. But this one, timeless and classic. There's no mistaking which car this is and what the sponsor is when this car is anywhere near the racing surface.
So when you see the Yellow Submarine, who's the first driver that comes to mind for you?
When I see the Yellow Submarine with the number 3 on it, I think of Johnny Rutherford.
Okay.
Hard to not think of Rick Mears.
That's the one that kind of jumps out for me.
And Rocket's incredible success here. You know, there just are a few race cars that just stick in your brain, and this paint, this livery, this is one of them for me. I think the best paint job of all time was the Johnny Lightning Special.
Right.
I mean, that was the first race car I fell in love with back in 1970. But this is just, I don't care how the race cars change over the years and how many times you bring it back, just love seeing it. It stands out from the rest. Team Penske's had a pretty good run here. If you look at on the right.
5 of the last 10. 50% hit rate, that's not terrible.
If they keep at this a while, they'll get pretty good at it.
Yeah, bad 500. That's a Hall of Famer career right there.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, this team took home their 20th Borg Warner Trophy last May with Joseph Newgarden's second victory, which is unbelievable to think. I think 6 is maybe the next highest count a team owner has, 6 or 7. So it's
breathtaking.
It truly is.
So Scott McLaughlin's 4-lap run was an average of 225.9, and the single lap 7th fastest at 230.020. So the process of getting a new driver and a new team, both up to speed with the boost turned up at the same time, happening right now for Prema Racing and Robert Shwartzman, the 25-year-old from Israel, in his first Indianapolis 500, rookie in the NTT INDYCAR Series, former champion in Formula 3 racing, race winner in Formula 2, coming over here with a team that he's competed with before in Europe as they make their INDYCAR season debut and learning the ropes here at Indianapolis.
And there's a lot of ropes to learn. You know, we just talked about some of them, all the different elements that the driver's got to manage and control. And, you know, we talk a lot about how with the lack of testing, drivers do a lot of work in the DIL, the driver in loop simulator. This isn't really something that's easy to simulate, though. I'm not sure if anyone's taken the time to do mock quali sims in terms of getting the driver used to doing those engine map changes, doing the fast weight jacker, doing the hybrid deployment, like all of the different elements, as well as, you know, just managing your tools in general. It is a lot to take. There's a mental capacity required to really maximize a run in qualifying here. And I'd love to see the look on Robert Shwartzman's face when he comes in from this run. First time with the big boost. 226.5 miles an hour, his fastest lap so far. So it looks like, again, they're being a little bit safe, which is exactly what you need to do at this phase for a driver experiencing this for the first time.
Yeah, very, very consistent laps in that range. 226.5, 226, almost 449. And someone who is very fast everywhere, and we expect to be a contender for the pole and the 500 race win, is Alex Palou off turn number 4. And coming down to the yard of bricks, the 3-time NTT IndyCar Series champion, former pole winner for the 500. Did that in 2023, qualified second in 2022. And as far as single best laps are concerned, yesterday, Palou had the second best no-toe speed. His team seemed like it worked on a lot of single car qualifying setup work for much of the day yesterday, and Palou was second to Felix Rosenquist where no toe speeds were concerned yesterday before the boost was turned up. 2 out of 3 this year in NTT IndyCar Series racing events for Alex Palou.
And not far off in the third.
Yep.
It's been an impressive run for this guy so far in this team. As you mentioned yesterday, kind of focusing on themselves. He's got a quick time on the board. That was with a bit of a toe. It's not registering on the no toe time, and he has bailed out of this one as well. Still without a single lap outside of a toe.
Here's a driver who was fast on both the no-toe speeds and in the race running in day 1 of our open test, and that's Takuma Sato, the 2-time Indianapolis 500 winner, back with Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing again this year at Indianapolis, one of the 2 teams with which he's won the 500 in the past. And he had to go out and do that the refresher program because he hasn't driven an IndyCar since the 500 here a year ago yesterday, and talked about how fascinating it was to get used to the hybrid and just to have that time on the speedway to reacquaint himself with racing in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it was fascinating to get Taku's, perspective on the hybrid, all the full season drivers, obviously having spent half of last year and the first few races of this year with it, as well as anyone that attended the October test, which he did not. So for him, it's not just getting back up to speed on the speedway, it's learning this brand new system, how it works, how to get the most out of it. So, it's cool to see a driver, 48 years old, I think you said yesterday?
Yep.
Still learning something new when he comes to the speedway.
Well, he hasn't forgotten how to go fast because he has just put up the fastest lap of the day, no-toe speeds, or both. 232.565 for Takuma Sato, and he followed it up with a 232.33. He's going to have to bail out of it there for traffic, but
I think he maybe had a little wiggle as well, but my goodness, a 232.5 faster than what we've seen from Power, Palou, and Dixon with a toe. Second fastest no-toe time right now is a 230.1, but this is what we just saw. A little bit high coming off of 1, And yeah, a little correction. That's a wiggle. That's more than you want to feel in a race car. But at those speeds, even the difference between a 230 flat and a 232.5, sorry. I mean, you can feel that, and that can be the difference between that right rear tire hanging on or it just giving up, like we saw there from Takuma. So great to see the speed, but at the same time, you got to be able to do it 4 times, or else it doesn't really matter.
Well, the car is in one piece and heading back down the pit lane, and we'll see Takuma again, I'm sure, after they have a good think about it. Here's Alexander Rossi. He was one of the first out to make a 4-lap qualifying simulation early when the green flag waved at 9:30 Eastern time this morning. And Rossi back out for another go.
.235 miles an hour entering turn 1 for Rossi. And he's already backed out of it. Already backed out. Something not feeling right on the number 20 ECR machine. I know this guy is super excited about this May. This is a driver that's got, again, an exemplary record here at the Speedway. Knows how to get it done, especially on race day, with a team that's had a great track record of bringing fast race cars to the track. So Alex very excited to see what they can do together, as this guy is here. Marcus Ericsson with Andretti Global, a winner of this race back in 22 with Chip Ganassi Racing. Had a bit of a disaster last year.
Yeah.
For the month of May in general.
That's an appropriate word, yeah.
Yeah. And it's tough. I mean, coming off of, back-to-back great runs, to have a weekend that just had a crash before qualifying, had to qualify the backup car, nearly didn't make the show, started in the back, caught up in a first turn crash. Not much could have gone worse, unfortunately, for Ericsson.
Yeah, he was very glad to put that behind him, and very glad to come in here for this open test with a clean slate for this year. Talked to them some the other day. Let's see, this is Thursday. The test started Wednesday. I talked to him Tuesday. Have to stop and think about this because it's not a weekend, right?
Right.
And yeah, he's very excited. Felt like the team was well prepared. Has had good fast race cars this season in general and had done their work. And right now he's got a very consistent run going, and it's pretty quick too. His first lap was a 230.0. Second lap was a 229.6. But he's going to have some traffic ahead that are going to foil the attempts to get a good 4-lap reading on this car.
Yeah, I think he had to pedal the throttle a little bit there through turn 4 because of the dirty air from the cars in front. Again, it is frustrating, but it is sort of nature of the beast here when you have everyone trying to do it. And a lot of drivers were sitting early. You notice there weren't a lot on track first thing when we went green. I think that's probably just because the conditions were still almost too good.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's you're not learning as much when the track temps, super low, the air temps super low. As we see, it was Meyer Shanks, Marcus Armstrong that came out in front of Marcus Ericsson. Put a damper on that run. But Meyer Shank, very quick yesterday.
Yeah, here's a group that showed a lot of speed. All 3 of their race cars, Armstrongs, Felix Rosenquist's, and Helio Castroneves. So they were part of this Honda-led group at the top of the no-toe speed charts. Go ahead, say it 5 times fast at home. I dare you. And Armstrong, in his sophomore attempt at the Indianapolis 500, just put a lap up of warm-up was a 2:14.1, which is probably, what, 4 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour off what the warm-up speed for some of the faster qualifying sims have been. Now, what are they working on? Where are they at? It
could be for a variety of different reasons. So first flyer, 229.564 for Armstrong. Okay, just building up to it. He's got a beautiful piece of racetrack. It's just him and Connor Daly out there at speed right now, and they are at pretty much opposite ends of the track. So this is as honest a run as you can get with another car on the racetrack. And it's looking all pretty standard right now, pretty smooth, if maybe a little underwhelming. Maybe a small crack of the throttle through 4. This next lap comes in 228.5, so a mile-an-hour drop-off, and he's bailed on that. You can hear him coasting now.
So best lap 13th overall, but not the full 4-lap qualifying sim for Armstrong. And that leaves us with just a couple cars on the racetrack. Renus VK, Ed Carpenter, Kyle Kirkwood all heading on to the Speedway. Georgia has a visitor.
Yeah, Alan, you said a couple cars on the racetrack right now. One more that's about to go out here soon. That's Kyle Larson. We're here with TK, Tony Kanaan. How did yesterday go for the 17?
Smooth. I mean, I think we all had a hectic day with all the curveballs that we got. But as far as communication, radio, and all the issues we all know. But, I mean, I wasn't worried. Kyle wasn't worrying. But everybody got a little excited because you were waiting for a long time. And they thought we were going to run out of time out of the 2-hour allotment. But his last phase was going to be just basically, it was 8 laps left on a full power run. So I wasn't concerned. But it's funny to see how calm Kyle was, which completely unlikely of me in the same situation. So always learning something. But he's put his move. He was happy. We just wanted to complete and give him time. Obviously, this place can get in your head pretty quick. So that's my job. Try to calm people down.
You were saying earlier that Kyle is one of the easiest people in the world to work with. Does that make this whole operation, and especially at such a high-stakes operation, go smoother?
100%. I mean, Kyle brings a lot of pressure being Kyle. Like, no difference. When I came to this team, it's like, oh my, now it's like Tony, he's good at here. And him being calm, he keeps everybody else calm. As hectic as it was yesterday, he was a key factor of keeping the entire stand calm. The car is, I told you off camera that some of the reactions of his car yesterday, I would not have been that calm. And he was like, no, it's fine. I'm like, it's not fine, but I guess he's fine with it. So that is the perks of having a talent guy like this that's driven everything in his life that in a way behave differently, or you want to call better or worse. He's able to manage that. So it's been a pleasure to work with him, and he's one of our big chances to win this thing.
Thanks, TK.
Thank you.
Advice that Kyle Larson's one of their best chances to win this thing from a guy who knows what it's like to win this thing.
He certainly does. It took him more tries than he would have liked, but pulled it off almost against the odds when you think of all the dominant teams and incredible machinery that TK's had at the Speedway over the years. Came here with KV Racing, not known as one of the top contenders. Nothing against the team, just a newer team, a less funded team than a Penske, an Andretti, a Ganassi. And TK used his years of experience here, lots of close calls, lots of laps led, and pulled off what was probably one of the most popular victories in Indy 500 history.
Watching Kyle Kirkwood, yes, we're working on restoring the graphics with all the timing and scoring data on the screen for you. As we sort through it, just let you know that the best 4-lap average has just been updated, with Kyffin Simpson now having a 4-lap average of 230.18 miles an hour for the driver from Grand Cayman and Chip Ganassi Racing. Kyle Kirkwood, best lap was a 231.46. That is 4th overall. And as far as single laps are concerned, no toe speeds. Kirkwood has the 2nd fastest lap of the session to Takuma Sato's 232.56.
Yeah, still a mile an hour off on that single lap, but just going back to Kyffin Simpson, kind of similar to what we saw at Connor Daly. It's a best lap of 230.322 and an average of 230.18, so a very consistent run for Kyffin. That's an important thing to be able to pull off at this phase. The team can kind of slowly take some more downforce off, slowly find a little bit more speed, but still a nice, consistent run. Kirkwood appears to have backed
listening
out.
to the tone of the engine there, sounds like Kyle is out of it. That last lap was a 229.29, and that was the finish of a 4-lap run that goes to the top of the 4-lap average listing for Kyle Kirkwood. 230.34 miles an hour for Kirkwood. By the data we have, that's the best 4-lap average run that's been posted so far today. Here's Scott Dixon out on the racetrack again. Marcus Armstrong, Will Power also on the speedway now, as Dixon comes down to the yard of bricks. So remember, Scott was out there earlier, posted a good lap, and then had some traffic and pulled off without posting a no-toe speed or a full 4-lap run. This is should be a warm-up lap for Dixon, and then coming to the green. And again, there's traffic ahead of him on the back straightaway. Scott, another one of the former winners of this Indianapolis 500-mile race, entered in this year. 2008.
Absolutely dominant month for Scott and Chip Ganassi Racing back in 08. Led over half the race, led most of the sessions throughout the month. And that was back in a time when the car raced a little bit differently. You could set it up to try to pull away from the field, and starting it at the front of the field on pole position, they kind of opted for an aggressive setup to just try to pull that gap and really control the race from the front, and that's exactly what they did.
And going to have to roll out of it again for traffic as David Malukas has come up onto the speedway in front of Dixon. Connor Daly also out onto the racetrack. Christian Lundgaard. Kiffin Simpson again. As you see the list of Indianapolis 500 former winners that are entered in this year's 109th running of the race. Got 8 of them. Included in the 34 that will go to the post on qualifications weekend.
Yeah, I know we mentioned it yesterday, but 34 to me is still the worst number to have at the speedway, because
tough.
Having to send home just one group is, it's just such a tough pill to swallow. If that happens to be you, being the only ones not able to compete in the greatest spectacle in racing after all the hard work, all the effort of the month, the preparation in the months leading up to it. Dixie seems to have stayed on.
Yeah.
Just still only about a half a straightaway behind Scott, or behind David Malukas, rather.
Did he back out of it a little bit and let Malukas, get a bigger gap and then go back after it again?
Yeah, it wasn't big enough of a gap to really give himself an honest run, and once again, he's backed out. So just put one lap on the board, put him 4th overall, but not a no-toe time. Still no no-toe lap set for Dixon yet. So that means it's been a frustrating morning for someone that's out there trying to do qualifying sims. As we see a trio of cars all on the acceleration lane, the warm-up lane.
It's Will Power, Colton Herta, and
Christian Rasmussen, I believe.
Is it Rasmussen behind him?
Herta making the pass on Power on the warm-up lane.
And at speed on the racetrack, coming down to the Yard of Bricks, is Jack Harvey, one of the drivers who got in very limited running yesterday after a mechanical issue on his car. Harvey back for another go at the 500, what will be his 8th 500 race. And Dreyer and Reinbold Racing with Cusick Motorsports fielding Jack in this year's 500. He spent a lot of time around the team shop since this deal was put together. And really pumped up about the chance to race here with this group.
Yeah, I mean, this is an organization that their sole focus is the Indianapolis 500, and that does come with certainly a lot of benefits. I know I've been speaking to Jack all year about this opportunity. As you say, he's very excited to be back in an IndyCar, back here at the Speedway, and with a group he's got a lot of faith in, and is really looking forward to seeing what kind of performance they've got. Off to a bit of a rough start yesterday, as you said, but got back on for a few laps and has now put a competitive time on the board, 2:26.355, just as we come up on a little over 90 minutes left in this session.
Just looking back on this from Will Power.
Oh yeah, you can see the back of the car slides a little bit on the exit. Not too dissimilar from what we saw out of Takuma Sato. And that's the thing, in these qualifying runs, the way the setup is, you know, the speed you're going, you're just absolutely punishing these Firestone tires. And depending on what the balance is, you're either really just putting a ton of stress onto that right front, or if you've got it a little on the free side, that right rear sometimes just doesn't want to hang on. But luckily, it gives you a little bit of warning there. And we've seen a couple good saves there. We saw that first one from Marco right at the top of the session. We've now seen it from Takuma and from Will Power as well.
And it's interesting that without slowing that replay down, you might not even have noticed that wiggle. But that's magnified so much inside the car at these speeds.
Exactly right. I mean, the smallest inputs feel like, you know, massive changes to car balance, the dynamic balance of the car. You're shifting weight around.
The smallest of wiggles is a big deal when it's you in the seat.
Yes, exactly right. When it's your butt on the line.
Yeah. Helio Castroneves on the racetrack. The drive for 5 continuing. Saw Colton Herta get up to speed a little while ago, and there he is behind Castroneves now, coming off of turn number 4, and this from Colton.
This is another one. You see he's adding understeer. He's got the understeer's building there, and you could see his right hand moving up, just adding lock into the car. And then as he comes out to the wall, the front sort of grips, and he's got to very quickly straighten that back out. That was off of turn 1. So that's a common thing to happen. Like I was just saying, you could be really punishing that right front tire. You turn into turn 1 with all that speed, 235 plus miles an hour, and if the balance isn't just right, mid-corner, it starts to overheat, it saturates, the grip starts to give up, and it's just, you see the wall coming, and the last thing you want to do is lift because you know you can't afford to do that when you're really out there qualifying. And he just added a little bit more lock, carries him up to the wall, and then very suddenly has to take the wheel out of it, which is an unnerving feeling. You really don't want any sudden inputs at these speeds. When the car is running at these kind of speeds, you have to be so precise. The smoother you can be, the better. The gentler you can be with all the inputs, with the wheel. If you have to roll out of the throttle once you sort of get into a traffic running scenario, it's all about smooth.
So while they cool down that 12 car for Will Power, back out on the racetrack, you've got Kyle Kirkwood, Marcus Ericsson. We saw Helio Castroneves. Looks like Ryan Hunter-Reay is out on the racetrack. And there is the 2012 IndyCar champ and 2014 winner of this Indianapolis 500-mile race. Back for his 17th 500.
17th is where he sits on the no-toe times right now at a 2:26.9. So he's got the racetrack to himself at the moment. So a nice honest run coming here. That last lap was a 2:26.4, so a half-mile-an-hour drop off from his best so far. And as we watch him here, let's take a look back at that day in 2014 when he bested the other 32 on the track in an incredible late race pass on Helio Castroneves down into turn 3 below the white line.
I mean, that was just wow.
And what you can't see from that clip is the massive bump that there is down there that low on the entry to 3. The car bottoms out. It totally upsets everything, gives you no confidence to turn in. But Captain America, as he's affectionately known, kept his foot buried and was committed to it and made it work.
And, you know, we all sometimes remember things in bits and clips and flashes. But remember, that was a race where the red flag was displayed late, right? And there was just a few laps to race to the finish of the 500 in that terrific fight between Castroneves and Hunter-Reay. And what a spectacular afternoon it was here at Indianapolis when Ryan Hunter-Reay took his victory in this amazing race. So a driver who's had speed during this testing session, Felix Rosenqvist, out for Meyer Shank Racing. And no toe speeds yesterday. Felix had the fastest lap. Now let's see what he does in 4-lap average here if he goes for the full qualifying sim. But Felix yesterday at 220.83 was the single quickest lap on the no toe speeds from the practice on Wednesday. Felix has always got speed, right? He's just always somewhere near the front of the qualifying rundown.
Yeah, I mean, he is a guy that really knows how to get the most out of a race car over a lap. Performing under pressure, that's part of it too, right? There's a lot of drivers that are talented enough to get a fast lap time out of a race car, but doing it when all the chips are down in a qualifying session, as competitive as the IndyCar series is, to be regularly up front in those sessions like Felix is, really shows a mental strength that goes along with the driving ability that he's got.
Great start to the season for Rosenqvist and this team. His 2025 NTT IndyCar Series results so far: St. Petersburg qualified 3rd, finished 7th. At Thermal Club, qualified 9th, finished 5th. Long Beach qualified 4th, finished 4th. Qualifying up front, racing up front.
It's been a really, really strong start to the season for that group. Both drivers qualifying very well, having a couple good races. Still need to bring the Sunday performance up to match what they've been able to do on Saturdays, but it's a very strong foundation from which to keep building. And right now, Rosenqvist jumps up to 3rd, 232.099. Very, very strong lap.
Unfortunately, he had a bit of a toe on that one, so doesn't make the clean sheet speeds. Here's Scott McLaughlin back out. Remember, we saw Scott a couple times already. His best no-toe speed is the 4th fastest of the day to this point, and that changes as he posts the single best lap of the day, 232.685 miles an hour. That does not go in the no-toe category, but still the fastest lap run so far in this session for Scott McLaughlin.
Getting a bit of a toe from Christian Rasmussen up ahead. And you can hear now he's going to have to back out of it, because again, when you get too close to the cars in front, when you have this minimal level of downforce, you're forcing the tires to do this much extra work mechanically, you just can't do it. It's amazing from how far back you start to lose the balance of a race car in qualifying trim. As you see McLaughlin duck onto the warm-up lane, this is something you'll see a lot of the drivers do after a run. This is to cool the engine down. You just kind of run in a high gear at a low speed around the decel and warm-up lanes.
And stay out of the way of guys like Rinus VeeKay that are out there trying to put in a qualifying sim. In the October test that was done here with the hybrid system back October 11th, 11 driver team combinations were here. Alex Palou turned the fastest lap. Rinus VeeKay made his first drive for Dale Coyne Racing and put in the 3rd best lap in his first drive with the team. Now here at the Speedway, partnered up with them for the NTT IndyCar Series season. And Rinus, look, he's always going to be fast here at Indianapolis. At least that's what his career is to this point.
Yeah, it's been a pretty exemplary record, especially from a qualifying standpoint so far in young Rinus VeeKay's career.
He's had 3 front row qualifying results in 5 tries here at the Indianapolis Speedway, does VeeKay. So while we watch VeeKay, let's check in with Georgia Henneberry down on pit lane.
Yeah, we were tracking one of Will Power's runs. He wasn't looking to go out and make a full qualifying run. They sent him out on used tires, only looking to see what the small tweaks and adjustments that they made were going to do to that car. He was a little loose, but other than that, just trying to get him a little bit more comfortable. Nothing wrong.
All right, Georgia, thanks for the update on Will Power, who sits and waits while his team cools the car down and does whatever adjustments they're going to make before the next run. Nice announcement here yesterday on the part of the folks at Verizon. The Indianapolis Colts, Team Penske, and Indianapolis Motor Speedway teaming up to help veterans who've served our country eliminate debt in their lives. Excuse me, it's a $6 million commitment to tackle veteran debt, a partnership over the next couple of years. And this little asterisk, the bottom one there, I really like. If Will Power places in the top 10 of the Indianapolis 500. That kicks in an extra $1 million to this year's commitment. So a nice program on the part of the Speedway, Team Penske, Verizon, and the Indianapolis Colts, who will also be part of contributing to this whole program to eliminate debt for Indiana veterans.
Very noble cause. Great program for everyone involved to be a part of. And now we see Pato O'Ward out on track in anger.
Do you know he's angry? Is he angry about something?
No, he's
I'm just checking.
He's always, you know, behind the wheel, he's always got a little anger in him, but that's what makes him so fast, especially around this place. And that's a good-looking car, I gotta say.
Yeah, I love it.
This team does a great job with their 500 liveries every year.
McLaren, in general, has a theme going called Never Stop Racing. Their Formula One livery reveal before the start of this season revolved around that. That's also tied around the liveries for their 3 entries in this year's, well, 4 entries, excuse me, in this year's Indianapolis 500. Pato's is going to have, all of the cars have the white center. Pato's has got the black, basically, nose and tail to it.
Siegel's is blue.
Nolan Siegel's is tied to the NTT sponsorship blue. Christian Lundgaard's is tied to the papaya. And then you've got Kyle Larson's, who's got kind of a little Hendrick Motorsports blue.
Oh, speaking of Larson,
wow.
We have a crash. Kyle Larson into the wall.
And number 17 has hit the wall coming out of turn
and
number
first
2.
incident of this second day of testing involves that driver.
Yeah, he's hit the wall out of
Looks
turn
like
2.
maybe he got wide in 1 on the exit, clipped the wall, and then was sort of trying to hang on to it through 2, but the suspension too damaged and ended up finding the wall again. Damage to the car, certainly, but I mean, as far as incidents at the Speedway go, especially in qualifying trim,
Yeah.
it could have been a lot worse from a damage standpoint. Hopefully the driver's okay. We see him getting out of the car now. AMR safety team, as always, immediately on the scene.
Well, good to see Kyle out of the car. Obviously, the red flag is out. Let's go back and take a look at what happened there.
So, yeah, a little high there in 1. Just pancaked the outside wall, and that right front is gone. No steering. And found the wall on the outside of 2. Immediately on the brakes. He got it slowed down fairly well and hit at an angle that wasn't too destructive, but it was really just keeping his foot in it. You see how high he is. He's on that sort of dirty part of the racetrack.
Man, that just took off on him, huh?
Yeah. You see the front wheels pointing different directions for a period there. Steering arm's broken.
So, Kyle Larson's car sitting up against the safer barrier over in Speedway turn number 2, and we go under the red flag with about an hour and 20 minutes left in our morning session today. And second incident of the 2 days of testing. Graham Rahal with just a brush against the wall in turn 4 late yesterday, and now Kyle Larson with the crash in turn 1 that wound up finishing up over in turn number 2. You were talking yesterday about Kurt Busch and how impressive his Indianapolis 500 effort was when you were his teammate a few years back. And one of the things that stood out to me about Kurt that year, that some folks, you know, again, we think in terms of clips and highlights and so on, but the crash he had, a hard crash over in turn number 2, that was part of his learning Indianapolis, and you know, to come back and qualify where he did and finish the race where he did. But that was a big crash he had that day, and another obstacle and lesson learned the hard way.
And that's just it. These are experiences that you have to have. These are lessons that you have to learn, and unfortunately, you know, sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. Like you say, Kurt, that big hit off of 2, running in traffic, just kind of learning what the car feels like, how it behaves when you start running in 3, 5, 8 car trains. The dirty air just gets worse and worse the further back you go. But then he took that knowledge and used it to great effect in the race itself. And
finished 6th, right?
He finished 6th, yeah. I was just thinking, last year I don't believe Kyle had any issue. He never touched the wall.
I don't believe so, no.
So this is kind of the first experience he's had with that. And again, it's kind of something you have to go through. As the old saying goes, there's two types of oval drivers: those that have hit the wall and those that will.
Yeah.
It's just it's par for the course. It's what you have to do when you're exploring the limits here at Indy.
So red flag on our testing while they clean up the incident seen over in turn number 2. Kyle Larson out of his car and walked away. And while we have a couple of minutes, something fun that always amuses me on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway social media feeds and the website. Speedway president, now INDYCAR president as well, Doug Bowles, visiting with drivers. They call it Doug and Drivers. Here's Doug with Will Power.
Well, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans, the NTT IndyCar Series is underway, but we are getting ready to have the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. And you all know my favorite IndyCar driver is Connor Daly, my stepson. But if it weren't for Connor, this guy to my left is my absolute favorite IndyCar driver, Will Power. Not just because of how great he is in a race car, but because of how fun he is outside of the race car and what a great ambassador he is for our sport. Will, I want to start back in 2018.
Yeah.
2018, the month of May in Indianapolis was a pretty special month for you.
Massively special. Massively special. Huge weight off the shoulders. And funnily enough, I just felt like I was going to win it all month. It was just a weird thing. You know, my wife felt it. Even my brother said it. I just walked out of the bus on Sunday morning and he's like, I got a good feeling about today, man. I was like, yeah, I'm not nervous at all. It's a weird deal. So it did work out that day.
So you and I had talked a few times before 2018 because you were so dominant on the road course. And in 2018, you pick up your third road course win at the Speedway.
Yeah.
But what really endeared me to you was just the craziness of victory celebration and the eyes of Will Power just going nuts. And it's sort of been that way ever since. People now, I think, celebrate the way they should. Just let it all go.
I can't see how you would celebrate any other way. Like, it is such an epic event, and it's such a tough one to win, and it's a career-defining moment. There's so many things that make it special, you know, and you get to a point where you wonder if you'll ever win it, and those sort of thoughts. So a lot of pressure off, and I honestly, it's been so long since I've had a good race there. I feel like if I won it again, it would be the same celebration. The importance of it this year would be big for me, very big.
Well, you know, your ability to dominate on the road course and then to pick up that win in 2018, since 2018, I mean, you're the fourth most winningest driver in the history of our sport. You won more poles than anybody. You got a chance to be more than Mario Andretti, which is super crazy. I think third or fourth most podiums in the history of our sport. How powerful would it be for you to pick up that Indianapolis 500 win? You don't have to. I mean, your career is defined as one of the greatest of all time. Yet another Indy 500 win, does that make a difference?
Oh, mate, big difference. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's just, it'd be great to tick that. Well, it's not even ticking a box, but I would say that your appreciation for that event just grows over time, and you start to understand the history more, and you know, the people that have won it, and understand what it means to win it, and really what it means to, or how privileged you are to do this for a living. So yeah, it would be just such a cherry on top to win that thing again. It just would be.
So last year, things started out really well. It's a Penske lockout front row. You've got those 70 poles. I know you'd love to have one at the Speedway, but pretty special moment to celebrate with your teammates and for Roger to be right there on the front row together.
It was actually really cool, and the reason for that is that we struggled for so long, and we kept trying to understand what is it, and you know, we did a lot of work. So I was so confident that I said it at Long Beach. I said, I think we'll, you know, lock out the front row. I can't remember. I may have even given a speed that I think we'll do, but I feel like that will be the case. I get in trouble from Roger for saying it. You know, he wasn't happy when I said it at Long Beach because, you know, you're going to jinx it. But I was so confident because it's just, I thought there's no way anyone's done as much as we have. So maybe people have gone back, and that's not the case this year. But that was a special moment to be a part of a front row lockout.
So obviously winning a second Indy 500 means a lot. What would winning your first pole in the Indy 500 mean?
That would be a big deal for me. You know, it would be, I guess you're ticking a box there, but it'd be a special pole. It's its own sort of race week in itself to get pole there. It's not always easy. To qualify last row was much more difficult than to qualify second this last year on the front row. So, you know, I've been on both ends of that. I would like to get a pole in a way where you trimmed out enough where it was quite difficult. It was quite difficult and you hung on to it. It wasn't just one of these, I've got a very fast car, and that was actually quite easy.
Right. Well, it certainly doesn't look easy to those of us standing on the sidelines as you're going through that. So last year was a pretty decent race season for you. You picked up 3 wins. It's been 6 or 7 years really since you'd had 3. Maybe 2018 may have been the last year that you had 3 wins in the season. Your mentality as you approach racing has changed since 2018 as well.
It definitely has, yeah. I think you just mature and you understand yourself a lot more, you know, when you get to my age. You've been in racing 20 years, so you certainly know the mental approach that is needed, the amount of pressure that for yourself you need to perform at a high level, and all the details that go into, you know, putting race weekends and seasons together. It's difficult. It's a difficult tightrope to walk, that the aggression versus, you know, conservative. It is a hard one to find. Alex Palou seems to nail that very well.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at your new fire suit here.
Yep.
Long relationship with Verizon, special one for you.
It is. You know, there's been 3 or 4 different CEOs during my time with Verizon. I've been friends with all of them, and you know, I think I'm lucky in the fact that, you know, I drive for Roger. You know, companies like this want to be involved with a team and a person like Roger. So I feel privileged to have had this same sponsor for this long. It doesn't happen in motorsport very often. Yep. It's very difficult to keep a sponsor, especially of this size, for this long. So I feel like I've had a part in that by performing well, because, you know, they want to be part of people that win. And the current CEO, Hans Vestberg, is very interested in IndyCar racing. He loves the Indy 500. He's told me this off season, like, I really want to see you win a 500, and so he wants to see that happen.
Not as if you needed more pressure, right? You got Roger wanting to win 21st, and then you got that CEO. But at the same time, that's kind of what you live for. You live for that pressure.
I think that, yeah, that stuff's good. You know, I think it's easy to sit back and think that, if I didn't have the pressure, I'd perform better. But it's actually not true. You need that sort of, you know, that thing pushing on you all the time to, you know, make certain decisions that are going to push you in the right direction for winning races. Yeah.
So one of the scariest moments I've ever had at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was making the mistake of getting in a Corvette with Will Power to take laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I can't even remember that. When was that?
It's because it probably wasn't a big deal for you.
I did see. Gave so many people rides.
130 miles an hour through the corner in a Corvette is probably worse than 240 in an
I think it was you who told me. It's like, they told you can't go over the speed. It was, and you said just don't say anything.
And I probably got out and was white, because all I could think about is Roger's not going to be happy.
Oh,
Chevrolet's not going to be happy.
Yeah, if you hit that, oh my God. You got to be careful.
One of the, But it also gave me a great appreciation for the precision that it takes to run 100 miles an hour faster through the corners than we were going, and how hard it is to drive those cars and to sit on the front row and to get a pole position and to win the Indy 500, and how 20-plus years into this, you're still as good as they are.
Yeah, still rolling. I feel good. I feel like I can still perform at a very high level, and the competition's only got tougher. That's all it does every year. It just gets harder every year.
Absolutely. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My current, other than Connor, favorite IndyCar driver, Will Power. We're going to see if he can pick up that second Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge win on May 25th, and maybe even pick up his 4th road course win in the Sancio Grand Prix. We'll see you soon.
Doug Bowles and Will Power. And Will, always a fascinating interview, fascinating person to talk racing with. And I look forward to seeing as he continues to pursue that second Indianapolis 500-mile race win. So track is green again. Colton Herta leads the charge back onto the speedway. Kyle Larson was seen and released at the Infield Medical Center, and a minute ago, Georgia Henneberry talked with him.
And Kyle Larson has been checked and released from the INDYCAR medical unit. And Kyle, can you just walk us through the incident?
Yeah, just was starting my qualifying laps there and just got really tight. Just a bunch of understeer through one and ran out of space off of turn one. So, yeah, I kind of fought the understeer feeling yesterday and, yeah, carried over to today. So, honestly, though, I'm happy to crash my first IndyCar and live through it. So, yeah, but we'll just work on it and try and get the balance more comfortable. I just didn't quite feel like I had the feeling I needed yesterday, and then it really carried over to today. I think when you're going faster, you know, it really stood out. So, yeah, just bummer, but also, you know, encouraging that it didn't feel, I know it wasn't like a big hit or anything, but it didn't feel anything different than what I was expecting.
We're glad to see you're okay.
Thanks.
Interesting perspective there from Kyle on that. Not often you hear somebody say, "I'm glad I crashed," but you know, we know what he meant. He had the experience that sooner or later he was going to have, and he came away okay.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And again, for a qualifying incident, that's about as good as you can get away with it. Yeah. So he's had his first one. Hopefully his last one for a while at least, and he can get to the rest of the month unscathed and just kind of take those lessons and move forward. I mean, look, the guy's got plenty of experience, far more than most of the people in this category in terms of just racing miles. Kyle's one that likes to jump into anything with four wheels any day of the week, anywhere in the country.
Yep.
And he can take all that experience and apply it to when he gets back into the number 17 machine, hopefully a little bit later this afternoon.
Watching Rinus VeeKay here, maybe it's just me, but I kind of smiled that he worked both the NASCAR and IndyCar terminologies in there at once. Tight, understeer.
Yeah, I did notice that too. He made the slight correction there, which is pretty funny.
So still working on getting that scoring pylon back to you, but here are the current fastest laps of the session. Scott McLaughlin with the single fastest lap, and that was a little bit draft assisted, but 2:32.68 is no slow lap around the speedway for sure. Takuma Sato, Will Power, Felix Rosenquist, Alex Pillow, Scott Dixon, the fast six, and you see the rest of the 12 fastest laps that have been posted. The single best no-toe speed belongs to Sato, that 2:32.56, and the best four-lap average put together, the four-lap 10-mile qualifying sim, belongs to Kyle Kirkwood at 2:30.34 miles per hour at this point, with an hour and 6 minutes to go in our high boost session.
And it is just so key, that consistency. I mean, we've seen it, you know, a lot over the last few years in Indy qualifying, that the driver with the single fastest lap in qualifying doesn't always end up with the pole position. It really is about making sure you can manage that drop off in speed, and that average obviously is what gets the job done. So right now in the top four, you've got three Andretti global cars, Kirkwood, Herta in third, and Ericsson down in fourth. As there's a yellow on the racetrack.
Another crash. Takuma Sato.
A much bigger hit.
Wow, look at the damage to that car.
And that was a fast race car as well. That's a tough break. It's tough to have a race car crash in the speedway at any time, but when you've been running as well as Takuma has, you see him moving in the cockpit.
AMR safety team already there talking to Takuma. But wow, that is a torn up race car. What a hit.
So it looks like he lost it there in turn one, just based on where the damage is. This will be a bit of a lengthier cleanup as you see the safety team having to apply the kitty litter to absorb fluids coming out of the number 75 machine.
Remember I talked yesterday about how the south end, turns 1 and 2, were the tricky spots in last year's 500-mile race that almost every incident in the race, in a race that had a lot of incidents, happened in turns 1 or 2 at that end of the speedway. And so far today, it has been the tricky spot in this last 30 minutes, with both Kyle Larson and Takuma Sato having incidents at that end of the racetrack.
And it's interesting, too, because that often when you see a trend of one end of the track being a little more treacherous than the other, it's often condition-based, and that really can revolve around the wind direction and the wind speed. Right now, you know, you look on top of the pylon, that windsock is dead flat. We have, again, you kind of mentioned it off the top of the practice. It's about as perfect conditions as you can get here at the Speedway. It's a beautiful day to go running, and drivers not being challenged with that sort of thing to manage. Is Takuma taking a second here to get out of the race car?
Well, good to see. Now let's go back and see if we can see what happened to Takuma.
So he's already lost it at this point. So this is the only one we have. You can see the debris further up. So yeah, it looks like he just lost the back of the car in turn 1, made it all the way around. Pretty flat hit on the left side of the race car in the short chute there, and then obviously coming to a rest there in 2. And that's a big hit. Sideways is never a fun way to go into the wall. These cars are really designed more for rear impacts on ovals, but that car looks like it spun around fast enough that he just kind of went in sideways. There's just not as much car to absorb the impact when you go in sideways, not as much crash structure.
And that's the best look we have of it at the moment. But that just had the look that car swapped ends in a hurry on him. It just came around in a snap.
Yeah, it really does look like that. And you know, if you go in kind of square in the back, you don't get that kind of damage. So he went in sort of past a 45-degree angle to the left rear.
And heavily damaged machine, and that's tough for Takuma, for RLL, and boy, car had some speed in it, but a big hit, big damage, and the red flag out again for the second time in short order in our morning session. An hour and 1 left. It'll take some time for the cleanup to happen. So while we wait, let's check out another episode of Duggan Drivers. This one with Alexander Rossi.
So I think in the 3 years that we've been doing Duggan Drivers, I've been with this guy all 3 years. I know he's excited about it, and I'm excited about it. Our 2016 Indianapolis 500 winner, Alexander Rossi, and there's something a little bit different this year. This is a new look for you. I think ready to roll with Ed Carpenter Racing.
We're getting there. You know, I think that it's a pretty cool time to be a part of the team. You know, they certainly went through a pretty big transition/change this offseason. I've known Ed very closely over the past 4-ish years, and so kind of understanding you know, the team's previous limitations and the things that they wanted to do to get better and to really kind of elevate themselves as an organization. You know, a lot of that has been able to be accomplished, and so I think it's certainly an exciting time. There's some question marks still to answer, as there always is in this sport, and there's no, you know, golden key to fix all your problems, but ultimately I think that there's a lot of very good people there, and now, you know, we're building the ability to have the tools and the things that we need in order to go out and be successful. So there's certainly a path and a journey ahead, but one that I'm very excited to be on.
Well, and then you talk about changes there and things that they wanted to do. New partnership for Ed in terms of ownership of the team. Obviously, the Java House coming on. Are you a coffee drinker?
I am a coffee drinker.
More so now?
In a different way, right? So before I was one of those pod guys or drip coffee guys. Now the ease of being able to just to pour in your essentially ready-made coffee into either hot or cold water is pretty convenient.
That's great, because I know Java House, for those of you that haven't been around central Indiana, for sure, the Java Houses around are some of my favorite. There's one on Michigan Avenue, or Michigan Road, that I stop by on my way to work often, and I kind of probably ruin the coffee, make it a latte, but for me, it's an awful lot of fun. One of the things about Ed Carpenter Racing that has to have been attractive to you to make that move is just how fast they are at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I think that was certainly one of the elements, yes, but I don't want to say that that's the whole reason, because I don't think that's entirely fair to the organization, because as I said, like, I think there's so much that they have going for them in terms of their plans for the future and their vision for the future and what they want to be. So certainly in the very immediate short term, like, that's a great thing, and something that I feel very fortunate to, like, let's be honest, my entire career at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been in really good equipment. And so for me to be able to continue to have that opportunity, we know that, you know, the opportunities as a driver to win that race are limited, and every single year that you don't win, it gets more limited. So for me to know going into the month of May that I'm going to have the tools and the equipment and the car to at least give myself a shot is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that winning the Indianapolis 500 in 2016 was a big deal for you, but it would probably mean even more now that you've really understood what that event is and become sort of a student of the history. And your record at the Speedway, 6 or 7 top 10s, many of them top 5s, you are fast there, and you can just see it now. Probably makes you want it even more.
It does. You know, I've often talked about a couple of things. One, you know, you've got the guys that haven't won, and that desire and that just drive to, like, finally get their face on the trophy, right? And then you have the drivers who have been fortunate enough to experience it, and they know everything that comes with that and how it changes your life and changes the trajectory of your career and how it kind of cements you in history at the Speedway. And so I almost think that the drive for those guys is just a little bit more, because the ones that haven't won it don't quite know what they're missing out on. And so for me, like, I have that passion that I want to experience that again, but B, you're absolutely right, to now be able, if I was able to win it again, to know what I was accomplishing and what all went into that, and the close calls I've had of almost doing it again and not quite getting there, and all that sort of thing add to that kind of emotional connection you have to the Speedway. And the more people you know, the more time you spend there, you start to understand the significance of the event, not only to IndyCar drivers and teams, but to the city, to the community, and why it has such a special place in history. So, yes, for me, to be able to say that I could win it again would be such a different experience for me, and a much more positive one, if I'm honest.
So you talk about the closeness. I mean, last year, everybody was focused on the amazing battle between Pato and Joseph. You were right back there, and in fact, there was a little battle between you and Dixon that actually took place there on that last lap. As you take the white flag and you see those guys battling up in front, and you probably know you don't have a chance to get there on your own, is there a part of you that thinks, I'm going to be here, and these guys are going to do their thing, and I could end up winning an Indy 500? Or are you still thinking about, how do I get to him on my own?
I hate to say this, but you're praying that they get it wrong, right? Because I was third to start that lap, and you know, it was close in turn 3, and Pato had a kind of a big washout on the exit there. And the reason I actually finished 4th to Scott was because, like, I was like, oh, well, I can get 2nd now, at least, right? And kind of misjudged the run through turn 4, and kind of had to, like, save myself, which cost me 3rd, which ultimately in Indy, who cares, right? If you're not winning 2nd, 3rd, 4th, it's all kind of irrelevant. But yeah, I mean, through starting that last stint, you know, it was Joseph and I fighting, and then we had a fuel issue, which just seems to be it's just my MO at Indy. And maybe I used all my luck up on the first time, but that's okay. It's the way that race is. It's the way it goes. There's so many things that everyone has to get right. But yes, certainly I think that, especially in this day and age of this current era of the car, if you're not the guy in 1st or 2nd kind of coming to the white flag, you're just kind of, you take what you can get at that point.
You and I talked a little bit after the race this year just about how really epic it was, the rain we had to go through, and then just what it was like The colors were different because of the sunset. The racing was different because of how cool it was. So that was your 9th Indy 500, 10th coming up. Of your 9 500s, that had to feel pretty crazy in the car that late and seeing the colors change. All the fans came back. I mean, it was an amazing day.
It was definitely, believe it or not, it was the most stressful one. Just because, usually your rhythm that you have, your morning's pretty busy, and then you get into the flow of doing driver intros, and you get into all of the pageantry that exists leading up to the green flag, and that all goes really fast. Last year, we kind of did the intros and such, and then it's like, all right, head back to your bus, and like, what do you do in that time? You can't eat. You certainly aren't sleeping. Like, no one knows really what to say because it's like no one knows if you're going to race today and all this sort of thing. So everyone's just staring at this green and yellow blob of rain, which I'm sure you're doing, right? And it's just a very weird, it's almost like 3 hours vanishes from your life. But to get the call that we're going racing, to have it be kind of overcast, cooler temperatures going into the evening, produce the show that we got, which was an amazing race. And huge credit to you and everyone at IMS for getting everyone back in. Like, I remember hearing the story from one of my friends in Carmel, and this is amazing because not that many people actually left. So he came to the track bright and early, parked his car outside the front straight. The rain delay happened. He went home to Carmel, got word that it was coming back. He got his same exact parking spot. So the commitment that the fans had as well to stick it out was pretty amazing.
So do you get a chance when the race starts and you're rolling off those first few laps? I get a chance. I'm fortunate if I drive one of those event cars that's at the front, and it always strikes me, because it's a bunch of people, but you've been there for 2 weeks, you've been on track, you've got between 4,000 or 5,000 people on a limited practice day to 75,000 folks there on carb day. But you come around turn 2, and the entire backstretch along the spectator mounds is just full of people all the way through 3, and it blows me away the number of people there. And are you able to take a minute and just absorb the number of people before you have to totally focus?
I think you certainly see all the color, and you see the energy of like the snake pits going off, and there's that sense of it. But really, the time where you realize the people are there and the magnitude of the people being there is walking through Gasoline Alley on your way to the green room before driver intros. For me, that's like the coolest experience in sports. Is usually you do it with your family, teammates, that sort of thing. And coming out from underneath the Gasoline Alley overhang, and you're looking up at the grandstands and it's full, it's just... It gives me goosebumps thinking about it right now. So at that point, by the time we're doing the formation laps, yeah, it's cool to see it full, but the emotion of all the people being there has kind of already hit you. Yeah,
absolutely. So 10 races coming up. Is there a favorite moment of pre-race for you other than that walkout that really impacts you and makes you realize how important that race is?
Man, I can't pick one. It's all of it. It's the salute to our veterans and active service members. It's the flyover. It's taps. It's the national. It's all of it, man. It's so cool. It's so special, and it's the hour that I look forward to the most every single year.
What's a flyover like strapped in a cockpit?
Still loud. Still really loud. Like, you can't quite see, like, you can kind of get a glimpse of them, but like the sound of it still takes your breath away.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for all you do to just love the sport. 10th run coming up. Alexander Rossi, our 2016 Indianapolis 500 winner. Nobody would rather have a second face on that BorgWarner trophy more than Alexander Rossi, and I know many of you out there would love to celebrate along with him during the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Greenbridge on May 25th. We'll see if Alexander Rossi can take Ed Carpenter Racing to victory lane.
Thanks to Alex and Doug. For Doug and drivers, there's a look at that beautiful number 20 Chevy-powered machine sitting along pit road with Alex strapped aboard, waiting for the resumption of our test session. You see, they had to put down a lot of material to absorb the liquid from Takuma Sato's car over in turn number 2, and a lot of cleanup work being done there. So we are still in a hold while they get that all cleaned up before we turn the cars loose again. Now, there's going to be a break here of a couple hours between noon and 2 o'clock, and during that time, something's going to be going on over at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. See those cars out front under car covers?
I sure do, and so do some of the fans standing around there. And under those covers, spoiler alert, is a collection of cars that are going to be added to the museum's collection of Indy 500 winners. These are 5 cars from the Chip Ganassi Racing stables that have all won the greatest spectacle in racing. We have a wide range going all the way back to 2000 with Juan Montoya. We have Dixon's 08 car, one of the most dominant races that we've seen in the recent era. We've got both the 2010 and 2012 Dario Franchitti cars and the most recent 2022 Marcus Ericsson charge.
So they're going to unveil those at 1 o'clock, and those will be brought into the collection of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. Just another reason to go check it out when you have some time. Looking at our fastest laps so far this session. Still Scott McLaughlin with the single best lap of 2:32.68. Takuma Sato with the second fastest lap, though that race car now very heavily damaged, and we look to get a word from Takuma if possible, when possible. You see the rest of the 12 fastest single laps posted in this one. The best 4-lap average has been run by Kyle Kirkwood, 230.34 miles an hour, and the single best no-toe speed was that Takuma Sato 232.56. You look back through some of the rest of the best laps posted in our Boost Up Quali Sim session.
Yeah, and even when you look past that single best no-toe lap from Takuma Sato at that 232.5, Kirkwood, who you mentioned was the best 4-lap average right now, he's got the second best no-toe lap at a 231.464. And of course, when we reference no-toe laps, that's any lap competed with a race car more than 10 seconds in front of you on the racetrack. If it's less than 10 seconds, you're getting a little bit of help from the draft, from the toe of the car in front. It sort of skews the true pace of the car. So we filter out any laps where there was a car within 10 seconds in front, and that's what we consider the no-toe list. And as you mentioned, Takuma quickest right now on that, Kyle Kirkwood second, and Louis Foster for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing currently has the third fastest no-toe time at a 230.263.
Pretty fascinating. So cleanup continues over in turn number 2. 47 minutes and counting left in the qualifying simulation session. And don't forget 3 hours of race trim practice coming up from 2 to 5 this afternoon. And we'll continue to cover it for you right here when the cars head back out onto the racetrack.
Yellows breed yellows, hey? So into the wall went Kyle Larson, then followed by Takuma Sato. So cars still waiting to venture out onto the circuit and see what we could have as an action point some point soon. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, dubbed the racing capital of the world. It really is an awesome series and an awesome action that we can try and build up to across this run. Right, let's go back and get some thoughts then from yesterday and start off with our testing reactions. But to begin with, let's have a conversation with Callum Ilott, who was out yesterday, and they spoke with Georgia during the broadcast as well. So Georgia had the honour to have a conversation with him earlier on in the broadcast.
A little bit. Now, Callum, can you explain a little bit about why you are running the refresher course?
So from what I understand, even though I raced this last year, because I didn't race in another oval race last year, I've been brought back to do the refreshers. I mean, it's good for me. We get an extra set or 2 of tyres, so I'm not complaining, and it's a good way to get everything going with the new team.
Let's talk about this new team, this new opportunity, and you rejoining INDYCAR once again. What's that been like?
It's been tough. We've been working super hard. It's not easy at all to start from scratch. So I think Prema have done an amazing job to get to where we are. And yeah, we have to see for the 500 how it all goes. But we're prepared really well for this. But it's a bit of a catch-up game. Once you get in the season, it's so repetitive that you don't have time to really reflect and improve. You just have to keep working forward. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, but we've done a good job so far, and it's such an ultra-competitive championship. And, yeah, we need to work our way forwards, of course, but it was always going to be getting these first races out of the way.
As a driver with a new team, do you feel like you almost get to have more input because everyone is learning so much at such a rapid rate?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of direction needed in a lot of different areas, and especially for this event, you've got to have what you need as a driver, and obviously Robert hasn't experienced that yet. So I think me, Ryan Briscoe, and the engineers that have worked within INDYCAR before, yeah, we direct what we need, and that's the kind of the baseline, and yeah, from there we'll move forward.
Have you been able to give Robert any sort of advice?
Yeah, he's pretty easygoing with this sort of stuff. He just gets in and goes. I've been at every oval test he's done with him as well. But I think he's just excited to experience the speed. I was saying, look, it's easy on your own. You get a good feeling for it. But as soon as you go out there, when everyone's out there, it's weird having 33 other cars on track with you.
Yeah, definitely. So are you guys gelling well? Is the team dynamic going well?
Yeah, no, it's good. I've known him for years, since karting, and then at Ferrari when we were in the driver academy, I spent 4 years together. I never actually worked directly with him, but always around, and yeah, it's been super easy so far, and just pushing the team forward and working together.
Well, let's get back to the month of May is just on the horizon. How excited are you again to try for another Indy 500?
Yeah, 4th one this year, so they go by quite quickly. It's been up
Too
and
much
down every year I've done it. It's never simple, and never is, and of course with a new team it's probably not going to be simple either, but it's exciting. I think it's a lot of work that goes into this, a lot of new stuff, which can be good and bad, and we have to just work through it, keep it calm, and never go above the limit.
Well, we will see you out there for your refresher session. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
George, you're talking there with Callum Ilott as well out on the circuit, as we are still under the red flag temporarily as the action from yesterday goes. Okay, so let's have a word then now with Scott McLaughlin, also talking yesterday with Georgia.
And Scott, you just got off track. Tell me about your session.
No, not too bad. It was a little bit, up and down. You just get in and you just sort of feel the car and see where everything's at, and it's always nice to drive the speedway. It's cool to be back in the yellow sub with Pennzoil, and the car feels pretty good. So yeah, nice start. Yeah, obviously a bit of a delay this morning, unfortunately for everyone, but we got that session in that couple of hours of refreshers, and RIP will get out here now and put some more rubber on the track, and then then we'll get going in the afternoon here.
Well, we know that you have speed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as you sat on the pole last year for the Indianapolis 500. Can you recount some of those feelings of just clinching that pole and then obviously leading the field to green last year?
It was super cool. I mean, I remember the rain delay after, before the race, and I was like, damn, like my first time on the pole, and everyone's going to be out of the stands, going to be like half empty, and it was so amazing to see how many fans came out back for lap 1 there after last year's 500. But this feeling was pretty amazing. Obviously when I first saw the time come up on lap 1, I was like, just don't stuff it up, because I knew it was plenty fast, and that's the only time I had been watching other people's laps, like lap 1 speed, just to see where they were at, and mine was considerably quicker than it had been, and that was a really proud moment, something I'll never forget.
Does it seem surreal almost? Like you look through your whole racing journey and just your career in motorsports, and then now you can look back and say, like, I sat on the pole of the Indianapolis 500.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I peaked at the wrong Sunday though, so I'm trying to peak the week later. But no, look, absolutely. That's one that we all talk about wanting to be on the pole here. I mean, the greatest of all time in qualifying, Will Power, hasn't been on the pole here, so I count myself very lucky to do that, and very proud of the achievement as a team to get 1, 2, 3, like from where we had been. Like I came here in 21, and we struggled qualifying all the way up until last year, and that was my first time in the Fast 12s, Fast 6, and being a part of that Sunday qualifying was super cool.
Where do you think that progression has come from 2021 to then?
I think just, the way that we've worked and quantified a lot of things and gone through, some procedures that the team go about and the way that we build our cars. But yeah, I think we've got a really good idea of where we found some speed and where we can improve on as well. And that's a cool feeling. But we're not resting on any laurels. Like we certainly believe that this is IndyCar, and anything can happen. People can come back really fast, and we're trying to work just as hard as we did to get to that point last year. And it's a really good feeling.
Speaking of places that you've had speed, Barber is up next. Are you excited to get back there?
Yeah, going for the three-peat, which is cool. But last couple of years been really kind, been on the right side of the strategy, and obviously had a really fast car. And Good Ranchers, who have sponsored me in the last couple of years, they're the only 2 wins we've had, and they're pumped for to go three-peat. So it's exciting. It's a great track. I mean, I love golf, so they call it the Augusta of motorsports. So it seems fitting that I like that place, so I really enjoy it.
And Penske statistically is incredibly good there. So when you go to a track that you know that the team as a whole has had a lot of success to, do you just go in there with more confidence?
Yeah, I think we had an okay test day there. Will was really fast. I probably was up and down a little bit with that as well, but I think we're in a really good spot. And yeah, for sure, you go there. I think every race that you come to a track as a Team Penske driver, it's a special feeling. You know that you've got a really good team behind you, great cars, and you just got to try and get up on the wheel and make it happen. And I really enjoy doing that. But you just want to be on the right side of it.
We will let you get back to it today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Scott.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Georgia talking there as well, as the green light has come back on. 40 minutes to go in this session. Let's rejoin our commentary team of James and Alan Beswick.
I'll call it momentum when you've been sitting on the pit lane under the red flag and you've seen a couple of people have an incident in short order as Colton Herter makes a very brief lap or two and heads back down the pit lane. Tough to kind of get back going for a minute after you've been sitting there for a little while and seeing the lengthy cleanup?
The sitting's not the issue. What was always kind of worrying for me when that happens is if you're the first car, one of the first few cars that go out, you saw how much oil dry went down. And it was always just, you were so nervous about what the grip level was like in the corner, not where necessarily the initial impact happened, but more where all that debris and everything ended up on the racetrack in turn 2. But time and time again, you would go out after something like that, and you got to give credit to the safety team and everything they do, because the track's always in perfect condition when they let you back out. They wouldn't let you back out if it wasn't, but it is a little bit of a mental block you've got to get over when you've seen that level of cleanup.
So looking at those fastest speeds, those are single lap speeds on the left. Again, the best 4-lap quali sim belongs to Kyle Kirkwood at 2:30.34. And waiting to see how many of those qualifying simulations we get in here in this last 37 minutes of time with the boost turned up on these cars. The Powers machine ready to go, driver aboard.
It's always interesting when you're trying to gear up for a qualifying run, because to get the absolute maximum speed out of an Indy car in one of these runs, there are certain parts of the car you want really hot. There are certain parts of the car you want really cold. And trying to balance that out before you send a car can be a bit tricky. Right now, you want the engine as cool as it can be, but it has to be at a minimum temperature before the manufacturers will let it run. So that's why Will's sitting here just at idle as he builds a little bit of temperature up.
Georgia Hannaberry has an update for us.
Takuma Sato has been released after a massive hit. First and foremost, are you okay?
Little bruises and a little pain, of course, but yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
What happened?
Lost it. I simply lost it. Maybe it went too quick. Maybe, I don't know. We really need to speak to the team. It's a hard. My body is fine. You know, within a week, I think I'll be back in 100%. That's heartbreaking.
They've got enough good trick parts to get the same kind of speed out of it when they come back. I mean, it's heartbreaking to have a crash.
Good to see you
at the speedway and break a car. It's even more heartbreaking when you know it was a quick one.
Yeah.
But the efforts now from RLL to get it back to race trim and fast trim is going to be interesting.
Sure will be. Joseph Newgarden on the racetrack. Elio Castroneves is also on the speedway as we go through these final 30-plus minutes of our boost-up qualifying simulations. So, getting a little information on Kyle Larson and the after effects of his incident. and hearing that we probably won't see an effort by that 17 team to get back out in the remainder of this second day of testing.
I think the understanding was that by the time the car got fixed, there might only be a handful of minutes left. No point trying to rush to get Kyle back out. We have a lot of practice time still coming when we come back here in May, so probably the right call to just send it back to the shop, let it get taken apart properly, rebuilt properly, and get Kyle back on track when we're here in May.
That's Callum Ilott you're watching, coming off turn number 4 now on a get up to speed. Helio Castroneves has already gotten up to speed a little bit more. And we've only seen Helio turn 3 laps in this boost up session. So this potentially the first 4-lap qualifying simulation we'll see from Castroneves today.
And with only 33 minutes left in the session, kind of leaving it last minute.
First and only?
First and only, maybe. I mean, I'll have time for another as long as it goes well. But that'll be the big thing. We'll keep eyes on Helio to see if he can complete all 4 laps. 29 drivers have managed to complete something resembling a 4-lap run, though a lot of those are done with some cool-down laps in them. I'd say 20 cars have done 4 competitive laps in a row.
Warm-up for Castroneves was a 2:15.8, and this would be the first lap time and speed here if it's a full 4-lap effort for Castroneves. So let's see where the 4-time champ is. He's at a 2:28.17.
Good enough for 23rd at the moment.
Now what's the fall off to lap 2, to lap 3, to lap 4, and where will that shake out? That's not the most blazing opening lap that we've seen. But again, everybody working in different things and different, different things they're looking for. So just because the overall number isn't right on the top part of the pylon doesn't mean it's not a successful effort in some way.
Well, look, if he can keep one of those kind of 2 or 3 tenth drop off consistently like we've seen out of drivers like Connor Daly, that would put him inside the top 10 as far as 4-lap averages. That second lap, a 2:27.2. So no, about a 9/10 of a mile an hour drop off, and it looks like he may be backing out of this one.
Yeah, so that not maybe what they were looking for there, though. Again, did they find out what they went out there to find out? Kiffin Simpson, Christian Rasmussen also out onto the racetrack now. And, of course, Castroneves trying to score that 5th Indianapolis 500 win. If it would be, the celebration would be hard to top the way that he celebrated the 4th.
It sure would. I mean, this was such a cool moment. You know, it's always amazing to be present during sports history. And I think a lot of the people in the paddock here today were here back in 21 when we got to watch another driver enter the 4-time winner club.
Running up and down the front straightaway, celebrating with the crowd. Just what a moment it was. And Helio Castroneves, the 4-time champion, looking to see if he can make it 5. Should he would be the oldest winner of the 500. Helio at age 50. Al Unser was 47 in 1987.
47 and 360 days. I'm gonna basically call that one 48.
Yeah. There you go.
But Helio would still have him covered.
And you don't count out the speed the Meyer-Shank team has shown in this test. You don't count out the possibility of him being right there.
Definitely not. And I mean, you think back to 21, you wouldn't have pegged him as one of the quickest cars throughout the month. But he just used those decades of experience here at the Speedway. And, Alex Palou had the car to beat in that race. He was so quick, but the
briefly lost internet. We've been having a few issues. Back with you.
By the veteran, and he learned a lot about how to go racing and how to close out a race at the Indianapolis 500, watching what Helio pulled on him. So those are those tough lessons that you learn in those second-place finishes.
Saw those cars representing Chip Ganassi Racing's 5 Indianapolis 500 wins. Ganassi team showing speed in the test here. Here is Kiffin Simpson back out. driver has posted the second best 4-lap average in our qualifying sim session this morning, and overall has the 10th fastest single lap of 230.322 miles an hour. Simpson for his second Indianapolis 500. One of those guys, because of the way the schedule lays out, remember, came here a year ago, and the 500 was his first oval race in an IndyCar.
Which, again, it's a heck of a way to learn oval racing.
Yeah.
Again, the double-edged sword is you're doing it at the biggest race in the world, but you do have the benefit of all these laps of practice, all this testing that you get to do here at the Speedway. 32 sets of tires for the month that you get to work with.
I love this, that there are 3 drivers here who made their first Indianapolis 500 start before Kyffin Simpson was born. Kyffin, 20 years old. You want to take a guess on who the 3 are? You got to be able to get one of them. We just talked about it.
Well, Elio's one.
Yep.
Dixon.
Yes.
And Ed?
Bingo.
Nice.
James Hinchcliffe, you are a winner. But we knew that already.
Indy 500 trivia.
Yeah, those 3 competing here made their first start of the 500 before Kyffin Simpson was born.
That is a pretty impressive stat.
Sometimes random things you come up with, you know?
Yeah, when you're on hour 7 of IndyCar testing here at the Speedway,
yeah,
you'll come up with some pretty impressive things.
Digging deep in that record book, folks.
And Marcus Armstrong digging deep on the racetrack right now, sitting 16th on the single lap speeds. As far as 4-lap average, he's down in 26th, hasn't completed a proper 4-lap average, and right now catching the back of Connor Daly. This run is going to have to be abandoned as well.
I think in these last 27 minutes, you're going to have a hard time getting a clean run, because there's going to be a lot of people in a hurry to get out there and do whatever the last bit is they want to do in this session.
Yeah, exactly right. Track temps are coming up. We're getting closer to what you're likely to see on qualifying weekend, so it is slightly more representative, which is why you're going to see more people kind of keen to get out this time of the day. Track temps creeping towards 100 degrees. Again, last year, qualifying day, I think we were track temps at 120, and I can tell you that a 20-degree difference in track temp makes an enormous impact on how a car handles, how the tires hold up throughout a 4-lap run. It's going to affect what you're doing mechanically with the car, what you're doing downforce level-wise with the car, what you're doing with the tools from inside the car as the driver.
Looking at Connor Daly, single best lap was a 2:28.82. And that is down in 20th where the single best laps are concerned. 4-lap average, 2:28.68. Remember earlier we talked about Connor putting 4 very, very, very consistent laps together. And that 4-lap average run from earlier is still the 6th best 4-lap average for Connor Daly. Here's Felix Rosenqvist back out. Felix has only run 7 laps in this session. Best lap for Rosenqvist, a 2:32.0, and that was good for the 4th fastest single lap. Alexander Rossi on the racetrack also, and did I see Will Power go out?
Will Power, I believe, is out on track somewhere.
He is, yes. And sounds like Rosenqvist has rolled out of that one after a lap of 2:24.13. There's Will across the yard of bricks.
So to follow the theme of Indy 500 trivia, I've got another one for you.
Okay, this will be good. My turn to try?
Yeah, your turn to try. Yours is a little tougher than mine. Who was the only driver to start last in his first Indy 500, but finish first in his last Indy 500?
Oh, I saw something about this in the notes, and now I can't remember what it was. Start last in his first.
And finish first in his last.
I give. Jeopardy music's playing, and it's run out. Final answer is?
Bobby Unser.
Oh, wow.
Uncle Bobby.
Yeah.
1963 started last and won the race in 81. It's funny because you could have just said Unser, and then you've covered already a couple very possible options.
That's funny. The other one going, what's it about? Scott Dixon has led every lap in the 500 except 2.
Yeah, I believe there's 2 laps.
Yeah,
which is incredible.
157 and the other one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Dixon has led more laps at the Indy 500 than any other driver, 677 laps total. And yes, of the 200, there are only 2 that he has not led at any point, which is wild.
It's crazy to think about.
Wild to think about.
And even more so, that stuff gets tracked.
I think it's 16 of his 22 races he's led laps, which is impressive. And yes, it is impressive that it's tracked.
Yes,
tracked by some of the stat gurus, guys like Russ Thompson, who always provide us with all the incredibly intelligent sounding stats that make us look good and sound good, but it's really just because we can read.
That's right. Scott Dixon, the aforementioned, back out making some more laps. Scott with the 6th best lap, single lap speeds, as you see there, 2:31.58. No toe. Scott has not put up a no toe lap yet in this morning session.
And look, at the end of the day, this is a test where you're going to gather a lot of information. The engineers are going to have time to go back and sort of digest, go through all this stuff to get a better understanding of where they want to start practice week in May once we come back. But it's not crucial here. It's not as crucial as getting those proper runs will be during Fast Friday heading into qualifying weekend. So they can get an idea, they can get a baseline, but you don't have to get as hung up on finding that perfect bit of racetrack, that completely uninterrupted run, as long as you're getting a good sense of where your car's at.
Yeah, taking all the downforce off it and trimming it, the whole thing. I mean, yeah, you've turned it up, but how much are you really going to use of what you've turned up? It's a test.
There's also something to be saying of something to be said about not showing your entire hand, right? Not having all the trick bits on the car, maybe not even finishing a run on purpose, so you don't have a 4-lap average for people to compare against.
Racers don't do that, do they?
Oh, come on, play games? Never. Never. Marco Andretti circulating right now. Marcus Ericsson, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, that's 28. Cars look identical.
I saw the 8. I thought it was 98.
Yeah.
But that's Ericsson running around. A warm-up lap, I think, for this attempted run, 2:15.2.
Marco only has done 6 laps in this whole session. Remember earlier we had the slow-mo replay of the hands?
Right.
And I don't believe we've seen him since.
And that's enough.
Only 6 laps completed for Marco Andretti in this. That is the second fewest laps in our quali session. The fewest laps, Kyle Larson, just the 1. Most laps turned in this one will end up being Rinus VeeKay with 36 laps, followed by Kiffin Simpson with 25. And clock down now, 20 minutes to go in our session. So plenty more activity still to come today here at the Speedway. We're going to have a 2-hour break while the teams flip these cars over from qualifying trim back to a race boost and a race trim. Then we'll have 3 hours this afternoon on track from 2 to 5 Eastern Time. You can follow along in this same place as we document the second day of open testing for this year's 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. as we watch Marcus Ericsson roll out of it after a lap of 227.294. 4-lap average for the 2022 winner, 229.86. That's the 4th best 4-lap average posted for Marcus Ericsson.
That was done a little earlier today. This run not as comfortable for the Swedish driver.
Graham Rahal back at it. Has the 16th fastest lap of the session and the 8th best 4-lap average overall for Rahal. We saw Graham pretty early on in this, right? Make the 4-lap quali sim and had pretty clear racetrack to get that done.
Pretty clear racetrack and pretty cool ideal conditions. That's the other thing you got to sort of take into account is we see drivers, if anyone does manage to successfully run an uninterrupted 4 laps in these dying minutes of the session, that the track conditions are getting kind of progressively worse. The wind's picked up a tiny little bit of a headwind into turn 1. Not much, but a little bit. Could affect your gearing a tiny bit, could affect the handling a tiny bit. And track temp just continuing to creep up into the mid-90s now. Started about 15 degrees cooler than that this morning.
Yeah, I mentioned we hadn't seen Marco much. He's back on the racetrack now for the first time since earlier on.
He heard us.
Well, I doubt it. He's probably got a lot of noise around him at the moment. Graham Rahal, that last lap, 227.20. And cooling it down. That's Stingray Robb going by Graham as he heads for the access road inside turn number 3. Christian Lundgaard's on the speedway. Rinus VK, Christian Rasmussen. Jack Harvey's back out. Did I see Alex Palou go by as well?
Timing screen says he's out. I haven't seen him yet, but Marco Andretti's pulled back into pit lane, so still not, hey, there's Palou.
Yard of bricks for Alex. That would have been a warm-up lap of 2:12 and change. And here come Castroneves and Lundgaard.
Lundgaard nice and close to get a bit of a tow. Not actually what you want at this phase, and he's had to roll out of it. And this guy's just had such an impressive start to the season. You know, switching teams, completely different organization, different engine manufacturer.
Yeah.
You know, learning new teammates, new engineers. And for all the drivers that have swapped to a new program, he has by far performed the best. 2 podiums.
Yeah, 3rd of the championship coming into the race at Barber Motorsports Park next weekend for Christian Lundgaard. Here's the guy leading the championship who's out what looks like on a flyer that last lap, 230.758 miles an hour for Alex Palou.
This car is quick, guys. He did have, again, a little bit of help. It is tough. Sometimes when you have these cars running around slowly offline, it can trigger a no-tow lap, or a tow lap, rather, even though you're not actually benefiting from it. It's not at speed. It's offline. This looks fairly legitimate. He does have Scott McLaughlin on track right in front of him at the moment. So he's definitely getting a bit of help off of Scotty. But, man, that number 10 has been quick. It was quick yesterday. He's bailed out of it now, potentially because of that traffic from McLaughlin.
Well, we know he's got speed, and if he was getting a little tow from Scott McLaughlin, it was a fast tow because that yellow submarine just turned a pretty solid lap. Has the best lap of this session, 2:32.68. That's a 2:14, almost 2:15 warm-up lap for McLaughlin.
And right now he is pretty much in clean air. Only one other car, two other cars on track, but nicely spaced. He's got half a track in front of him. He's got the 5th fastest no-toe speed right now at a 230.020. And like you say, that kind of 215 warm-up speed, that's in the realm of what we've seen from a few different drivers. And without any help in terms of a toe from another car, let's see what McLaughlin does across the line on this first lap.
Yeah, this will be an interesting number here. 230.283 for McLaughlin. Still in the 230s. You know, the other thing you don't know at this point in a session like this, what kind of tires they have on the car, how many laps on them, how many cycles.
Well, I can tell you they're new. I can tell you you're not going to be doing a run on a second, you're not going to do a qualifying sim on a second run for a set of tires. So with this low downforce level and high boost, extra speed, you're only going to be going out on stickers on brand new sets. You'll keep those sets and use them for race running this afternoon, but for sure these things are all going to be sticker sets as he crosses the line again and keeps it pretty consistent. Another 230.2, so that's great. He's still below the average of the best 4 laps that we've seen so far from Kirkwood, whose average again is a 230.34. But a very consistent run so far from Scott McLaughlin, who now has a car pull out on front of him in track. That's one of the Prema team. And I think he's bailed out of it.
He's out of it, yep.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. That's one of those things that's sort of unnecessary. There was enough space on the racetrack. You don't have to send a car out right in front of a guy that you know is in the middle of a Q-sim. And these are the kind of things that are going to happen, you know, in this session. It's going to happen a lot on Fast Friday as well. But that's just perhaps an inexperienced team making a bit of a rookie move there. And you keep track. I hate to say it, but you keep a scorecard. You keep a scorecard. And that's nothing on Robert Shwartzman. He's just doing what he's told. He leaves the pit box when someone else tells him to do. That one's not on the drivers at all. But unfortunately, it could be the driver that pays for it later in the month if there's an opportunity to pay that one back.
So watching Colton Herta here, who posted a pretty quick 4-lap run earlier in the session, and now is back out again. Looks like he's got some free racetrack ahead of him. Last lap, 230.006 miles an hour.
And that compares favorably with his average of 230.07 that he did a little bit earlier. This next lap, a 229.3, so bit of a fall off there. And again, that's going to be more and more prevalent as these track temps continue to creep up. Hitting 234 miles an hour, turning into turn 3 down the back straight.
You know, the one element that's been missing here at Indianapolis for Colton Herta is kind of luck, right? He just hasn't had great results in his 500 career so far. Not that he hasn't had speed, but he just hasn't had great results so far.
Had some incredible qualifying performances, just narrowly missing out on pole a few years ago. Running very strong in the race last year before kind of a one-car accident in turn 1. One of the many drivers that got caught out by that end of the racetrack.
And here's Santino Ferrucci on the racetrack, getting up to speed. Also have Ed Carpenter on the racetrack. Looks like Robert Shwartzman still out there as Ferrucci rolls out of it. As we're down now to about 10 minutes to go in our session on day 2 of this test, with still 3 hours of race trim running to come later this afternoon. Here's Ed Carpenter, 3-time pole winner of the Indianapolis 500, 2013, 14, and 18. He's qualified 4th or better 7 times for the 500 here at the Speedway, has Ed. And he has rolled out of it here off of turn number 2. things we talked about a lot yesterday was people who didn't get a lot of laps running in. Rinus VeeKay was one of those headline stories, but he's going to wind up running the most laps here this morning.
Seems only appropriate.
Yep. So the 24-year-old from the Netherlands driving this year for Dale Coyne Racing has posted a best lap of 227.7. That last lap of 2:15.2 for VeeKay. And got to look down to 24th on the pylon to see his car number 18 at the moment.
That, I believe, was a warm-up lap for Rinus. Again, kind of on par with where we've seen a lot of those warm-up laps. So let's see what this first lap at pace can do. Using a little bit of hybrid deployment off of turn 4, keeping the throttle pinned. And that first lap, 227.397. So not bad compared to his other best laps so far. And as far as no-toe laps go, for VeeKay, he ranks 18th.
Talking about challenges, right? Different team, different manufacturer, all kinds of things to be adjusted to here. And even though you've been doing it for a few races to start this season, the Speedway is a whole different thing.
It's completely unique in kind of what you have to do from behind the wheel, and a lot of the procedures and protocols and processes are all different here, even from what you'd experience at a rotor street course. Some of them are the same, certainly, but there are definitely a lot of unique things that a driver has to manage and master if you're going to have a successful month here at the Speedway. Another 227.017 on that previous tour for Rinus, coming up to complete his third lap. Something in the mid to low 227s. That'll put him in the kind of low teens if he can keep that up. 226.682.
Yeah.
That's Raz.
Christian Rasmussen. It's got the 18th fastest lap overall in the session, does Christian. That was with a toe, a little bit of assistance. Overall 4-lap average for Rasmussen, again, did have some toe help with a little bit of it, but it was a 228.0. And that last lap for Christian was still in the 229s, 229.036.
So Rinus finished that run off with a 4-lap average 227.35. That puts him 11th on the 4 laps. So that's not a bad recovery from a lack of running yesterday.
Difference from year 1 to year 2 when you come back to the Speedway. Things you know now that you didn't know a year ago for someone like Rasmussen.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit, obviously. You know, we talked earlier about the rookies going through all these firsts, you know, whether it's something on track or some of the ceremonial things off track that you do as a rookie. But coming back here, I think there's a lot of confidence that a driver has coming here, having done it once before. When you come as a rookie, everything's an unknown. And I think some of the uncertainties can be a little nerve-wracking for some young drivers. Didn't appear to shake Christian's confidence too much last year.
Nope.
One of the more spectacular overtakers throughout the entire month, and then continued all the way through the race as well. But you know, you come here just with a knowledge of what to expect. I think you can prepare yourself better for each different phase of the month. How to prepare for a practice week. How to cope with a rain day if you have one of those.
Yeah. The process of building up to speed on Fast Friday, where the closest men's room is to your pit stall.
All the very important things.
You know, things you got to know.
Things you got to know.
Christian Lundgaard. Talked about this yesterday where Lundgaard is concerned how qualifying's been the struggle with the team he was with before, but was always moving forward in the race. if they can have some qualifying pace this year with this ride for Lundgaard, he's going to be one that I think is going to be kind of fascinating to watch in the 500.
I mean, he's been fascinating to watch all season long. You know, you kind of talk about the qualifying struggles in his previous team, RLL. Highest start of 28th with 3 attempts while driving for Rahal. Now with McLaren, you know, it's his first time on an oval with this team, and look, the success that he had in his first 3 years with RLL, a lot of it came on road and street courses. It wasn't really a team at the time that was performing particularly well on ovals in general, not just here at the Speedway. So I think for Christian, one of the most exciting prospects about 2025 was getting to drive an oval car for a team that has had an exemplary record on ovals of late, usually in the hands of Pato O'Ward.
This car, different driver. Last year qualified inside row 2. Was Alexander Rossi aboard at that time. Finished in that 4th position as well. So Lundgaard turning a lap there of 2:26.65. Best lap of a 2:28.33 for the 23-year-old from Denmark. And we're down now to 3 minutes to go in our qualifying simulation session. Be curious during the break as we get a chance to go back into the garages and talk to some people about having the opportunity to do the testing with the boost up and fiddle with the hybrid for the first time at the Speedway in this mode and see what the initial impressions were and thoughts on what we might see come qualification weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to get some of the feedback. You know, for me, I'm from the driver's mind, you know, I'm super fascinated about this hybrid deployment strategy and what different things different teams and drivers are trying and what they've learned. You know, again, we talked about the simulation thing and in theory, but until you get out onto a racetrack and really try it, it's impossible to know what the best effort's going to be. I've been trying to keep track of it on the INDYCAR app. You know, we've got telemetry on there. I've been trying to keep an eye on what drivers are doing, and I'm definitely seeing a lot of different techniques from different teams and drivers. So it'll be fascinating as we get closer to qualifying weekend if those strategies sort of converge and it becomes apparent that there is a way for it to work. But it might be different driver to driver. It might be different team to team. Or, you know, the whole group, the collective brain trust of the IndyCar pit lane might eventually decide through process of elimination and through trial and error that, hey, this is actually the best way to utilize this system. Because, again, when we get to qualifying, so often, Alan, we're talking about, you know, hundreds, thousands of a mile an hour, which is even it's about a third of a second, you know, in relation. So it's the smallest margins here can make huge differences.
Chance to hear from some who are just climbing from their race cars. Let's go to Georgia.
Just talking to 3SV Case. It's smooth morning. It's a very smooth morning. How were your laps out there today?
Yeah, it was good. We got to do some qualifying trims, qualifying runs with this power, with the qualifying power. So that was fun. Definitely feels good to go fast again. Yeah, I think the car feels good so far. We need to tweak it a little bit for qualifying, especially now that the temperature is rising. Track temperature is about 100 degrees right now, which is kind of similar to May. So it is good practice for us. And yeah, we got a lot of laps in. We saved a lot of tires from yesterday. So yeah, I'm happy we got to do this. And I think, you know, there's still a lot of stuff we can improve to go quicker in qualifying trim, but so far the base feels good.
We take a 2-hour break and then we're back at it again. What are some of those tweaks that you're wanting to pick up some speed?
I mean, we've been having some issues yesterday, so we're not using a weight jacker today. We just disabled it. So, you know, that's a trick that teams use to get more speed in qualifying. That's usually about half to 1 mile an hour. And a few other little things. I think we aren't totally maxed out at all. So, but so far I'm happy. I think we're hanging in there pretty decently.
There's more in it from the 18. Thanks, Renus.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Renus, Georgia, thank you. Checkered flag waving from atop the Yard of Bricks, and so our morning session is over on this day 2 of Indy 500 open testing. And as we look at some of the single best lap results, your takeaway from this morning is what?
That there's still a lot of unknowns, to be honest. I mean, look, it's no surprise to see your defending pole winner, Scott McLaughlin, up there at the top. Takuma Sato's performance incredible, but now the question mark is, can they get that thing back to where it was? But I've still got eyes on Alex Palou. Every time he's been on the racetrack so far over these 2 days, it's been quiet, but it's been very quick. There's a subtle speed that is present in the number 10 car right now, it seems.
So the morning is done in our qualification simulation session on day 2 of Indianapolis 500 open testing. And now a couple of hour break before we go for 3 hours on track this afternoon, 2 to 5 Eastern time in race trim. Couple of incidents this morning. Kyle Larson with a crash, Takuma Sato with a heavy crash. A lot of laps turned by a lot of people, and in the end, the best single lap was turned by last year's pole winner in the 500, Scott McLaughlin. And we're back at 2 Eastern time right here with more Indianapolis 500 testing.
So, a 2-hour break ahead of us then before all action will resume again. And it has been an entertaining sort of weekend so far, hasn't it, for the action? Let's take a look at the full results then on your monitors now. You might need to zoom in to take a look at it. As with Scott McLaughlin taking the top time, 232.686 miles an hour. Takuma Sato, 232.565. Then it's Will Power from Felix Rosenquist, Alex Palou, Scott Dixon, Kyle Kirkwood, Colton Herter, Joseph Newgarden, Kiffin Simpson, Louis Foster, Marcus Ericsson, Stingray Robb, Pato O'Ward, Alexander Rossi, Graham Rahal, Marcus Armstrong, then Christian Rasmussen, Devlin DiFrancesco, Santino Ferrucci, Connor Daly, Christian Lundgaard, Helio Christian Alvarez, Venus VK, Robert Shwartzman, David Malukas, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Jacob Abel, Jack Harvey, Ed Carpenter, Callum Eilert, Marco Andretti, Nolan Siegel, and then the one being bumped would be Kyle Larson. But Larson hit the wall, and we know that last year he could qualify, so that puts Nolan Siegel on a lot of worry going into later on in this weekend to see if he can actually push throughout as well. But still, Scotty Mack topping the times. Okay, we go into the lunch break now, and 2 hours where you can go and get yourself a cuppa. But over the next 2 hours, we'll bring you updates as well throughout the action and going back in time. Starting with going back to the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg and all the action that we had there at the start of the season as well, with Fox Sports' commentary as well, with Will Buxton on the broadcast. So sit back, relax and enjoy as we go back in time to the opener at St. Petersburg.
Everybody to the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg on Fox.
Drivers, start your engines!
Around turn 14, 2 by 2 they go. The 27 cars of the 2025 NTT IndyCar Series, and on the streets of St. Petersburg, we are racing. Scott McLaughlin with a peerless performance from pole keeps that lead with absolutely no problems at all down into turn 1, with Colton Herter following through in second place.
Two Meyer-Shank teammates there, Rosenquist and Armstrong, and the blue and white cars behind. They were side by side for a while, but it's single file as Colton Herta tries to catch back up after McLaughlin
and that's a big one. That's Nolan Siegel in the back.
Massive contact for the number 6 full course caution. You see the 12 of Will Power, a championship contender.
Awesome. Well, and that is race over for Siegel. That is rookie Louis Foster as well. From the
you see, it almost starts with Joseph Newgarden, that blue car. There was a bit of a gap there. He seemed a little slow out of turn 2, a queue behind him, and that accordion effect just got everybody bunched up. Maybe Siegel was a little bit slow. Power got into the back of him. Nothing Nolan did wrong there. Another car involved. Oh, that was Foster. Maybe Foster even got into the back.
Oh, it was power.
Yeah, Nolan just had to check up a little bit.
As the call as they come down the start-finish stretch once again. Rosenqvist all over the back of McLaughlin, makes a move to the inside to have a look in turn one, but McLaughlin has it covered.
He's got to be so late on the brakes, but you see fifth in line there. Alex Rossi closing the gap there, side by side. Colton Herta already trying to make some moves up from 10th, essentially leading on that alternate strategy.
McLaughlin looking a little squirrely there as he tries to find temperature again in his tires. And that's Santino Ferrucci locking up, almost getting into his teammate David Malukas. AJ Foyt Racing running well up there, 6th and 7th right now.
As we here of Rinus VeeKay putting the move on Kyle Kirkwood in the Chili's Honda. A great move from Rinus VeeKay, and there's one thing we know about him is he going to keep it in? Kyle Kirkwood, I think, has just kept that position. We know VeeKay.
See on the pylon there, tire designations, the color and the compound, P for the primaries. That's the harder, slightly slower over a lap, but hopefully lasts a little bit longer. And that's been the whole talk all weekend long, is just about how soft those soft tires are and how fast they fall off. And that's the tire that your leader, Scott McLaughlin, and the cars behind him still have to use at some point.
The day appears to keep unraveling for Pato O'Ward, Jamie Little.
Well, you said it perfectly. His day just continues to get worse. On lap number 1, they discovered they had a puncture in those primary tires that he started on. So he had to pit. They went to the soft tire. Now they just came in. So they ran the majority on the soft tire. They just put those harder tires, those primaries, back on. And he's still back there right now in 24.
It's looking comfortable for Scott McLaughlin. And this is very similar to 2022 when he started on pole, led majority of the race, and took that first victory here in IndyCar. He just seems to be very much in control right now.
I call it quiet hands. You can just tell he's not death gripping the steering wheel. He's got a relaxed grip. He's letting the car and the mechanics work through the steering. He's not trying to overpower and hold on to the bull. He's sort of rolling with it, staying loose on the streets of St. Pete, and it's working. McLaughlin is fast.
Just doesn't seem to have the pace that his teammate does leading up front. But speaking of up front, the number 60 that was running up there is in the pits. He's coming to Jack.
Quist is about to come in. He's literally just hit the marks perfectly. It looks like they're putting on the softer tire. We're going to be really interested if they make a front wing adjustment here. They do not. They send him out. Pretty smooth stop for the number 60 of Felix Rosenqvist.
Scott McLaughlin, your race leader, is making his way into pit lane. Jamie Little standing by. Here's our race leader.
Yes, the new dad having a great weekend so far. Started this race on pole, led every lap until now. He will drive on down into his pit box. You see those softer tires ready to go on. They're very happy with the pace of this number 3. So far, so good for McLaughlin.
Couple of turns on the front wing. McLaughlin makes his way out. Where will he come out in relation to Rosenqvist, who, having pitted earlier with that soft tire, if he can get that fired up, Rosenqvist now coming into turn 1, but McLaughlin is miles ahead.
They said they really like the pace. You saw him making some adjustments inside the race car. They'll go from those primary hard tires and they will put on another set of hard primary tires. Just, they have a problem with the right rear. They can't get it on.
Well,
the time is ticking.
Jamie.
And he gets it on. Oh my goodness.
Race coming undone for Colton Herta. Jamie,
Take another look at what went wrong for Colton Herta, your front row starter. In the box, fine. They get the right rear tire off, but you just see there's a little bit of a hiccup. It's hung up. It's a bizarre one. It's like it's stuck on that brake guard. Can't get it situated down and away. Good job.
So the soft tires so far hanging in there on performance. We'll be keeping an eye on it as teammates Dixon and Palou come in. Jamie.
Scott Dixon makes the drive down pit road. The 44-year-old 6-time champion. He's had a good race car, started 6th.
Fascinating, guys, because as things stand, we're back to the order as it was. As Colton Herta has a look up the inside of Alex Palou with his tires up to temperature. That's a lovely move in a difficult place at turn 10.
Have to be opportunistic, though, if you're Colton Herta. If you're going to get back to the front where you think you belong, you've got to take high percentage opportunities like that, and you have to know who you're racing.
Scott McLaughlin of the Thirsty Threes, the Dex Imaging, and we ride on board with him, taking a move on Jacob Abel.
That puts Jacob Abel, the rookie, a lap down right there.
possibly a little closer than he would have wanted it to be. But Scott McLaughlin is back to the front. But keep in mind, he is on the softer alternate tire. Now, Scott McLaughlin pulls the pin. He's had enough on those tires and rolls down to take on the primaries.
Now it's a 3-stop race for basically everybody. Jamie, they could only hang on for about 12 laps.
Callum Milot.
Oh no.
Look at Marcus Armstrong.
The wheel is loose. Oh, no.
Or did he hit a wall, or is it just missing the wheel nut?
Doesn't look like there's any bend suspension on the left corner.
And Marcus Armstrong sits on pit road. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. There was that problem with the left rear after he had it out on track. They looked at it, said it was good to go, put the tire on. It wasn't. And here he sits now. And after a brilliant race, a brilliant qualifying session yesterday, things starting to come undone for the Meyer Shank team, which had looked so strong all the way through. Christian Lundgaard and Alexander Rossi are your leading drivers here on the streets of St. Petersburg. Lundberg in the McLaren, Rossi in the ECR yellow and black, the Java House car there of Alexander Rossi. Big expectations with them, and Rossi now comes into pit lane. Shell 100% renewable fuel, but will it be the prime or will it be the alternate, Kevin?
They still have to fill that requirement to use the softs with the green sidewall, and this is the alternate stint. The plan was to try to make it the last stint, but they don't want to get trapped into something, and now they are likely have to do an extra stop. They could maybe make it on fuel, especially with a caution, but no one thinks, including the team, that the tires would last long enough.
5, it's effectively a P4 as we see the 7 now dive into the pits. That is the leader, and he is going to roll the dice in a big way, going to these soft tires and try to make them last for a full 30 laps. Jack, he is heading down your way for a crucial stop here late in the race.
Yeah, and they've said they really want to try and make these last, bring them in easy. He's just hit the marks perfect. The old tyres are coming off, the new tyres are going on, the softer tyre, the slight bobble.
But Joseph Newgarden and Alex Palou both pitted while we were in break, guys, and it got pretty close between Newgarden and Lundgaard. Here it is.
This was Joseph Newgarden's final stop of the day. Fuel goes in, 4 tires. He blends out just ahead of Lundgaard and Rossi, who are on the softer tire. But we think they have to make one more stop or hang on to slower pace.
Rossi's already actually come in, got off of those softs. He's back on the hards, but Lundgaard, we heard that radio transmission from Brian Barnhart. He's going to try to make these things last to the end. Jamie.
Scott Dixon's led 5 laps today. He pits from the lead. I just asked Chip Ganassi, team owner, any changes? He said no. Dixon's happy. 4 tires, primaries go back on, guys.
And who moves into the lead? Scott McLaughlin once again. Let's look at the blend. There goes Palou. Scott Dixon out between him and Joseph Newgarden. The moment at the blend line that he takes the advantage and ultimately the move that would hand him the lead.
And Dixon would have been on that push to pass, just itching to hit the button.
Get this, has emerged now as the battle for the win. It's Palou who will be your de facto leader from Dixon and Newgarden, and there is McLaughlin. Jamie.
Scott McLaughlin, they made a couple changes in the 2 pit stops prior. No changes here. A little slow on the left front for the 3.
Guys, Joseph Newgarden just got by Scott Dixon in turn 1. They were side by side, almost banging wheels. Newgarden pounced as Dixon was trying to find tire temperature.
That's what he had to do. Those outlaps are so tough, Townsend. You know it, trying to get heat in the tires. Let's take a look at it on the push to pass. Late on the brakes. I mean, that's one of the best in the business to do it. And good hard racing.
Whoa.
Joseph pushed him a little wide there.
Full stop. But Alex Palou, what a magic job to do the undercut. His team manager, Mike Hall, told me that the undercut they thought was going to be the advantage as Rosenquist comes in that Shinedown car. The Meyer Shank team goes to work. Everything looks smooth. Fuel and tires like clockwork. But he'll fall way back in the order.
It is on. Newgarden is going to pull this thing down under 2 seconds. Palou has got to make his move and make it soon.
Joseph Newgarden had the fastest lap on the racetrack that last lap. The number 2 is almost in the draft of Palou. This thing going to tighten up real fast.
Not just the fastest on the track that lap. That was the fastest lap of the race. The Joseph Newgarden machine is flying and is reeling in. Looks pretty hooked up, but again, now that he's caught up to the back of the 10, he's in that dirty air as well. He's only 2 car lengths behind him.
He's closer than he's ever been. It's under half a second through the final corner and down the start-finish stretch. Joseph Newgarden trying to stay with Alex Palou, who's just able to stretch his legs enough to bring enough of a gap that Newgarden cannot just yet get a sniff.
Reliably as Alex Palou looks for some slipstream, looks for the perfect run to try to get by Stingray Rob. He might just send it and go for it right here.
He does, makes the move up onto the inside. Alex Palou gets past Stingray Rob. Finally, now Newgarden has to follow suit if he wants to have any chance of contesting for this win.
And it'll be interesting to see if manufacturer politics come into play here.
Oh, it does.
It does.
Gets out the way.
Rob, powered by Chevy, as is Newgarden, a Honda in the Ganassi cars of Palou and Dixon. That was some blatant interference.
Well, I don't know. He's let Dixon go through as well. So.
And he's right there on the back of that number 2.
What happened to Newgarden there, Will? All of a sudden, the gap has opened up. He's starting to slide around. I think Newgarden's losing the handle on his balance.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's what it looks like, as you say. The car sliding around as we have white flag. Last lap of the race here in St. Petersburg. Palou now with over a second advantage from Joseph Newgarden, who is falling back into the clutches of Scott Dixon. And guys, what a drive it has been from Alex Palou today, and from that DHL Honda and the whole Ganassi crew, overcoming so many difficulties earlier in the weekend.
And look, he's got a little bit of breathing room right now to Newgarden. He can't relax, certainly, but with only a handful of corners to go, only one real passing opportunity, Newgarden nowhere close enough to make it happen. But Dixon, he is trying to line something up here. This isn't over for second.
Oh,
so close.
Here he comes, up and on the inside of Joseph Newgarden. That's P2 for the 6-time champion. A great move from Scott Dixon to take second place. But Alex Palou, your reigning champion, the man they all need to beat, lays down a marker on the streets of St. Pete. Alex Palou wins the opening round of the 2025 IndyCar season as Newgarden seemingly coasting to the line and apparently out of fuel.
Looks like Newgarden just made it there.
And Alex Palou takes the applause of the crowd here as Ganassi celebrate, and one man will be extremely happy. And there he is.
He was just doing what he was supposed to do. He was staying on, trying to stay on the lead lap, and he did that. But
And that would be team owner Chip Ganassi. What can you say about your driver, Alex Palou, in that drive?
I'll tell you what, it was a crazy race. I mean, the pit strategies going on there, and all the work they had to do coming back from like 12th or 13th. At one point, they were 30 seconds back. What a great race. Unbelievable.
Congratulations, Chip.
Thank you.
Chip's right. It was a great race. Thank you, Jamie, for going to speak to him. Alex Palou, you just can never write him off. He's never qualified well here, guys, but boy, does he race well. His 12th career victory here in the NTT IndyCar Series, our 3-time and reigning champion. As we said, the guy everyone needed to beat and the one man that no one was able to better today.
Yes, and Alex Palou, hugs all around by his team. You told me yesterday you just couldn't put the pieces together in qualifying. How did you put the pieces together today and hold off Newgarden like you did for that last run?
Yeah, what an amazing job by everyone at Chip Ganassi Racing, HRC, DHL, and everybody at the 10 car. They gave me everything I needed this weekend to win. I told you yesterday that we had a really, really fast car, so was looking forward to the race. Our strategy changed a lot during that first yellow, but so glad that we got that number 10 victory lane. It's been 138 days since Nashville, and been dreaming about this every single night.
But who's counting? Let's talk about the moment that you got in front of your teammate and how heads up you were. Was that the pivotal moment for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he got trapped in traffic a little bit. That's why I guess the 10th stand decided to pit a little bit early. We had a really clean outlap, could run fast, and then just open a gap from there.
How about this? You get your first win at St. Petersburg and you kick off the season with a win. What does this do for you and your team moving forward?
It's huge. It's huge. I'm super happy. Honestly, we've been working really, really hard, but it's been a place that we struggled a lot in the past, especially me personally. So to start with the win in 2025 season, it's amazing.
Alex Palou wins at St. Pete.
And what a moment for these guys. All of the work coming into this season. The guy who came home in second place.
Wait a second, is Chip Ganassi dancing?
I believe he is.
Is that what we're calling it? He's giving it a whirl. Hey, you deserve it, buddy. You got a reason to celebrate. Get after it.
Let's hear from your P2 man, Scott Dixon.
And for the 5th time here at St. Pete, and it's a 1-2 for Chip Ganassi Racing. You got an extra spot at the end, but I'm sure you're thinking what could have been. What were you dealing with that really impacted your race?
Yeah, that was frustrating. We had no radio, so, kind of just flying blind out there. And ultimately, I think they were trying to call me in because in that last lap we had before we pitted, there was just so much traffic and we lost 2 or 3 seconds, and that's where, the 10 car got us. So definitely frustrating. I think we had the speed, we had a great car. I think the pit stops are fantastic. Just would have been nice to have a radio so I could kind of know what was going on out there. But kudos to the 10 car and congrats to Chip and everybody on the team, the PNC Bank number 9. Honda did a fantastic job there, especially with fuel mileage. So yeah, frustrated, man. I thought we really had that one and we came up short.
What is that like to have no communication with the pit for an entire race?
You're out there by yourself, of course, but then when there's no radio to talk to, even fuel mileage, you're not sure if you're getting the mileage you need to make it to the next window. What's happening even with spotters or anything like that. So it's definitely tough to run a full strategy and a full race like that to make sure, you're kind of running off just a fuel light to see that, you're going to get into the pits, but ultimately it cost us the race.
Essentially, Scott Dixon did this strategy on his own. Seems pretty impressive to finish second. Now to Jack Harvey.
Yeah, I'm here with 3rd place finisher Joseph Newgarden. You started 10th, you finished 3rd. That's a great race for you and your team. How did you guys manage to get there?
Yeah, it was a great race by the 2 team. A couple hiccups, but this team fought really hard. It starts with a really great car. We've had a good car all weekend. I think could have qualified higher than 10th. I said that yesterday, and I felt like our car today was certainly capable of winning. Just didn't quite get there for a couple reasons. The pit cycles, obviously, we needed to go longer, and then we had a shift at the end that we didn't realize, so kind of had to give up that second place. But it was a great fight from our team. This is a good start for us. I mean, look, we're on the podium. We got some points. We'd like to keep these points on the board and then have a good, solid year. It's a long season. You got to go all the way. And I'm happy to be back with this team. Happy to see the energy here to start the year in IndyCar. Everything's very positive right now. So thank you to Team Chevy. Sorry we couldn't get the win. And obviously PPG's been here with us, backing us. Always loved driving this PPG car. Normally it's a little more lucky, but we had a bunch of people here supporting. And we'll just got to get ready to go to the next one.
Congratulations, buddy.
The first round of the 2025 NTT IndyCar Series has been and gone, and wouldn't you know it, reigning champion Alex Palou is a race winner, but it wasn't quite that simple, guys. Started way down in P8, a multitude of different strategies playing out on track, but through it all, the conquistador of concrete does it again.
Listen, we knew it going in that this was going to be a game of strategy today. And when it gets strategic, you look to the 2 best teams in the sport to maybe come out on top. And once again, it was Chip Ganassi Racing winning. Team Penske right up in the mix with Joseph Newgarden in 3rd place. They mastered it. For those other teams that are fighting to be part of the top group, McLaren and Andretti, for instance, still some work to do to get it done.
You just said it, whether it was on the track and pace, whether it was in pit stop strategy, there was a lot of different elements at play there, and it just didn't work out for them and all come together. You cannot give enough props to Chip Ganassi Racing, Alex Palou, Scott Dixon, 2 incredible drives, especially when you consider Dixie didn't have a radio for that entire race. Yeah. From inside the car to be doing it by yourself, flying blind. Impressive drive from Alex, don't get me wrong, but I think I've got to give MVP to Dixon on that one.
What a result. Your top 3 drivers, all of them champions. 11 championships between them, now 101 race wins. A great day here in St. Pete.
So that was the opening round of the championship from IndyCar as well, and it was, I want to say exciting, but it certainly did deliver what it needed to in the end. So, St. Petersburg was a delight with a lot of intrigue and sort of everyone going, I wonder what the season's actually going to bring us this year as well, and how we can look as excited as we possibly can going forward. But little did we know what trouble would follow the series when we went to Thermal Club as well in a few weeks' time. Now, we are on a lunch break, by the way, if you're just joining us. got about 90 minutes until we are back on for all the action. Testing resumes at 2 p.m. Eastern time as well. So that's just what we're waiting for. We have the other 2 races coming up as well on the campaign challenge. Just trying to fight my controls. Okay, so let's head back then to round 2 and the Thermal Club, which went well, didn't it?
The IndyCar Series on Fox, live from the Thermal Club on a beautiful day in...
Drivers, start your engines!
Command has been given.
We are about to go racing through the final corner. McLaren side by side, and now they go, and now we are racing. O'Ward to the lead. Palou up the inside, takes a little look at Christian Lundgaard. Late on the brakes for your reigning champion, Alex Palou. It's all very clean through the entire field. A little bunching at the rear, but Pato O'Ward has done everything he needed to do.
It's the battle for second right now. Palou on the outside, Lundgaard on the inside. He's going to take that spot now. Colton Herta trying to line up as we see. That's Marcus Ericsson in the Bryan machine for Andretti going wide. Tons of places lost.
See how slow Ericsson had to go offline as McLaren stays 1-2. Christian Lundgaard just holding off Alex Palou there out of turn 1. Single file for the first 7, starting to go too wide as Ferrucci working the high side, coming out of turn 6 to that long back straightaway. There's damage to one of the Prema cars, Shwartzman, I believe.
From the start,
heard it might be Scott McLaughlin and Devlin DiFrancesco. Scott McLaughlin told me before the race he had a great car, but it looks like Devlin heavy into the side of McLaughlin, and then McLaughlin spinning. That's well before the the start flag.
Well before the start flag. Let's see. You're going to see the 30 of Devlin DiFrancesco up the inside. Just sort of understeers into McLaughlin. They both get offline onto that dusty part. They both spin.
So, bit of flash of fuel in there. Pato O'Ward leads from Christian Lundgaard. Then it's Palou and...
There's Ericsson making a move there on Santino Ferrucci, trying to make up some of those spots he lost on that first lap. Both drivers on the softs.
So riding on board with Will Power, that's Pilot ahead of us in the Prema.
22nd position on the start. Oh, just drove right into the back. That wasn't his teammate, was it?
It was his teammate. I think it was.
Oh, that's bad luck if that's what happened. This is from the onboard of the 77 Stingray Rob. I still can't quite see which car it was.
Yeah, it's the green flash on the engine cover. I think that would have been Shwartzman.
With a really healthy 4-second lead, Kevin, it is smooth sailing right now for the young Mexican.
And a week after St. Patrick's Day, it's maybe not a bad time to remind people why the Mexican driver has an Irish name. Several generations ago on his father's side from Ireland, but they've been in Mexico for many generations. He's actually spent about half of his life in Texas, still lives in San Antonio most of the time. As far as today, he's not sure that this is a soft race. He's on his only set of sticker red sidewall tires. He said, we will learn as we go, but I'm not sure you can make a U set last the entire stint. 14 laps, he's going to a sticker set of the softs, the red sidewalls, and he's back out pitting from just inside the top 10 in the Mobil 1 Honda.
Pit stops coming thick and fast now. Santino Ferrucci on pit lane as well as Rahal makes his way back out. And just let's have a look at this pit exit, guys, because it's not easy. You're coming out immediately on the race line on colder tires compared to the rest of the field.
And that first corner out of the pits is sort of off camber, but look at the shot that you get in terms of acceleration. Rahal around McLaughlin. It's kind of a cool factor here. The car's on track at a disadvantage. I don't think we go anywhere else where that's the case. Graham Rahal firing like he's his father-in-law, John Force, on the drag strip, laying it down in the quarter mile. And the leader there doing a great job hanging as Alex Palou now comes in for his first stop of the day.
Jack?
Yeah, Alex Palou, he's still coming down pit lane. I thought he had a really good first stint there, especially considering he was on the used red tyres. Putting on the harder primary, pulling a quick tear off, full fuel, and there's dust on the track, guys.
Yeah, someone's gone off down there at, is it 9? I think that's turn 9, and that is Marcus Ericsson, who's having a horror show of a day. Went off on the first lap. He's off again, and we know he doesn't like this track all that much when it starts to get squirrely underneath him.
Had a big crash in this general area last year. This one a little bit earlier. I don't think he hit anything. Let's see what happened. Just gets wide of the line, off into that light blue. You see all the dirt and marbles, and now he's just praying he doesn't hit a fence.
And he's only just come out on those tires. That's a fresh set, which aren't just going to be dirty, they're going to be flat spotted. Yeah. But guess what, guys? Lundgaard has dropped the pace to 1:43.9. This stop, Kevin, has to be good for Pato O'Ward.
Well, he built more than a 10-second lead before Alex Palou came in, so he is making the softer tire work. He's going to primary. He's out of the new red sidewalls. Pato O'Ward looking for a good stop, and he is released even before we see Alexander Rossi come in. Rossi pitting from 4th will be coming, actually stayed out one more lap for Rossi.
Keep an eye on the track. Look for the orange car of Christian Lundgaard. The gap was 38.1. 35 is the pit delta, but that's the pit exit. This time made up here. We'll either see him lose or keep that lead. I think he's just kept it, and there's his teammate just a couple of seconds behind.
And he's coming to the box trying to fire an in-lap, working the overcut.
Sketchy pit in, but he gets through there clean. Now it's that long run, 45 miles an hour down pit lane, and he's heading to you, Kev.
Rossi has been the most adamant that this is a red race. The softer is the preferred tire, and he's going to a used set of the red sidewalled Firestones this time around, and he went one lap longer than Pato O'Ward. But there is a concern, a little bit of overheating. They're concerned about the hybrid. Santino Ferrucci also had said, I've lost my hybrid for this race.
Oh, we understand he has a hybrid unit overheating.
Yeah, you talked about the bumps being punishing here. I think it's also a factor of this incredibly high ambient temperature, high track temperature, just soaking up through the racetrack. Into these machines at the back of Herta.
Right on board with Alexander Rossi. Oh, and Will Power making the move now on Nolan Siegel. Up and through and past, and that's a lovely move from the veteran on the youngster.
How hard does Ferrucci try to hold off his mentors? We take a look at the move. Nolan Siegel getting passed by Will Power on the back straight, and Power had to go to the dirty side.
I like that. Nolan getting his elbows out a little bit, making it a little bit tougher on the two-time champion Will Power. Here he is on the board. You see him hit the button on his steering wheel. The push-to-pass activated. Hybrid being deployed. Chevy versus Chevy down into the brake zone. Clean, executed, good hard racing. You love to see that. Got a sticker set of reds that he has to use, and look at this battle here. Nolan Siegel once again getting the elbows out against a 6-time champion.
He did it with Will Power, a 2-time champion earlier, but the 6-timer getting it done, flexing some muscle there.
On the Pato O'Ward still leads from Christian Lundgaard. The gap has increased. Townsend, Hinch, everyone has now made second stops, but we find ourselves in an intriguing position because Alex Palou, currently running P3, who has cut the 12-second gap back to under 8, still has that sticker set of soft tires to run later in the race.
And he should be wicked fast finishing on that sticker set of soft tires. Will Power, biggest gainer, up 12 positions. He is also closing, and there is Palou about 2 seconds or less back of Christian Lundgaard.
Every man for himself on the racetrack right now. I know Christian Lundgaard's trying to maximize his result, but at the same time, he's inadvertently playing a bit of a team game, helping out his teammate Pato O'Ward. The pace we're seeing out of this 10 car of Palou, if he gets around Lundgaard, he's going to start closing that gap to O'Ward, and we know he's going to have the tire advantage in that 4th and final stint. So even though that's not Christian's motivation right now, there's a knock-on positive for the team.
And don't forget, Will, that McLaren wanted to sign Alex Palou. Did sign Alex Palou to a big contract. Alex Palou switched things up, stayed with Ganassi, and there is still ongoing massive litigation on that issue. So there's a backdrop to this story that's just more than what we see right now on track.
Lundgaard under increasing pressure from Alex Palou.
He's done a brilliant job holding off Alex Palou these laps, 10 laps. We understand Christian Lundgaard might be coming to pit lane now. That'll open up the racetrack for Alex Palou, and he will go as fast as he can to try to make the overcut work. Let's see what Lundgaard does.
Yep.
Indeed, he comes to the box. Palou stays out. Go fast time for Palou. Go fast time on pit lane for Arrow McLaren.
We'll keep an eye on those lap times from Alex Palou. O'Ward, your leader, on 1:46. What can Palou do in clean air? Jack.
They are getting a set of the harder primary tyres ready for Christian Lundgaard. As you guys have mentioned, he was under a lot of pressure there. Hits his marks nicely. Tear-offs are off. It's a clean stop. Guns are away. Just waiting to finish on fuel. Off again. Pretty nice stop there by the 7. And obviously battling Alex Palou here for second place.
Some trouble in pit lane for one of the cars during this cycle. It's the number 60. You see the outside front had a little bit of a hesitation. Getting the gun out of the way. Rosenquist hits the gun.
If it wasn't a dangerous situation, IndyCar has some discretion in terms of if and how they penalize for that. I don't think we'll see anything, James.
I think that one's clear. It didn't hit anyone. It didn't leave the pit box.
Strategist on Chip Ganassi Racing, leaving it up to his driver, and I think he's going to squirt in. He does.
This is it then. This is where the race will be won and lost. 16 laps left here. And Palou chooses now to put on the sticker soft. Brand new set of soft tires. Take the fuel. Jack.
This is going to be the most important stop of the day for the 10. I thought his in-lap looked pretty strong. He's just about to pull in now, getting those brand new red softer tires on. He's going to have a huge push to the end. He's got about 11 seconds to try and catch up to Pato O'Ward. Let's see if he can do it.
All right, so as Alex Palou goes out, remember, just a few laps ago, he was battling with Christian Lundgaard. The question is, how fast has Lundgaard been since the last stop? There you see Lundgaard. Remember, Palou will have more speed. Lundgaard gets ahead.
All clear all the way.
He has to make it work. He has to make it work now. He's exactly where he didn't want to be, which is stuck behind Lundgaard again.
Pato O'Ward, we understand, is on pit lane, coming to Kevin Lee.
Listening to you this time for Pato O'Ward. 5 laps ago, he was told that Alex Palou has the preferred, we think, sticker set of soft tires. This is a new set of the harder black sidewall. Back out. 11 seconds to play with. Who's going to get it?
11 seconds to play, 15 laps to go for the win at Thermal Club. O'Ward will leave the pit lane and hope that he still holds that advantage.
Pato O'Ward had a perfect pit stop from his McLaren team. Looking very chill in the cockpit. He knows he has a comfortable gap, and there you see it. Second place, Lundgaard, not even close. Alex Palou, though, very close.
There he goes, up the inside. Alex Palou with the move on Christian Lundgaard finally, but Lundgaard gets it back alongside him, will edge him over the curbs. Side by side now on the run down, out of 1 and into 2. It's a right-hander. Palou will have the line and takes the position, but no! Lundgaard back again and up on the inside of him. Wonderful driving from these two as Palou tries now around the outside, and this will all lead them on through the switchbacks and onto the back section. Palou going one way and the other, and now up on the inside. Palou against Lundgaard. Has he? I think he has.
A quadruple cross-up. I've never seen that in IndyCar. 4 corners in a row.
It's not done yet. Both drivers on push to pass. Both drivers with dirty tires. Lundgaard now tries to do it. Palou with the block on the inside. Can he hold him? Yes, he can. It'll be hard for Christian to come back now, especially with those harder tires. And now it's all about head down, eyes forward, trying to close the 9-second gap, 9.5 to Pato O'Ward running in the lead.
Between the guys sitting second and third today. Wonderful. Back and forward, side by side, corner after corner. Lundgaard on the harder tire, not wanting to give it up, but Palou knowing he had to make it stick. He had to take the position if he wanted any chance of winning this race.
And he had to avoid contact because Palou, more than anything, wants to win the race, but he wants to win his 4th championship. As you take another look of the moments of this race between these two, because they've been a story all race long.
And look, so many times there it could have gone wrong. Absolutely super professional, precise driving from both these guys.
We have won. Pato O'Ward has just cut past a couple of the back markers, trying to stay on the lead lap, making his life hard. He's got past Louis Foster and Connor Daly, but so too has Alex Palou, who has scythed into the lead that O'Ward had. It is down now to just 2 seconds, 12 laps to go, but you can see the gap.
And this is insane how quickly he's closed that gap. This is absolutely wide open.
Now, interestingly enough, ahead of Pato O'Ward is Robert Shwartzman. That would put Shwartzman a lap down. The next car up is Nolan Siegel. That's Pato O'Ward's teammate. How is that going to play out? Certainly, wherever Zach Brown is in the world, he might be sending some text messages about how McLaren wants to handle Palou today.
If we even get there, it's 1 second, the gap now. Palou is coming for Pato O'Ward. Down the back stretch now, tucked up underneath him. O'Ward goes to defend. Palou has such speed and he's late on the brakes, up on the inside, and that will be the lead of the race for Alex Palou, who started third this afternoon but has done what he always seems able to do. He is an utter magician of making these strategies work, of pushing when he needs to, but now he has 10 laps to hang on to these tires and hope that he can make them last to the end. And there it is, your move for the lead, potentially the move for the win. Let's take a look on board.
You saw the puff of brake dust off the front of Palou as he hit the brakes there. Pato didn't make it easy on the brakes. He didn't want to go all the way to the inside and defend, get on the dirty side. They hit the brakes about the same time. Palou just creeps off the brakes. Wanted to, no matter how well you do it.
Power. It's power on Rossi. He's got through the bit very much between his teeth. Will Power is on an absolute charge. That's another position made up. That's his 14th position of the day. And he could for P4. This then a replay of Will Power's move on Alexander Rossi. Not an easy one. He's going to go around the outside of him, is he? He is. That's a tough place to pass.
Well, if he can hang there, then he has the apex right here. Even tougher for Ross. Going towards the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indy 500. White flag for Alex Palou.
The last lap of the race for Mr. Perfect, Alex Palou. What a job he has done. Kept his mind in the game all the way through. Unflappable. And made it work when he needed to. James Townsend, what a drive from our reigning champion. He has been brilliant.
Look, before the race started, we sat in the truck, we were talking about it. You had a good feeling about Palou because of the tire wear. You know how gentle he can be, how precise and smooth he is on the wheel. But after that first stint, I was convinced Pato could do it. He was so good on his tires, had such a gap, but you can just never count this guy out.
I mean, they asked me before the race, who's going to win? And you want to look for excuses why it's not going to be Palou, but the body of work, the skill set, the execution, the methodical nature of his approach and that of his number 10 team is just so overwhelmingly convincing that this is the best right now. You simply can't pick anybody else.
He has been phenomenal. He is the man that they all have to beat. He is the man with the target on his back. The reigning champion, the best in the field, and once again, he has turned up and turned it on. Alex Palou with a drive of pure perfection and absolute brilliance. It has been 5 years since a driver has won back-to-back races at the start of the season, but Alex Palou will do precisely that. He won in St. Pete. He wins at Thermal. Alex Palou makes it back-to-back victories to start the 2025 season.
Yes! Woo-hoo! Let's go, boys! Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. You guys are the best.
And we spoke to Chip Ganassi earlier today, who told us we are only just beginning to scratch the surface of how good this man is.
And no better display of it than what we just witnessed. Back-to-back wins for the first time since his dominant run in 2023 in the early part of the season, winning 3 in a row and 4 out of 5 on his way to his second championship.
Alex Palou, you have started this season perfect. Back-to-back wins. I love seeing this embrace. Just tell me this relationship with you and your team. It's just so amazing to see. Just tell everybody about it.
Thank you all. Thank you all the fans. And I heard that there was some issues with the broadcast, so sorry to all the fans and thank you for sticking with us. But what an amazing weekend. Honestly, we had the really fast car since practice. Thank you, boss. And they executed very well. Everybody at Chip Ganassi Racing, the tank car executed perfectly. We knew it was aggressive to start with the used reds, and we knew that we were looking towards the end of the race with that tank car. And yeah, we did it. So back-to-back wins feels awesome.
What do you know about these Firestone tyres that seemingly no one else does? You do things on strategy that other people just can't. Can you share even a little bit how you manage to do it week in, week out?
No, I don't know. I have a great team, honestly. Like they give me a great car that I can manage, that I feel comfortable with, and they make it look easy. So they do all the work. I just try and make it happen.
You're not even sweating, but congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Down the softer tire in the last stint was the difference. So how do you reconcile that? You lead 51 of 65 laps, and Alex Palou wins again.
Yeah, we took a gamble. It didn't work out for us. We had used our new reds in the start because we didn't really quite know what the deck was going to be like, the deck profile. The blacks really kind of took a turn in the negative towards the end of the race, and that was it. We didn't really stand a fighting chance, but thanks for all the fans for hanging in there with us. I know broadcast kind of went off for quite some time, so thank you. Thanks to you guys for tuning in, and hopefully it was somewhat of an entertainment, but Long Beach is what's coming up, and hopefully we can have a repeat weekend. Maybe one go one better.
Yeah, big picture, what do you take from this weekend? You did what you needed to do to get 11th at St. Petersburg. Now you're on the podium. Do you feel like, all right, we're in championship form now?
Yeah, I mean, we have fought for the championship every single year, and that's where I expect to be. The weekends like this is where every point does count. Every win counts for so much more, and when you just miss it by that, you definitely feel like you've left some points on the table where we would have gone again tomorrow. We maybe would have done something different, but I'm happy with the points day, and we're gonna keep pushing. It's a long season ahead, and the ovals are a different beast as well, so we need to be strong everywhere.
Second for Pato O'Ward. Jack, there were a lot of papaya podiums today.
Yeah, with Pato's teammate Christian Lundgaard, it's only your second race with a brand new team. It's your first podium. You've got to be happy, even though I know you're here for a little bit more this weekend.
Yeah, of course. I think the number 7 Velo Aero McLaren Chevrolet has done a very good job. The entire team's done a very good job all weekend. We just didn't have it there. I mean, we gave it a shot. We came up short, but having 2 cars on the podium, I think is as well of a day as we could have wished for coming into thermal. But just it's tough seeing this guy beat us all every single event. We got to find a way to stop him, but got to thank the fans too for sticking in there. It's a long race. It's tough, and I'm a European, so I know how the time zone difference is. So I'm sure a lot of those Europeans have been up quite late tonight.
Congratulations, Christian.
Still under lunch break for another 1 hour and 10 minutes as well, closing in for what is going to be a very interesting sort of weekend ahead, and we have got some content coming your way as well. So it was Scott McLaughlin who was top of that session, 232.686 miles an hour. If you're just joining us for the first time out here, the Indianapolis are about to open up their gates as well, and the museum will be getting ready for their unveiling later on. Right, let's turn our attention to round 3 of the season then, and the 50th Grand Prix at Long Beach. Overcast, but a very interesting day in the background of the St. Mary. Let's go over now and check over what happened at Long Beach.
For 50 years, they have raced on the fabled streets of the Grand Prix of Long Beach. The winners here, legends, their names etched into immortality, and today one more will join their number. But will it...
Drivers, start your engines!
The pace car pulls in. They will line up 2 by 2, and on this phenomenal, legendary circuit, we roll to green, and at the Grand Prix of Long Beach, we are now racing. Kyle Kirkwood leading his teammate down the straight and down towards turn 1. High speed and heavy braking as they open up and try to make that move immediately.
Kyle Kirkwood with the advantage, but further back they are 3 wide. Looked like Marcus Ericsson jamming his way in there. Alexander Rossi with a really nice move in that light blue and yellow Splenda car.
That's a huge jump from Rossi driving for ECR. You see a pair of McLarens, a trio of McLarens all lined up there, single file, a little bit of a defensive move there, but so far no incident.
Kyle Kirkwood doing exactly what he needed to do off the line there. No incidents between himself and his teammate. He said, as Newgarden has a look up the inside of Dixon, gets that done with a lovely instinctive move on the opening lap.
Scott Dixon was looking pretty defensive on that straightaway. Now he gets challenged again, or is challenging again to the outside as
Rasmussen made a move on the inside of Kiffin Simpson. Big dive as we see now Newgarden trying to defend against Dixon. He's on those harder tires, not able to mount the attack fast, but he has got to make that fuel number.
And who's the fastest man on track right now, guys? It's Joseph Newgarden, a 1:09.0. That's a second and a half faster than your race leader, Kyle Kirkwood.
That tells you they're already starting
there we go.
to fall off. That's Malukas we saw diving into pit lane there. And Herta's in as well.
Trying to get those 1.5 turns out if possible.
Trying to take 1.5 turns of front wing out of the car. We see Scott McLaughlin on the Dex imaging machine. He is in and out. Joseph Newgarden has set a trend, doing it from 15th. These are the guys up at the front making this move. How does Kirkwood react? How does Rosenquist?
Oh, very close. Herta and McLaughlin side by side, and it's a long stretch down. That funnels on the way out.
McLaughlin was ahead, but because it's a curved pit lane, I think Colton was driving a shorter distance. Advantage Herta at the exit.
Careful here, though. It's so easy to lock up on full tanks and cold, hard tires at the end of the straight. This is going to be a battle on this out lap to see who can capitalize. Tires are cold, car is heavy.
It's a great point. The first few corners are literally like driving in the rain. It's that slippery. Heavy cars, low grip.
And guys, right behind them on the racetrack, Joseph Newgarden. He is already caught up with the drivers that were running in the top 5.
And the one thing the drivers were telling us earlier this weekend, this harder tire takes longer to bring it in. Newgarden's tires will already be up to temperature. He'll have the pace as he goes for the move. Immediately up and through. A wonderful move from Scott McLaughlin to take that position away from Colton Herta, as now Newgarden will be catching them both.
Going to get massively held up here by Ericsson as he gets up the speed. Little touch there. Newgarden into the back of Herta. Now McLaughlin down the inside. Perfect. Teammates side by side into 5. This is not a good passing spot.
Oh, Ericsson locks up again. Newgarden now almost spins out, trying to get to the throttle early.
This the difference between tires that are cold, tires that are up to temperature, as Newgarden knows he has to find his way through and does it perfectly, instinctively, and straight away.
This is absolute madness and chaos.
Looks like Gordon Ramsay out there with all the hatchet jobs going on. They are chopping each other everywhere, and look who is in pit lane. Kyle Kirkwood, race leader.
But look at that train behind the 20 of Rossi. He's got a lineup of cars with push-to-pass, trigger fingers, and warm tires. Here comes, now that's power down the inside.
Power inside of O'Ward.
Rahal up and having a look at Malukas. Can't get it done on David Malukas. But the battle right now, Alexander Rossi currently down in P15. Appears to be something of a cork in the bottle, running about a half a second off the pace at the moment. Will Power just flew past him. How long before Pato O'Ward manages to do the same?
Yeah, tough phase of the race right now. All of the top 6 have yet to stop. They started on those hard tires, and they're going to go as long as possible. Maybe hope for a bit of a yellow stint to try to extend it, so that way they can cut down how many laps they have to do on those softs, which they eventually have to get to. But right now, Kirkwood pulling out over the cars behind.
Pelot's won the first 2 races of the season. He did so masterfully at St. Pete to start the year with great strategy decision. Let's listen to the team talking to their driver.
We are not worried about fuel now.
Yeah, we're not worried about fuel right now, and they just told Kirkwood he needs to save some, so if we can get around him, that'll be a big advantage.
All men love the sound of a little
Don't you hate when adverts come in and just ruin the middle of the commentary for some useless adverts about shorts? Not even YouTube Premium stops it.
Is that Christian Lundgaard has actually started to close the gap a little bit on Kyle Kirkwood. Remember, before we went to break, I believe it was at about 32 seconds. I see the gap now right at about 31. It was at 30 last lap. So Christian Lundgaard with that clean air, nobody in front. He is getting the pace done.
Say that gap back to Kirkwood in 7th. It needs to be increasing. At the moment, it is shrinking. Lundgaard running 1 minute 9.1s. Kirkwood also 1 minute 9.1s. But he's been losing about 4 tenths, 5 tenths every single lap. The tires, obviously, on Kirkwood's car, much fresher, much newer, a little bit more pace in them. In fact, it's only 4 now because Kirkwood is up to 5th. Just the top 4 remain who started on the hard tire. How much longer can Lundgaard hang on?
So he might as well come now because he's catching traffic. Yeah. Indeed he does.
So he'll come in, refuel on Shell 100% renewable fuel there in the number 7 Arrow McLaren. Our onboard courtesy of Mission today has led 20 of the 27 laps thus far held. Scott Dixon takes over the lead of the race. How much longer can Scott Dixon go? Won this race last year on a crazy strategy. So much fuel saving for him. And Kevin,
and Dixon will come in the next lap. He was told, let's go. He's going to try to make up as much time and use the overcut by staying out a lap later. And for Christian Lundgaard, he's going to the softs this time. How long can he make them last?
Fascinating.
And he's doing the same strategy as Lundgaard. He's going to get his mandatory stint with the softs, the green sidewall Firestones on this time. And what is going to be fascinating is to watch the blend. That is a quick stop for the PNC Bank crew and the Honda of Chip Ganassi Racing. He screams down to turn 1. Who's going to have the advantage between him and Lundgaard on that strategy?
That stop looked faster, Will, than the one of Christian Lundgaard. So Lundgaard is on Shoreline Drive right now. There he is.
Dixon out. Will he get through before him? It's going to be tight. And Lundgaard just keeps the position.
Oh, but it's Scott McLaughlin that loses out here. Cold tires for Dixon, hot tires for McLaughlin as he tried into 4. No, he's losing so much time to Lundgaard in front.
Although soft, cold tires for Dixon will become hot, soft tires real fast. That's the difference with the softer compound. Look for Scott Dixon to be lightning quick and go right back onto the gearbox of Christian Lundgaard.
At 0, he's coming in the pits right now, guys. A leader of this race responding to what Chip Ganassi Racing and the 10 has done. So now it all comes down, Jack, to the pit crews and the outlaps.
Absolutely it does. I was chatting to the team. What they were hoping for happened. Alex Palou had to pit first. They're literally now doing his pit stop. No wing change. This outlap is so critical. Kevin, what's happening where you are?
Waiting to see Colton Herta. He'll be the next one up near the front, stopping from his position inside the top 6. Everyone is satisfied as Herta is in the tire requirement except for Stingray Robb. He has not run the soft green sidewalls yet. Everyone else likely done with the greens.
So Alex Palou on the front straightaway. Here comes Kyle Kirkwood. Here comes Palou. Now, it doesn't look close, but Kirkwood's on cold tires. Palou will be able to catch him very quickly over the next few corners, but Kirkwood easily with track position.
Does he decide to come in this time? He's entering turn 9. Dixon's going to slot out in front of Scott McLaughlin right now, who was running in 11th, but he's on those hards. They are cold. McLaughlin's going to be full attack.
Dixon with his mirrors full of Penske and right up the inside, and that's wonderful from Scott McLaughlin. Beautiful move.
Hard place to get it done. Now McLaughlin's teammate Newgarden trying to line up the 6-time champ.
Here comes Newgarden.
See it all too easy.
Scott being smart, not defending too much. You can lose even more lap time and make yourself more susceptible to guys like Colton Herta, who's now right behind Dixon, if you go too aggressive on defense.
It was that exact situation for Scott Dixon that put him in the wall here at Long Beach with Pato O'Ward a couple years ago, and possibly lost a championship opportunity as Colton Herta goes by.
And right now, he's running about that gap to just behind Felix Rosenquist, so he would slot into an effective 4th as we see McLaughlin clear the lap down car now of Kiffin Simpson. And now we're going to have a half tank of fuel to get in. It is all on the 4 guns and the jack person for the 7 machine. High pressure.
Lundgaard coming down to our man Kevin Lee.
And remember, this pit lane is challenging because it is angled. It's difficult to get the fuel squared in perfectly, and this stop needs to be really, really quick because it won't take very long to fuel. Tires are done, fuel is done, Christian Lundgaard is out. How does he compare to Dixon?
A little longer than they probably wanted there on the left rear.
Just a small hesitation, but that can mean everything. You're crawling at 45 miles an hour. It's so difficult as a driver to not lose your cool. Off the button now. There goes Palou. So that's an effective third in the race.
Wow.
He's got Rosenquist coming, I think, hard behind him. He's going to have to fight to keep the Meyer-Shank racing machine of Rosenquist behind. He's already now on his gearbox. This is going to be the battle for effectively third.
Rosenquist with tires up to temperature. Will he have a look up the inside like McLaughlin did? Oh, he's close. He's really, really close on this short little run down to the left-hander. Rosenquist chucks it up the inside, says thank you very much, and will disappear off into the distance.
And there comes Shwartzman. Now, lap 52, he still will have to stop another time, no matter what, fuel or tires.
Hunkos have sent Rob back out on the soft tire. Be interesting to see what Prema do with Shwartzman. Of course, the team in only their third NTT IndyCar Series race as we ride on board with the man who started on pole, with the man who is now your race leader once again, Kyle Kirkwood, courtesy of Prefab.
As Alex Palou starts to reel in Kyle Kirkwood ever so slightly.
Let's hear some radio from him.
To run fast laps you can right now.
That was quick radio.
So right-hand side of the pylon right there. Push to pass seconds remaining. Impressive that Kyle Kirkwood has almost 30 seconds more. We always talk about Alex Palou's discipline, his methodical approach. But for young Kyle Kirkwood to out-discipline the surgeon in the closing laps of Long Beach, very impressive. That's going to be important.
See Joseph Newgarden coming in for his final stop. A little bit of that alternate strategy. First guy in the pits, first guy to do his last stop as well.
Might have to save a bit of fuel too. 30 laps to go to the close. That's not going to be an easy number.
But what this does is it puts Joseph Newgarden in the position to danger zone the rest of the field. By that I mean if a caution came out because of a crash all of a sudden, Joseph Newgarden would be in the sweet spot. Everybody else would pit under caution as Newgarden is back out, hoping to get ahead of this Prema car that's coming.
Don't know if it's going to stay that way.
He's got
side by
position.
side.
Oh, high percentage move there from Newgarden to back out with Callum Eilert in the Prema car coming through. Look at Joseph Newgarden waving frantically. There's an issue. Seatbelt, perhaps. Is it possible that Newgarden had a seatbelt coming loose like his teammate Will Power did at the end of last season in Nashville?
I can't see that based on how they were reaching in there. But Kev, seven's in.
Christian Lundgaard making his final stop. By the way, the last to win a race for this team, other than Pato O'Ward, is you, James Hinchcliffe.
And as we see more trouble for Joseph Newgarden, you might be right, T-Bell. That might be a seatbelt issue. It's easy to do here because of the hairpin. You do such a big crossover with your hands and arms. Sometimes you can just catch the release latch.
This is bizarre. I mean, we don't hear about seatbelts coming loose, but for the same team to have that issue after Will Power had it, I am just really shocked as Felix Rosenquist makes his final stop.
And this is key for the last step on that podium because we saw Lundgaard come in. He was trying to get that stop, get out on track, and hopefully make the time up. But as we've seen today, the overcut traditionally is the one that works. Where does Rosie come out in relation to Lundgaard? We're moments away from finding out. Lundgaard's tires will be up to temperature. Rosenquist will have to push on regardless. And so far,
there goes Rosie. The 7 is behind him, so Lundgaard's still back there by a good chunk. You see it up there on the map. And he's now got 2 cars in between him, so just advantage to Rosenquist.
So easy brutal for Newgarden to lose a lap now and basically be totally taken out of it. Was doing such a great job. It advanced so many positions. The gambles appear to be working. He was doing everything right behind the wheel.
Palou is in.
Final stop for Alex Palou up near the end of pit lane, looking for a flawless stop. These are the hard Firestones once again. One more lap, we think, for Kyle Kirkwood. Palou is away.
And Palou pushing for a third win on the bounce. To take 3 wins in a row to open the season. This is where he will push, and he pushed on his in lap. He got that gap down to under half a second to Kyle Kirkwood. The race leader now has to put it all on the line and push with everything he's got, as Palou has to do the same.
And importantly for Palou, he has no traffic to deal with, but not the case for Kyle Kirkwood. He has now caught the back of the pack, and he is losing precious time right now. He's got to come to the box.
Got to come in. That was devastating result. He really has to hope that the team can get the job done, that maybe Palou has a bit of a bobble, but that's not exactly what we know Alex Palou to do. As Jack, he comes to you now.
If you brush your teeth twice a day, watch this. Your dentist.
Adverts again. How lovely of them to do this. Right when I was having lunch as well. So, still under yellow for the lunch break.
Literally just about to hit his marks. The most important 2 laps of the entire weekend now for Kyle Kirkwood and the Andretti team are literally happening. That in lap, this out lap, slight hiccup there I would say, but pretty smooth. He's going to hustle as hard as he can down to turn 1 and hopefully get out ahead of the Palou.
Slight delay getting away for Kyle Kirkwood. The gap was half a second that Kirkwood led Palou when Palou came into the pits. Keep your eyes on your race leader exiting pit lane. Keep your eye on that number 10 on the track map, and you'll see the yellow and red DHL car in vision any moment. Running down into turn 1. Who will have the lead of this race? Kirkwood exits. There's Palou.
But we've seen how long it takes these hard tires to come up to temperature. Palou now through turn 1. He's got the bit between his teeth.
Jack talked about the overcut is usually the play here because of this, because it's so narrow. Even if Palou gets to Kirkwood right here, there's really nowhere to get by. Kirkwood has to make sure he doesn't make a mistake right here. Exiting turn 5, it looked good.
It's the highest pressure situation for a driver. You're leading the race. You've got almost no grip on those cold tires, but you have to push because there's a 3-time champion breathing down your neck. Kirkwood being flawless so far.
The moment that Kirkwood knew he had to defend with everything he's got. Palou coming fast on the faster tire. And you know what? Every single driver on their up or down positions on where they started, the only one that hasn't changed for is Kyle Kirkwood, and that's not something we've been able to say this season. We haven't had a win from pole all the way through this year. Shows the job that Kyle Kirkwood has done thus far today, in particular when you think about the man that he's had to keep behind him for the majority of this race. Alex Palou now over 2.5 seconds behind the pole sitter. Car of Rosenqvist looking back at Lundgaard, and Lundgaard is coming for him. The gap has been cut right down. It's under half a second between the McLaren driver and the Meyer Shank driver ahead of him. This for the final spot on the podium.
Oh boy.
Lundgaard love to make it back-to-back podium.
Lundgaard looked really, really good coming out of turn 11, but he just doesn't have much push to pass left. Neither does Rosenqvist as it goes to 0. So nothing left to defend with. Here comes Lundgaard.
Shaping him up, goes to the inside.
Out of line. Inside.
Had to do it there. Had to get it done, and he executed. Rosie tried to fight it, but just gave him enough room. Heads up driving as both drivers exhausted. Their push to pass on that final attempt. Right on board with him now in this replay.
I loved how he kind of went, then held up, and then fired in with authority. Kind of kept Rosenqvist guessing. I think Rosenqvist a little unsure whether or not Lundgaard was going to really go for it.
I think Lundgaard a little unsure if he was really going to go for it, but we don't call him, what is it, Lungeguard for nothing?
One lap to go. Look at the number of push-to-pass seconds that Kyle Kirkwood is going to take with him, although you can't take him anywhere.
Kyle Kirkwood told me in the lead up to this season how much he had worked on himself, on his body, on his mind over the winter. He was so unhappy not taking home a victory in 2024. He said that was the first thing that he wanted to correct this season. The second was consistency. He has had that for the opening 3 weekends, and here in Long Beach, he has been dominant and crushingly perfect. From pole position to the checkered flag, Kyle Kirkwood wins in Long Beach.
Come on, boys. Let's go! Oh, my gosh. Great job. Been a tragedy as always. Thank you guys so much.
And he's at least had one teammate down here to greet him. Kyle Kirkwood is getting used to victory lane at Long Beach. 2 of his 3 wins, all 3 on street courses. And Kyle, you've just beaten the driver that some started to wonder if he was beatable at all. How did you hold off Alex Palou after your last stop and you came out right in front of him on cold tires?
I tell you what, he didn't make it easy on us. I mean, hats off to Prefab Honda today.
Hey, good job, brother.
Dude, huge one. Excuse his language. I mean, yeah. I mean, what a great day. We controlled the race from practice, right? I mean, we felt like we were in control. Really good qualifying, amazing race, amazing strategy, but it was just execution all across the board is what won us that race here today. Because if Palou was in front, he would have beat us for sure. This was a track position race here today without any yellows. And, I mean, hats off to the Prefab Honda Andretti guys. Amazing job. And this is our coast-to-coast weekend with Andretti and TWG Motorsports. And to finish it off with a win, man, that is so cool, so cool. So hats off to the entire organization. They really deserve this one.
And you're second in the championship now. Is the 27 team coming?
Oh, we're trying. I said that before this weekend. This is where we turn it around. And, you know, we're super happy with this win, but we're also upset that Palou finished second, right? Like, well, we need to start getting more of these. That's the only way to beat him. So we're going to reflect on this one, soak in this win, and then straight into Barber, where hopefully we can do this all over again. But this is a good one. It's been a long time. I had a drought last year of no wins, and this is huge for me, huge for my morale, huge for the 27 crew, huge for Honda. 50th Grand Prix here at Long Beach, right? And to win it in a Honda, the Acura Grand Prix is huge.
And a 2-time winner here in the streets of Long Beach, and the team is here. Go celebrate. Kyle Kirkwood wins again.
The reigning IndyCar champion, Alex Palou. You're starting the season, 2 wins and happy with this, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you never feel amazing when you finish second, but honestly, the 27 car, Kyle, they were amazing all weekend, super fast. I tried my chances, but we couldn't really make it work. Had a really bad start on my side, and that kind of put us in the back foot. But anyway, I think we did the best we could. Amazing to be here second, but hopefully next year we can just improve one step.
And your family are here, your mum, your dad, your sister. It was so cool getting to see you celebrate with them. Just say what that support means to you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't get to see them very, very often, living in the States, and they're still in Spain. But yeah, it's amazing. It's been 4 months since I've seen them. And for me to get them a podium, it's good. And I cannot wait for them to meet my daughter on Monday. So yeah.
Congratulations, champ.
Thank you.
Kevin?
It's back-to-back podiums now for Christian Lundgaard. He goes from 12th to 3rd, and you were the highest starter starting on the harder compound. Seemed to work pretty well. What made it work for you?
This one's dedicated to the crew. I think everybody on the number 7 Velo Era McLaren Chevrolet got to rebuild the car yesterday. I topped the car in the crash in qualifying. This is to them. It's to John Edwards, who unfortunately passed away, close to Carl Larson. Will join us for the month of May. So this one's to everybody on the entire McLaren team.
You had a big-time overtake at the end of the race, getting past Felix Rosenqvist. It's tough to pass here. How did you get that done?
It's funny because I was on lap 42, and I saw I had 109 seconds left. And then I forgot about it. I forgot about my overtake. So I think that paid dividends at the end of the race, and we were able to get Felix there. I think he was being nice at the end there in turn 1, but I'm just proud to get this one for the team. This is the work that they put in yesterday. I told him I'll buy them a couple of beers when we got home next week, but I think giving them a trophy is good on top of that too.
Well done. Christian Lundgaard is 3rd in the championship now. Hey, you're not done. Go celebrate. Get on up that podium. It's about time for that.
Podium galores then coming through at the moment. Okay, not a bad season we're having so far. Still, the presentation's coming up soon, and we have around about 45 minutes to go until all of the action kicks up, and we will be go for the afternoon's session. Okay, let's have a word then and a conversation about the open test, and we will join down through because Legendary and veteran IndyCar racer J.R. Hildebrand joined the IndyCar team a few days ago for a breakdown of what to look for in the open test.
You're probably familiar with the old saying, never be the smartest person in the room. But if you're J.R. Hildebrand, that's virtually impossible. He's the smartest guy I know in racing. A 12-time starter at the Indianapolis 500. Indy Next by Firestone champion back in 2009. He's done the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, IMSA, you name it. Great to catch up with JR. And we were thinking about who best we could get to describe what drivers and teams are going through in a week like this leading up to the Indy 500 Open Test. And we knew you could explain everything eloquently. So no pressure.
Yeah, much appreciated. That's, you're laying it on thick at the beginning to get me nice and tuned up for this.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No, you're the best, man. Thanks for doing this. First of all, before we talk about that, you want to catch up a little bit for people that want to know what you're doing. What are you doing?
If you had 2 cars or more on finance between 20.
Yeah, man, got certainly staying busy. There's no question about that. Have a 2-year-old daughter in the house now, so that's keeping us busy as much as anything on the professional side. But yeah, getting ready for Pikes Peak Hill Climb coming up in June. Got some other programs that'll be after that are still sort of yet to be fully announced. But yeah, been since competing last at the Speedway, obviously always looking for ways to get back on track at Indy. It's just such a special place that I've been fortunate to be able to really make a living and a career out of building a career out of just racing at the 500, and for a lot of years. So I certainly have a lot of appreciation for that, and I just love turning laps around the place, like one way or the other. I'd show up in the middle of winter if there was a chance to go do a few laps. So there's obviously staying around the IndyCar paddock and keeping up with people is a part of the game. Same thing in some other places. I've done 24 Hours Daytona and done some other IMSA stuff over the last few years, which was exciting. But frankly, starting to think a little bit more about what are some of the things outside of just being a hired gun or whatever that are interesting, and that's considering what other opportunities there are inside of teams, kind of considering what team ownership looks like, and maybe not at the IndyCar level, but just in different places. And it's exciting to look at the motorsport landscape from a little bit more of a zoomed out point of view. You mentioned that I've, over the last 5 or 6 years, gone and done just kind of anything that's got 4 wheels. I'll go give it a whirl. And that's been really exciting, and met a lot of great people doing that. So yeah, just keeping my foot in the door wherever I can, and yeah, it's been a fun couple of years here looking at it that way.
Yeah, you're kind of old school in that regard. So if you're driving anything with 4 wheels on it, that's very old school. So I dig that. So that's cool. Hey, all right. So Indy 500 Open Test. How important can a test like this be?
It's important for a couple of reasons, particularly this year, and I guess I would say just as time has evolved here. One of those reasons is just because there's the time that you have on track in preparation for qualifying weekend is more condensed than it sort of has ever been. Just we kind of continue to whittle away at the available days, basically. So sometimes the days have gotten longer, they've been extended. But you think about the teams, what you're really thinking about is you get 1 day of weather in there, and it doesn't make any difference how long the days are. It just completely wipes out, your entire day. Even days that are super windy. I mean, that's happened at times over the last few years, and affects the way that you're able to go about your planning. So I think it's particularly, we now have this, you have almost a full additional day or the better part of an additional day on Monday after qualifying weekend, which has kind of been added in to make up for some of that time loss on the front end. But when you're thinking about just getting up to qualifying and being prepared for qualifying, that day doesn't really help you much at that point. So this is, in part, teams will be looking at this just as an extension off the front end of more practice time getting ready for the first part of it. That's why it's important, I guess, on one hand. The other part of it is it's going to be the first time certainly in a big group, and first time for some teams and some drivers driving the car with the hybrid unit at the speedway. So this year in particular, that will be factoring in pretty significantly to just the way that teams are looking at what they want to get out of these upcoming couple of days.
How you feel about this? I haven't asked you about this yet, but I think in qualifying, I think you'll see everyone be pretty similar in how they regen or deploy the hybrid system. In race trim, though, on race day, it can really stir some things up, right?
Unskippable adverts. It's what happens when we have a 2-hour test coverage and no one gives any information. Okay, finally skip.
Yeah, definitely. I think in qualifying, particularly on the oval, just because there's not a regen opportunity once you get going. I think, like you said, there'll be a couple of different teams will be playing. That's part of what teams will be messing around with this week on Thursday, the second day. There's a block of time allocated just for high boost running, which you would only do qualifying simulation with that high boost target. So that you'll see everybody out there utilizing that time for that reason. And some of that time definitely will be soaked up within teams, splitting up some different, on multi-car teams, splitting up some different thoughts or strategies around how do you deploy the hybrid energy, basically, that you'll start your qualifying run with. So just throwing some things at the wall, like, what is it like? What does your run look like if you fire it all off during the first lap? What does it look like if you use it over the first couple of laps? What does it look like if you try to conserve some of it so that you're using it throughout the 4 laps? Just trying to kind of understand what are the compromises, what are the trade-offs between those different potential strategies that are out there. I mean, I think it's worth just noting. Again, I think even within the paddock, you sometimes kind of forget about it because once you get to the speedway, it's just such a different animal in so many ways. But it's basically the longest qualifying run that you'll make throughout the year. I mean, even at a road or street circuit, not even factoring in the hybrid component of this whole thing, at a road or street circuit, you're still just ripping one lap and then usually backing off and doing another lap. So 4 continuous laps, and they all count, is pretty different, really. And definitely when you throw in these components, I mean, we just, you think about qualifying at Indianapolis differently for that reason, just in terms of your engine prep for the first lap, regardless of hybridization or deployment that you're really in control of. So that'll be a factor here, and teams, I think, I'm sure everybody has a simulated optimal scenario already, but they'll still go mess around with some things just to sort of see how it ends up actually shaking out in real life. And so to your point, in all likelihood, by the time we show up at qualifying, you'll probably see most teams doing one of a couple of things. But yeah, exactly like you said, once you get to the race, it'll be the way that you've seen it so far, which is, drivers using it in all kinds of different scenarios, and being, I think, a big part of it, particularly at the speedways or just the oval races, is just building up a familiarity with it so that it really is second nature in the car, so that you don't kind of just get caught out a little bit by not using it when you should have, or something like that. So for the drivers, it's about trying to turn it into something that you can kind of subconsciously just react with when you need it, rather than it being something that, to start out with, it'll be something that they're having to think a lot about while they're driving. Like, okay, should I use it now, or what's the timing of this, or do I leave it on or pull it off, or whatever. So, and I think it's important to mention that, just in the context that it's not like push to pass, in that you've got a certain amount of it, and like there is a regen component to get it back to then use it again. So it's just a more sort of layered process basically to optimize.
Yeah, for many drivers, as if they weren't busy or weren't already busy enough inside the cockpit. Now you got an extra button and some other thoughts to go through. But I guess question for you. I mean, basically you've got 6 hours Wednesday. You got 2.5 hours of that high boost session Thursday morning, and then let's call it another basically 3 hours Thursday afternoon. To your point, can it almost be too much time? Like if you're going down the wrong path, all of a sudden you might go down a rabbit hole, and then then you start really scratching your head by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's interesting. Which
is the last thing I know anybody wants to do. I realize that.
No, yeah, you're right though. Having done these tests a lot over the years, I've definitely been on different sides of the fence from that perspective. But teams that even is a part of the strategic thinking of what you're going to do at this test versus the way you might treat the first 2 days of practice of Indianapolis 500, qualifying week. And the reason I bring that up is, broadly speaking, I don't want to call it's not the conservative way of looking at this, but sort of just the practical way of looking at this is everybody's always feeling like they're running out of time to make the car better rolling into qualifying. They're always feeling like there's, changes that they wish they'd had the chance to make coming into, carb day, going into race day. So the sort of practical thing to do is just start with what you think and start working on the mechanical balance of the car with with the package that you intend, that you expect basically to be using going into the race these days. And this has been the case, I would say, for the majority of my period of time here in the IndyCar series. We'll say certainly from DW12, to the contemporaries, to sort of using this chassis, that I think there may have once been a time in the IndyCar series where if you looked at the setup sheet for a team for qualifying, that was quite different from the setup sheet for the race, just in terms of the springs, shock package, roll centers, all of these kinds of things. These days, there could certainly still be teams that you'd see that difference, but there's a number of the highest qualifying, highest performing race winning teams. There's just not that big of a difference. So that works in the favor of teams generally, that you can sort of work on one mechanical package for both as you approach. You can do it at the higher downforce, lower boost target, and sort of have the reasonable expectation that then once you get to higher boost and you start trimming the car out, that you're not going to have something completely different for going and qualifying, and executing on those days at your highest level. So I'm basically bringing all of that up to say the practical thing to do here is just to start working on that mechanical balance. All of the teams talked about how big a factor the addition of the hybrid unit was last year to their mechanical balance, to the point that a lot of the teams basically said the biggest difference for us in terms of overall performance with the hybrid unit is just, can we get back to where we have the balance of the car being what we think it's going to be while the hybrid unit is being deployed and regenning and all of these things. So my personal take would be most teams will just be going with what they expect to use rolling into sort of qualifying week, and are going to just start the tuning process now on that. But it is a time, because you do have a couple of weeks here in between this test and when you actually get on track for Indy 500, for the month of May, we'll say, that if you have outlying question marks, like things that you're just not really sure of, that maybe you think could be big gains but are a risk, or there's something that's going to take a long time for you to set the car up this way and then go back to the pad and reorient it back another way or whatever. I've definitely been in scenarios where these test days are where you try that stuff, because you've got the time to really soak in all the data, and you don't have to then immediately make that call for which direction you're going to go, the following day at practice that starts 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever. So I think it's in most cases, you'll see teams just starting to work on the mechanical balance that they expect to use going into race week. But it's not a bad time to go down some of those rabbit holes, that you mentioned earlier, if you're going to do it.
Better now than qualifying week in May, without a question, right? Probably. So ideally then, how do teams want to feel when their 2 days are over this week?
I think you probably want to feel a couple of things. You want to feel like your baseline race package is on the right track. That's unquestionably the main thing that you want to feel coming out of Thursday this week, that the car felt good for the drivers, that they were confident bending the car into the corner and sticking to a late turn-in arc and doing all the things that you need to be able to do from a driver's perspective, just to maximize what you then are going to be able to extract out of the car's grip and performance in both a race and a qualifying situation. Like I said before, I mean, my experience certainly has been that feels good for one of those things in terms of inspiring confidence. It's good starting point for the other, and vice versa. The other part of that is,
if you feel like you're behind Thursday afternoon, at what point does panic set in?
I think there's a big enough gap that at least you could convince yourself that it's not time to panic. It probably depends on where you're at, what your expectations were coming in, and right, really how bad you felt like you were. The panic starts to set in, frankly, when you have known what the problem is. For like, if you rolled off the truck and the car was crappy, straight off the truck on Wednesday, and you just didn't make any progress with it over the course of 2 days, then you will definitely have some panic. If you've been on the go down the rabbit hole mode over 2 days and you've just been trying a bunch of stuff to try to check some boxes, and maybe none of that stuff really pans out, then you're kind of like, all right, well, maybe ultimately that was kind of you could look at that was a waste of time in that scenario, but at least you've narrowed down, the things that you're going to work on and the direction that you think you need to go when you come back for race day. Or come back for, sort of the true month of May.
This is kind of random. You've been around this game long enough. True or false? It's more difficult than ever to win the Indianapolis 500.
Say what?
I think
both is a yes and no is kind of is the right answer, probably, right?
It's never been an easy race to win.
Yeah.
Right. There's never been a situation where it's been easy. So I think it really just comes down to what perspective you're looking at that from. I would say it's definitely over these last few years, and I would expect this year to be the same. It has unquestionably become harder to come from behind to win the Indy 500. So I guess on those grounds, I would say it is harder now, because I think there's just, by the nature of how the cars race and how they work in dirty air and how good the good cars are that are up at the front and the good drivers and teams, there's fewer mistakes. You have the good guys in the good cars are like gonna be there, right? So certainly the field and the teams are as stacked as they've ever been. That makes the difficulty level high. But in addition to that, I would say there have certainly been times in the past where the cars were just the way their aero and whatever the situation was you could kind of get shuffled back. You could be outside the top 10 with a couple of stints to go, and if you just had everything dialed, not necessarily maybe needing to have the absolute best car in the field, you could sort of work your way back up into a position of contention, where then at that point maybe you just get a little bit of the musical chairs at the end of the race and it works in your favor. And I feel like now you really only see that dynamic happening with the cars that are up there at that point. You know, I mean, these last few years, you really just haven't seen anybody who wasn't in contention for a big chunk of the race working their way into that position late in the race. So it's become a little bit of a longer game, I think, from that point of view, which fundamentally just takes you. I think the other way to look at that is if you haven't been able to make the right moves in that long game, you're sort of out of contention earlier now than I think it has been in the past.
So many storylines. Obviously, Joseph going for 3 in a row, which has never been done before. You've got 2 superstars in Alex Palou and Pato O'Ward, who have yet to win the Indy 500, and both certainly obviously have a great chance at it this year. One of the storylines, and you kind of know the history of Prema. Here's a brand new team coming on the scene. Tell me, how do you handicap what they're about to go up against this week, and then when they come back in May?
Yeah, I mean, I think this week for them, particularly with Robert, is just going to be just try to get comfortable and try to make the cars predictable, and that may be at the expense of doing as much race running or really, get it. You by definition have to start getting more aggressive with the race car, with the setup of the race car, if you really want to feel like you can work your way through even just a pack of a couple of cars now. So it's kind of a tricky thing to figure out for young drivers or rookie drivers that don't have that much time around the place. Is okay, making it comfortable for you to be out there on your own actually makes it less comfortable once you get into traffic, and that's the disparity there is kind of significant actually in terms of the way that it's going to feel in those two scenarios. So, I mean, you'll talk to a lot of the guys that have had great runs at the speedway, whether that be in qualifying or the race, and they'll sort of tell you, like, if you end up, once you've tuned the car for race traffic and to be able to run inside the top 10, if you ever end up out there completely by yourself, you will have the tools like maxed out in the opposite direction, right, just to try to, like, you're kind of Pato O'Ward last year, hanging on for dear life. Like, just watching his onboard was giving me sweaty palms. So, there's a little bit of that you'll be trying to build confidence as quickly as possible so that you can start working the car into the window that it's just going to need to be, basically, when you start to approach the race situation. As a team, personally, they've got a lot of good people there. I love that they've got Ryan Briscoe in-house, because he's just, he was around at Foyt when I was there for a couple of years, and just really liked it. He has a very level-headed approach and has been doing a little bit more driver coaching, been back inside the IndyCar paddock with some other teams for the last few years. So I think that he'll definitely be somebody who can just bring, I think, a necessary level of recent experience and sort of calm to what they're doing. Callum, I was always impressed with Callum on the ovals. I mean, I was around him in his rookie year, followed him around at a few places and was like, man, this guy's definitely got the requisite skill set here to be good at these places, and had some good finishes over that period of time. But hard to be in that position without having been in a position previously where you were really able to feel like this is what it's like to be in an ass-kicking car around this place. I was really fortunate to get that early in my career. Like, you just knew right away, like, oh, okay, this is how it's supposed to feel, right? And that sticks with you forever. They don't really have that built into the driver lineup there, I don't think. So, it's going to be a matter of trying to move through things as efficiently as you can, but not moving too fast, because that quickly turns into, one step forward, 2 steps back.
I like what you said about Ryan. I completely agree. Calmness is what he brings to it. And it's just good to have him back around the IndyCar series too. Last thing, I know you haven't been at the Speedway to compete in a couple of years. I got to ask you, do you miss it a little bit?
Oh man. Yeah. More than anything else, definitely in the motorsport world. Lots of things that I've been fortunate to do, and Whatever. But the Speedway, for me, I know it's this way for a lot of guys. It's the place that you kind of go to sleep thinking about and wake up in the morning, I wonder if this would work there, or, just running it through your head. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. I must have 20,000 laps around the place, over 12 500s and all the test days and all the practice and all that kind of stuff. But it just sticks with you. And it's one of those places that just lives up to the hype every time. Like, as a race car driver, you're looking for a certain kind of feeling when you get in a race car, and a part of that's how it feels, part of that's the speed of it, all of those things. But the Speedway is still, qualifying at Indy in particular, is like, you are on the ragged edge, and there's no question when you're there's no question about it, and as a driver, it's one of those places, it's a place and a circumstance that just being able to tolerate that commitment level and stay within yourself and do all of those things, it uniquely challenges you at like a level of magnitude to do those things that you sort of just don't get from a lot of other races, a lot of other racetracks. So I'm definitely, it's been a bummer not to be there the last couple of years for sure, but it's always, I feel like I've gotten the odd phone call about showing up and, being on standby or being ready to fill in or whatever. And so, that kind of keeps you, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Like, it keeps me mentally engaged enough to be ready to just like jump in and go. But, I mean, it's just such a cool place. And like I said at the beginning, like, I'm so fortunate to have been able to call Indianapolis home for such a long part of my, motorsport journey, because, despite anything that's gone on there, it's definitely paid me back, from that point of view.
I mean, it's such a magical place, and it's not just one storyline at the end of the day. There's 33 storylines that are being told each and every race. I mean, you go back to Norland Siegel in qualifying last year, to your point earlier. The kid wasn't going to lift. He was going to do everything he could to make the show. And it's stuff like that is inspiring. Let me say this. I know you've been a fan favorite since your rookie year at the Speedway, and your thoughtfulness, if you want to call it that, in everything you do is inspiring. So thank you for that. I'm laying it on again pretty thick, aren't I? Thanks for doing this. I hope we get to see you during the month of May as well. And I'll just say we're all smarter now for having to listen to you for 30 minutes.
I hope so. I'm doing my best, Dave. So I'll hopefully catch you out in Indy.
Thanks, JR. Countdown to May's on. Thanks, pal.
Jay Hildebrand there talking with the team. Okay, finally, we've got 20 minutes, or 18 or so, coming up left before we are underway once again. Now, we've had a few brushes with the wall out here today, let's say the least as well. But at least everyone is A-OK. Let's get the testing reactions then so far from Graham Rahal, who said that he is confident for a 2025 after past struggles. He sat down yesterday with Georgia.
We're down here with Graham Rahal. Graham, first and foremost, out of the car, been in the car already today. Yep. How was that session?
Yeah, I mean, so far I think it was okay. I would say decent pace right away. I mean, for us, that's important, right? Just to go out and see that the car's got a little bit of natural speed is something we've not really had here the last couple of years, making an obvious statement. And, so I think like my third lap was a 2:22. So I was pleased with that. Obviously we still need to work on the car balance a little bit. Tire wear was extremely high, just being green track. I think I was one of the first 3 or 4 guys out on track, so tire wear was pretty significant. But, look, all in all, it's just fine. Beautiful day out here. Tomorrow's supposed to be good, too, so we'll get in plenty of running.
Over the course of the off-season, what improvements were made to bring that extra speed here to the Speedway?
Yeah, a lot. I was just saying to, I can't even remember, somebody on the pit lane, Marshall Pruitt, I think, that, if it didn't work this time, I think I would really start to scratch my head and wonder, what has to happen? Because I feel like we have turned over so many stones. I mean, that it's you start to just wonder, you know, if we don't find any speed, then what can cause it? Now, I think I've been outspoken about this, that, you know, a few years ago we had a change in the engineering core. Brought in several guys from Formula One, and unfortunately they really, you know, didn't have a good grasp on what Indianapolis is. I think people often don't understand how difficult this sport is. It's a game of millimeters, if not smaller, particularly around Indy. And, you know, the methodology that they brought really put us in the back foot. And so we've had to kind of unearth ourselves from that a little bit. But there's also just a lot more. That it continuously evolves all the time. And you see, you know, what some of the other teams are doing with gearbox prep and upright prep and all these sorts of things. We had to do some catching up, and I feel like we've done it. So, look, there'll be more that's done before we come back here to race. I'll guarantee that, too. I mean, there's another stage of probably a lot of the things that we're doing. So we'll see how it goes.
Expanding again to a 4-car team.
Yeah.
What does that process look like? Just getting ready to have 4 cars to try to make the big race.
Well, I didn't know we were doing 4 cars till I read the announcement on social media.
Oh.
True statement. So we're very lucky, though, that, you know, my longtime crew chief, Donnie, has come off the road. So he's at home all the time. So he's really leading up Takuma's car in the 75. You've got guys like Sean Ford on there. I mean, just a lot of great talent of guys with tons of experience that have been dedicated to that car. I feel like we're way more prepared now than we ever have been for that 4th car. I think the other thing for us, and it's part of this step of why have we struggled at Indy, is the other thing I feel like we've done a great job is starting to equalize the cars, understanding why one car in the wind tunnel is good versus the other, and being able to get a lot of that data to try to make sure that all of them are closer. So actually tonight, this evening, that's one of our plans, is for every car to go run in very equal simulation to see, you know, the speed, and hopefully that we see they're fairly close.
Obviously have the addition of Louis Foster, Devlin, Takuma. How's the team dynamic going on?
Well, Louis great. He's a great young guy. I mean, he's obviously a bit nervous about today and just getting up to speed, and you know, but he's done a really good job at all of the tests that he's done, Nashville, Gateway, getting into this, and obviously in lights he was always there and did very, very well. Dev is he's like a golden retriever, always happy, always smiling, all over the place all the time. He's like a squirrel constantly. But, you know, Dev brings a lot of spirit in. I'll be honest with you, the guy's fast. Like, he definitely has got speed, and, you know, we've been working hard with him. But I think he's been a very positive addition. And, of course, Taku is, you know, it's funny to me see him in the refresher here, because I don't understand how Elio is not in the refresher, but yet Takuma is. But anyway, obviously he knows his way around here, and I'm excited to see what he thinks of the developments in the offseason.
I'm sure you've been able to give a lot of advice to Devlin and Louis, but have they been able to teach you anything?
Well, not yet here, at least.
Maybe not here.
You know, I think at some of the road, Louis' driving style is quite different. Dev and I are quite similar in the way that we attack the corner and stuff. Louis, in particular, at the Barber test was like a very, very unique driving style that, from what I'd seen, kind of remind me of James Jakes sort of 13 years ago. So there's things that you can certainly take from that. And I have a lot of belief that Louis, you know, he kind of had a rough start to the year, but I think he's going to start to hit his stride here, and he can have some, you know, really good positives to finish out the season, even though, I mean, we're early, but I think you're going to see a lot of speed, but obviously a lot of racing, a racecraft, and things start to pick up for him. So I'm excited. He's a good young kid. This has grounded him for sure. I have no doubt, like most, he comes in here and thinks, you know, I'm just going to crush all these guys. Different world for sure. But he's got tons of talent. He works very hard within the team, and I'm eager to see what he can do.
Well, Barber up next, but we have 2 days of testing ahead of us, so good luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Graham Rahal there talking. We have 12 minutes until the green light goes on, and the afternoon session will be underway here. So let's catch up then. He has hit the wall this afternoon, and we'll be hearing from that. But first of all, let's catch up with what Takuma Sato says. As yes, he's hit the wall right now, but he is looking for a 3rd victory here this year.
Takuma Sato turned the fastest laps of this session, and the two-time champ is with Georgia Henneberry.
He sure did. We were talking about the irony. A two-time champ has to do the refresher session, but you actually said it's much needed. Can you elaborate on that?
It sounds weird, you know, but I would say I really appreciate the IndyCar for they make me, make everyone for the program out of the car for 12 months because, you know, you not get used to going 220 miles per hour. Yeah. Even you experience in your life, it's just like down the pit lane, blimey, it just cars so reactive and so fast, and you get used to probably after 10 laps. But the refresher program just gives you a little bit cushion, like no pressure, and you can do it 15 laps each for the next segment. And that's I think I would say it's a really good program. Saying that, the last time I did it was a rookie orientation 15 years ago. So just to remind me, I could picture the day we went to, and it was a nice program.
So what is that feeling like, the first 10 laps or so, when you haven't been in the car and you're like, wow, this is fast?
It's just excitement as well. So you need to adjust a lot of things. For example, this year, the totally new different wheels for the hybrid system, and you need to get used to. Now, of course, you don't do it for the lots of Christmas things, you know, for the first outing, but just make sure everything's settled in, make sure you're comfortable with it, and then feed it out for the throttle. And this is what I remember, and then melt into the conditions. That's then it's just to make comfortable. That's the first step. So I think everything was very smooth, and I think I must say, team did a fantastic job for the preparation for me.
How was that session specifically for you? What did you like? What did you not like?
Well, what I like was hybrid.
Yeah.
It's quite fun, actually. Yeah.
Good.
Region, deploy, a totally new experience. Now, I know for the mechanism from the road cars, but in race cars, I never experienced in this sensation. And you can feel the power, you can feel what's happening, and that's good. The downside is obviously weight. You know, everybody's saying that. It's more than 100 pounds on the back of the car. So just the polar moment, and just when you get the sensation of getting to the corner, the back of the car, it's just to keep rotating, which is not a positive way for me. So we need to work onto the car. It's definitely a game changer for that, because the setup we've been having competitive one is not entirely sure that 100% apply. You know, I think we have to find out a little bit more and more. So I mean, that's the name of the sport. I think I'd like to challenge, and the engineering part is doing a really good job. So I think all in all, it's great for the fans to have a tool to do something working with.
We talked to Graham a little bit earlier about all the improvements that they tried to make in the off season to the Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan cars. Can you feel those improvements off the bat?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was able to back in a Rahal car last year, I obviously working on to some of the experience on the different teams, and the seeing all the good faces, and that was really good. But it's not to really scratch the paper. Just you never be able to continue to what you've been done. So this year, going to the second year for when I come back to the team. For third time, was it? Yeah. So that's good. If you look at my boys, my chief, like 80% of the boys was my familiar faces, and a couple of new guys, and I bring back my engineer from Ireland, and he was supposed to be retired a couple of years ago. But anyway, all in all, I think the Bobby and particularly Mike Lanigan funding for the financial part for the team as the stability, and like Graham said, I think keep working on the engineering side is very strong. I think continue the work is what the result you can see. So hopefully all the preparation over the course of the winter, the team's done. It looks like it's working well at the moment. It's a little too early to say, but it's working well.
Well, and speaking of bringing back memories, you are going for your third Indianapolis 500 championship. When you walk into the Speedway, can you recount those memories and, of course, winning the Indianapolis 500?
Absolutely. I mean, IMS is a place, for the sport, and not just a personal level, just for the globally. I've been experienced for the other categories, including Formula One, but this is nothing like it. And I always love to come back to the Motor Speedway, and you just feel it out. And obviously 2020 was a pandemic, and there's no spectators, just grey, sad, lonely. But we know the fans are waiting for the outside safely that day, so we're still winning, counting big time for us. But imagine if we can do it again. Over 300,000 people. I just cannot imagine. Just appreciation is going more and more and more, regardless what the result you are.
It's not May yet, but it sure feels like it. It's almost there. Thank you, Takuma Sato. Appreciate your time.
Gearing up then for the start of the session in a few moments' time. Let's head back over and join our commentary team. Apparently we don't have that just at the moment. They're just gearing up, ready to go in the next minute. So this is the afternoon session. This is now going to be open practice time for everybody venturing out there this afternoon. Freedom to do whatever they like and whatever strategy they need to run. So yeah, be warned. This is going to be quite the entertaining run around as we get ready for the afternoon to get going. Quickly, let's hear from Kyle Larson.
Larson has been checked and released from the INDYCAR medical unit. And Kyle, can you just walk us through the incident?
Yeah, I just was starting my qualifying laps there and just got really tight. Just a bunch of understeer through one and ran out of space off of turn one. So yeah, I kind of fought the understeer feeling yesterday and yeah, carried over to today. So honestly though, I'm happy to crash my first IndyCar and live through it. So yeah, but we'll just work on it and try and get the balance more comfortable. I just didn't quite feel like I had the feeling I needed yesterday, and then it really carried over to today. I think when you're going faster, you know, it really stood out. So yeah, just bummer, but also, you know, encouraging that it didn't feel, I know it wasn't like a big hit or anything, but it didn't feel anything different than what I was expecting.
We're glad to see you're okay.
Thanks.
And we are gearing up for the start of said session. In just a few moments' time, we will be going green and the afternoon will get underway. So let's quickly go behind the scenes with Takuma Sato, who's a two-time winner at this circuit.
First of all, nice to be back to the, of course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Rahal at Running and Racing. And in my life, it's actually the first time doing a refresher, which reminds me looking orientation back in, was it 15, 16 years ago? So it'd be nice to build up the speed and see everything is function. That's most important things today. Obviously, the last few seasons have been difficult, the weather condition for the open test, but look at this beautiful sky. So I'm really excited, really looking forward to working with some of the new faces, as well as I think 80% is a good, my old friend. So very excited to be back here. The refresher session. It was pretty fun. As I said earlier, it was 15 years ago that I did in Lucky orientation, and just reminds me a little bit. But nevertheless, I think once we've done a program, we completed a couple of the items that we wanted to check for the cooling and all the functions. That's all good, so it's very positive. Now, of course, we need to go to the actual test session in next one, but before that, the car went to the patch, and the measure that everything is fine with hot conditions, so everything looks to be very smooth and good start. You know, you not get used to going 220 miles per hour. Yeah. Even you experience in your life. It's just like down the pit lane, blimey, it just car's so reactive and so fast, and you get used to probably after 10 laps, but the refresher program just gives you a little bit cushion, like no pressure, and you can do it 15 laps each for the next segment, and that's I think I would say it's a really good program. IMS is a place, for the sport. This is nothing like it, and I always love to come back to the Motor Speedway. Very good first day. I'm very satisfied and jump in the car, something, the 12 months for the time, get the speed, get used to the speed, and over the course of winter, I think the team prepared really, really well, make me comfortable. So it's a solid first day. We've done a couple of test items and we completed, so going to the second day, the first time practice, we actually have a taste of the high boost, and which is quite exciting. So overnight, I think all the engineers are looking for data and they make the car go fast. And certainly, I'm really happy and really enjoying the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So thank you very much.
So we're getting ready then for the afternoon to gear up, and we're around about 45 seconds away from that. For the first hour, we'll be back with James and Alan Bestwick. Then me and JT will take over, then half an hour with the World Feed, half an hour with us once more, as we continue on our action of today. Just a reminder to you that this weekend we also have the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship, the whole coverage, trackside live at Donington Park, as well as MotoGP tomorrow morning. That's going to be live on JB Motorsports 2 with the race on Sunday on the main JB Motorsports channel. Okay, let's send it back upstairs then, as we are going to get the green light, and the afternoon 3 hours of running is underway here for the INDYCAR Open Test. It's green light, and away we go. Joseph Newgarden will venture out onto the circuit as well. Let's see what we've got to offer. Away we go then. Let's send it back upstairs.
On a spectacular day in the racing capital of the world, we're ready for the final session of Indianapolis 500 Open Testing as we get ready for 3 hours of track time for last preparations heading into the month of May. Sun-splashed is the way to describe the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. Just amazing conditions for April here in the Heartland, and a great crowd of fans has turned out, and we thank you for tuning in to watch as we continue preparations for the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Alan Bestwick, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry joins us just shortly. So 1 3-hour session to go. We flipped from qualification mode back to race trim, and what will these teams be doing here in these last few hours?
Well, I think we saw a little bit of a mixed bag yesterday, with some people focusing on just kind of running by themselves, getting through a list of, as Pato O'Ward said, sciencey stuff, and some a little bit more focused on the group running. I think this afternoon, especially with the conditions that we just saw, that track temp finally up into a representative range. Again, pretty rare for this April Open Test. Usually it's cloudy, it's cooler here. I think you're going to see a lot more people try to get into that group running groove and see how their cars feel in traffic.
So this is the second session of the day today. This morning from 9:30 local time till noon, it was the boost turned up, qualifying trim and practice, and it didn't go so well for a couple of teams.
When the boost goes up, so does the difficulty. First man to really feel that was Kyle Larson. Big understeer in turn one, just pancakes the wall with the right side of the car. You see the suspension collapse. That leads to a one-way ride to the turn 2 wall. Unfortunately, day done for him. They will not repair the 17 car and get them back out on track. It's already back on its way. Compliments a ghost lap. We see this shot of Takuma Sato. Big hit in turn 1.
It's just an incredible impact for Sato, who fortunately was able to climb from the car, but that car is trashed, and that was after Sato had turned some of the best laps of the week in the morning session.
Single car laps, he was one of the quickest. Toes, no toes, 4-lap averages, doesn't matter. He was on fire. It's going to be a heartbreak to break that car.
Scott McLaughlin there, last year's pole winner for the Indianapolis 500, setting the fast single lap of the day in this morning's sessions. These are the best single lap times that we saw today. Any trend or anything stand out?
Not really in the single lap. It's tough to really kind of separate too much meaningful information from that. The 4-lap averages is what everybody was really looking at, and it seemed like of the ones that completed meaningful running, Andretti Global looked very strong with 3 of their 4 cars in the top 4.
I think that is a trend I would agree with your assessment on. Andretti Global's got something going, and Georgia Henneberry's got one of the Andretti Global drivers right now.
Here with Indianapolis 500 champion Marcus Ericsson. Now, we were just talking about something that we haven't talked about a lot today, and that's the addition of the hybrid system here. And you can feel a difference. What does that feel like?
Yeah, I think especially on the quali runs this morning when the high boost is up, and you know, those extra speed and that extra weight from the hybrid, definitely you can feel that in the corners. The car is sliding more through the corners, so that's a challenge. And I think we saw that, you know, some people having some issues with it. I think it comes from that, and then obviously on top of that, you have the strategy with the hybrid, when to deploy, when to regen, and all that. So it's definitely added another challenge to an already very difficult thing that's qualifying here in Indy.
As a driver specifically here, and with the addition of that, how quickly do you have to adjust?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot. I think it was good we got this session this morning to sort of get a feel for it, because if this would have been Fast Friday, I think a lot of people and a lot of team would have been a bit stressed out. Now we have this data and everything we can analyze after today, and sort of make sure we come out with the right package for when we come back in May. But yeah, it's been good this year with the weather. Obviously, it helps to prepare for everyone to make sure we're good going into the month of May.
Now, lastly, it is not May yet, but as an Indianapolis 500 champion yourself in May right around the corner, how does it feel to be back in Indy?
It's always fantastic to be back here, and even before my win, it was always so special to come here. But of course, being a winner on this place just makes it extra special for me. And it's been cool this, yesterday and today, seeing all the fans here as well. People showing up, being in the stands. That's really cool for us drivers to see that. So yeah, definitely getting excited to get into May here soon.
We'll let you get to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, George, thanks. Marcus mentioned his win here at Indianapolis. The replay room was ready, and so we'll show you a couple of snippets of Marcus Ericsson and that phenomenal race where he wound up as Indy 500 champion.
It was a great duel at the end between him and a few of the McLarens. That late red kind of threw everything for a loop, an unprecedented situation. And he did what he had to do, unleashing the dragon on the back straight. Pato with the big run into one, but couldn't quite get it done.
And so Marcus Ericsson joined the roster of Indianapolis 500 champions and enjoyed all the traditions that go therewith. There are the Andretti Global cars, or 3 of the 4 of them anyway, getting lined up and ready to go out onto the racetrack. In the race trim session yesterday, they went out as a group right away at the start of the practice and did a little team drafting, and so we'll look to see if they repeat that pattern as we get started here. Recapping a couple of themes. We talked about coming into this test, one of the new things that everybody needed to learn a lot more about was the hybrid system. The new hybrid system on Indy cars that came in midway through last season. It'll be used in the Indianapolis 500 for the very first time. When to deploy the extra 60 or so horsepower that it gives you, when to do the regen, which will drag a little speed off the car. How far down the road of that learning process do you think these teams are just in this day and a half of running?
Well, look, it's certainly going to be a very effective test in that sense for giving everybody a little more experience, a little more understanding of what this system does, how it really benefits the car, and what the strategy is to use it the most effectively. Whether it's race running, qualifying sims, it's going to be a very different type of use, a very different, again, strategy on how you deploy and recharge the pack between qualifying and the race. And so they're getting a really good handle on both those different scenarios. You heard Marcus say it. It's been very beneficial for the teams. Had that been Fast Friday, there'd still be a lot of question marks going into qualifying. Selfishly, for you, I, and the people at home, I kind of wish they hadn't had that opportunity because uncertainty makes for exciting days at the racetrack. Now they've got the data to go through. They can learn from what they did here today and show up for the month of May a little bit more prepared.
Well, speaking of month of May, a look at what's upcoming here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We start on the road course with the Sancio Grand Prix on the 9th and 10th of May. Then flip the switch and go on to oval practice for the Indianapolis 500 for the week 13 through 16. PPG Armed Forces qualifying is the 17th and 18th. That all-important Monday practice after qualifications on the 19th. Miller Lite Carb Day, Legends Day by Firestone, all leading up to the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race on May the 25th. If we can have weather for most of that schedule like we've had yesterday and today for this open test session, we will be very blessed. A look at the 5 winning race cars from Chip Ganassi Racing that have all gone to victory in this Indianapolis 500, just accepted into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum during this break between sessions.
5 cars from 4 different drivers spanning 22 years. That's Juan Montoya on the right of your screen from 2000 all the way up to Marcus Ericsson's win in 2022. 2 from Dario Franchitti and 1 from Scott Dixon in there as well. Quite a collection, and it's going to add even more spectacular things to view in this beautiful newly renovated museum here at the Speedway. If you're on the grounds and haven't checked it out, I highly encourage you to do it. If you're listening at home and you have any opportunity to come to the Speedway, that new facility, a year and a half in the works, just recently opened, and it is truly spectacular.
It is absolutely worth your time and trouble, and look forward to maybe a couple opportunities to go through it while I'm here for the month of May. So you see drivers and teams out along the pit lane now getting set to go as the track is open for practice and waiting for the first groups to get themselves out there. Probably we'll see a couple of teams maybe all together to go and begin to do their work while putting on a show for this great crowd of fans that have turned out on the viewing mounds and over in turn number 2.
I think I saw some letters being written in the grass with empty beer cans. So that's people are enjoying the weather. They're enjoying Indy cars out on the Speedway. Look at that. What it says 500. I'm glad it took less than 500 beers to do it. But keep up the great work, guys. It looks awesome. You're doing the fans' work right there. A lot of fans in the grandstands as well. I know some of the suites even open and occupied over this 2-day test.
Traditions. Gotta love them.
Gotta love them.
All right, so first car has rolled from the pit lane onto the Speedway. And our practice, again, is underway. It continues till 5 o'clock Eastern time today. And our first taker is Kyle Kirkwood. Andretti Global, Honda-powered machine. Most recent winner in the NTT IndyCar Series when he started on pole and won the race, the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, a couple of Saturdays ago.
A brilliant race from the young Floridian who grabbed his 3rd victory in the NTT IndyCar Series, 2nd at Long Beach. And he was the quickest of the 4-lap averages that we had this morning throughout the high boost running.
So in the 2-hour break, the teams have all gone back in and kind of flipped the car over from qualification trim and the little bits and pieces and things that you do back toward race running trim. So, you know, we'll see some people come out, do some laps here, trying to make sure, okay, everything's back together the way that it should be and it feels the way we're expecting it to. And then we'll see some people get out there and do some work in the draft, maybe some longer runs. A great variety of test plans is what I found in the little time we got to scout through the garage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think we're going to see all 34 cars out there at the same time running around. I think different teams and different drivers have different goals for this last 3 hours of running before we pack these things up until the month of May. Of course, heading to Barber Motorsports Park down in Alabama for the next race next weekend. And it's so tough for the teams and for the drivers to switch gears. When you come here to the Speedway, you start automatically thinking about the 500. Obviously, you're focused on what you have to do and starting to make your plan for the month. And sometimes it's kind of hard to then switch gears back to anything but the 500. In this case, starting with Barber, then the Grand Prix here at the Speedway. But it's a necessity. There's still just as many points available at Barber as there are in Indy. So if you're thinking championship, you got to think big picture.
And some of these teams are utilizing their road course car in this test because they're 500 special, if you will. They don't want to take a chance on damaging. They've done a lot of specialized work to optimize that car for the oval. So there are some teams that the car that they're running here today, they'll go back and flip around and do the maintenance on and so on and prep it to go race at Barber.
One of the things I find so funny is sometimes when that happens, they'll show up with their oval car for May and they won't be as competitive relative to the rest of the grid, and they'll think, well, what happened? What did we change? Well, we changed the car, but this was the 500 car. So they put the road course car back on the track and it goes faster. Sometimes these things just fit together a certain way and there's no real explanation for what makes one chassis or one setup faster than another. But you mentioned that, you know, some teams have the luxury of having 2 cars. If you're a one-off driver, that's not a luxury you have. You're not doing any road courses. There are no road course cars, and that, of course, is the case for Kyle Larson and Takuma Sato, who have both had issues and damaged those primary 500 cars today.
And we will not see either of those drivers in this afternoon session here at the Speedway today. So Kyle Kirkwood puts 3 laps on the Speedway. Best of them was the 3rd of the 3. And that was a 2:18.1 for Kirkwood, and he'll head back down the pit lane to the attention of his team. track temperature. Let's talk about that. I know you mentioned it in our opening comments before the start of this session. Today started out pretty cool at the beginning of the morning practice, but now these are actually pretty representative track temperatures for what we might see during the month of May.
Which again is just so rare for this test,
right?
And so it is a unique opportunity for these teams. You saw 117-degree track temperature. That's very normal for when we come running here in the second part of the month.
Which just adds to the value of the information gained, right?
Very much so. I mean, often when you leave this test, you're sort of trying to extrapolate what is valuable and meaningful information when you take the conditions into consideration and try to eliminate maybe certain parts of the data that might point you a certain direction. You can attribute that more to the conditions than a setup necessarily. Whereas here, 83 degrees, you know, again, pushing 120 on the track temp, this is very representative, and things learned here can, I think, directly be applied when we show back up here in a few weeks.
3 Chevy-powered cars head out onto the speedway together. There's Will Power, Verizon machine for Team Penske. Scott McLaughlin leading the way in the Pennzoil car, also for Team Penske. And Pato O'Ward for Arrow McLaren in the middle. And it would shock no one if one of those 3 names just mentioned and 3 cars pictured right there were the one rolling up onto the victory podium on May 25th at the end of the 500.
You're absolutely right. 3 guys that'll have great odds heading into the month. Your defending pole winner, Pato, 2 second places in the last 3 races. Power, a champion here in the past. Front row starter last year. All of these cars have pace, not just in qualifying, but in race trim as well. I did get an update from the Turn 2 mounds. It doesn't say 500, it says CD76.
Oh, Connor Daly.
A lot of Connor Daly fans out there in the Turn 2 mounds, local boy.
And I think Connor would appreciate the expression of support, even in that form.
I think especially in that form, Alan. If I know my boy Connor at all, I think he would love what's happening down there in the mounds. In fact, I might join them after this session's done.
Can we get you a remote microphone and send you out there now?
Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't you dare.
You're not going if I'm not going with you.
We'll have the remote booth, the mobile booth down there from the Turn 2 mounds.
So, we'll put that thought in the producer's head for happy hour. Oh, wait. We stop at happy hour.
Right, exactly right. We're getting an emphatic yes in our headphones from our producer.
Sold.
All right, we're in. Meanwhile, on the track, these guys replicating what they hope to be doing in the last 30 laps of the race.
Yeah.
Running up front in relatively clean air. Colton Herta has now jumped on the front of that train. It's McLaughlin, O'Ward, Power, and now Daly.
Daly at the back of the 5 cars. How about Colton Herta? That car has appeared to have speed, both in the qualifying simulations this morning and in some of the race work that they've done leading up to this.
It certainly has. I mean, a big effort from this team, as all teams over the offseason, to try to improve their 500 packages. Colton did have decent pace last year in the race before that mistake in turn 1 took him out. Just trying to refine that even further. The Cambridge Honda looking to find its way to the top.
How far back off of McLaughlin can I fall and catch back up to him? Well, not before Pato O'Ward comes around me. Speaking in the Colton Herta voice, if you will. Put us behind the wheel here. I mean, literally, what are the things you're thinking of as you're doing this drafting and running in line?
The biggest thing, I think, for these guys up front, what you're trying to feel out is the difference between how your car handles out front in clean air versus behind 1 car versus behind 2 cars. Based on those differences, what adjustments are you having to make with the tools in your car? Are they working? Sometimes you can play with all the tools you want, but the fundamental setup is just off. It's outside the window. The tools in the car, they really are fine-tuning adjustments. And so if your base setup is off, you come in the pits, you take another swing at something. If you're making changes to the roll bars, you're making changes to the weight jacker, and you're feeling those changes in the race car the way you want them to, you stay out there. You keep running, because what you want to know is how does your balance change over the course of a full tire stint. I'm sure these guys started on new tires with a full tank of fuel, and they're going to try to run as close to that kind of 30-lap goal. Somewhere between 28 and 30 laps is what you can do on a tank. and just try to see how the balance evolves as the fuel burns and the tires wear, and you bounce around from first in line to second, third, fourth, back to third, back to second.
McLaughlin and O'Ward trading spots at the head of the line. Graham Rahal is down in the pit lane. George is standing by with him.
Yes, and the 15 just passed us on pit lane, so Graham Rahal about to jump in. Let's check in on today. How's it been going?
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I would say good. I thought that our one Q sim was okay. Obviously I think the conditions will be a little bit, although today's a pretty warm day and a little bit breezy, so it could be challenging like qualifying, but no, I mean, it's been good, and we at least it seems that we've got a little bit of pace, very close to what we're seeing of the Ganassi and the Andretti cars and stuff, which is great. So a little bit of a change pace from years past.
Had a major addition to the team, that of Jay Fry. What's it been like having him come to the team?
I've been very close to Jay for a long time, and we love Jay, and it's great to have him. He's a pro. I think he's going to help take our team to the next level, just like he did for IndyCar over the last 10 years. And so we're definitely excited to have him.
Thanks, Graham. Good luck.
See Graham out on the racetrack shortly as his car has been delivered to his pit stall, and he'll go begin the process of climbing in. So best lap so far turned by Connor Daly at the tail end of this group. The tow pulling Connor to a 220.075. So his number atop the pylon is now Herta and O'Ward swapping around at the head of the group.
And again, this is another one of these times for drivers to really practice, especially these guys. This is an experienced group. A lot of 500s, a lot of miles turned here in this group as we see another car pulling out of the warm-up lane to join the fray. And for them, this is a great opportunity to really start working with that hybrid system. Figure out how and when you want to regen, figure out how and when you want to deploy. You could do small bursts around the lap. You could do a full pull out of one corner. You can regen it slowly over the course of a full lap or two. You can change the rate at which it regens, and that can affect the speed of the car. So all of these things are very dynamic. The use of the hybrid system is very dynamic. The setup on the race car, it is what it is. Once the green flag drops, that's the setup you got. You can adjust front and rear wing, a couple tools in the car, but fundamentally, that's your wagon, that's what you got. What's cool about this hybrid system is it is very, very dynamic. It can change and be adjusted on the fly to suit the drivers in different scenarios. So having a good database in your head as a driver of what those different options are and when to apply a certain strategy over another, again, on top of all the other, litany of things that you're dealing with as a driver. But this is what they're trying to learn right now and kind of just build up that experience database for when we get to some real race running.
So Marco Andretti has just gone to the top of the pylon at a 222.78. He did that at the tail end of a draft group and then pulled off and is headed back to the pit lane. So just a couple laps on the track for Marco. Puts the number on the top of the pylon, and back in he goes.
I have to laugh. It's just the most Marco thing ever. Goes out one lap at the back of a train, goes 2.5 miles an hour faster than anybody else, parks it. Let's come in. Don't like it. Something's wrong. Fix it.
But it's fast.
He knows how to make it fast, man. There's no driver better at working the draft than Marco Andretti. If this was a sport where you were on track at the same time in qualifying and had to time that sort of thing, I mean, he would be a tough guy to beat. He just knows how to work that air and work that toe so well. His teammate Kyle Kirkwood now has jumped up into P2 with a 221.9. So another impressive, strong showing from the Andretti cars so far. Not many cars on track, only 11 have turned representative lap times, but still.
And 4 on the speedway now. You see 3 of them in the picture right there as McLaughlin comes back around O'Ward. Those are 2 Chevrolets. That is a Honda. It's hard to make a pronouncement of, every year it seems somebody has a little bit of an upper hand over somebody else, one between the 2 manufacturers. It's hard to make a pronouncement on what we've seen. Honda's certainly put up some strong laps in the no-tow speeds that we saw and in some of the 4-lap qualification runs, but we don't know who's showing what.
No, for sure. I mean, there's a very high probability that manufacturers and individual teams are not showing the full hand yet. You don't want to. You mentioned it earlier. You don't want to give the competition time to react.
Yeah.
From Fast Friday to qualifying day, not a whole lot you can do. Not a whole lot of speed you're going to be able to find. But in the couple weeks before we get there, and right now, yeah, some changes could be made. So I think it's very prudent of the teams to not really show the full hand as Santino Ferrucci now joins this queue. Slots right in there behind O'Ward, ahead of Kirkwood. And right now, O'Ward really able to follow closely to McLaughlin. That car looking very, very strong right now, as it did last year in this race. And now Ferrucci out there, assumedly with a relatively fresh set of boots, going to try and track him down.
And here comes Pato O'Ward again on Scott McLaughlin. O'Ward, 25-year-old, originally from Monterrey, Mexico, in his 6th Indianapolis 500. He has qualified 5th as his best. That was in 2023. And you look now at Santino Ferrucci driving for AJ Foyt Racing, the Sexton Properties Chevy-powered machine, in his 7th 500. And for Ferrucci, his best qualifying was a 4th position in 2023, a year that he finished the race in 3rd. A season ago, qualified on the outside of row 2, finished in P8. And here he is coming to the head of the line here as he and McLaughlin continue to work on the speedway as O'Ward hits pit lane.
Strong run off of 4 from Santino Ferrucci. Now, he came out here with a group that had been out there for 12, 13 laps, so their tire's a little bit older. And now McLaughlin, who's been kind of leading that pack for a lot of that run, can fall back, get a little bit of experience now in dirty air. Let's try to compare how closely he can run to the 14 from what the 5 was able to run off the back of him, and it's looking pretty sporty.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick closing off one set of corners, wasn't it?
And it's always tough to know in these runs if drivers are keeping their foot down the whole way when they're leading, because at the end of the day, you want to do more running in dirty air than you do in clean air out front as you're trying to work on your race car. So quite often you'll see drivers crack the throttle off of 4, off of 2, give a driver the opportunity to sneak by.
And somebody mentioned to me this morning that it seemed like in yesterday's race trim practice, there was a reluctance to be the leader in the draft because that wasn't what you were trying to learn.
It's not what you want to do. There's sort of an unwritten rule, a little bit of driver etiquette here to take your turn up front, tow the group around for 2-3 laps, and then you can fall back into the thick of it and work on your race car. But just watching the onboard telemetry from Scott McLaughlin, he was flat chat out of turn 2 down the back straight, so that was just a legitimate pass from Santino Ferrucci.
Single best lap for Ferrucci, just a 2:17.0. Scott McLaughlin's best lap, a 2:19.6. And again, you see Marco Andretti with the overall fast lap of the session in its early going. Stingray Rob, Devlin DiFrancesco have joined the fun on the speedway. Now McLaughlin has dropped back behind Kirkwood. Can he make a run and catch Kirkwood from there? And Ferrucci's going to bail and head for the pit lane and leave Kirkwood and McLaughlin there at the head of that group. That was Christian Rasmussen coming up into the line of traffic in that 3rd car in line. Marcus Armstrong also onto the speedway. There he is. Meyer Shank Racing, that mostly black number 66 Honda powered machine. Callum Ilott coming out onto the speedway also. So 5 cars on track at the moment. Here's a look at the Meyer Shank Racing 66 machine. McLaughlin did run him down.
Let's see how Kirkwood can respond. Normally the car out front, yes, they've got the best air, probably the most comfortable, but at the same time, they're the most vulnerable.
Will Power coming out and blending in at the head of the line off the pit lane.
So here's just a replay of the ECR machine coming out. You see Ferrucci down there trying to make it known that he's headed into pit lane, and then that fade up to McLaughlin. It's kind of one of the things that you see a little bit in practice, a lot of it in practice to be fair, but it is going to happen in the race on a green flag stop. So there is a lot of value to keeping your foot in it when you're getting out of the pits, and really work on getting up to speed, blending in to a line of cars already at speed. If you're one of the cars on track, being able to read those plays, read the traffic, understand if you've got the run to clear the car before you get to 3, because the closing rate can be enormous. And if you catch them at the wrong time, right in the middle, it can cost you a ton of momentum and a ton of track position.
That particular replay you just illustrated, featuring, though, one different circumstance than you'd have on race day, because Ferrucci was trying to get left to get onto the decel lane inside of turn 3 to go to the pits, whereas in race running he would have been still in the gas and would enter the pit lane hot off of turn number 4.
Exactly right, exactly right. So this was more trying to focus on how Rasmussen was getting up to speed and getting into line. But and there you go, you see that, I think it's Kirkwood going down, he's dipping his left side tires below the white line. That's sort of indicating to the cars behind it he is intending to pit. That's something that drivers will do during practice, just so that you give that driver a little bit of extra leeway. In the race, usually what happens is right there in the short chute between 3 and 4, you'll see a car do a little wiggle in the short chute, kind of just kink to the left a little bit, and that's an indicator that they're going to be cracking the throttle before they get to the exit of 4 to really start lining up that entry to pit lane, and so you don't run over them as they start slowing up.
It's no place to make a hand signal. You're not going to get your hand up over the top of that aero screen in any kind of way. The guy behind you is going to see it, and you're not going to stick your hand out the window on the left or right side either.
And you really don't want to let go of the steering wheel at 220 miles an hour. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
No power steering in these things, and the way the cars are set up, obviously they're designed to turn left. They don't want to turn right. If you're turning right, something's gone very wrong for you in an IndyCar at IMS, and so they naturally kind of bleed to the left. They blend themselves to the left. If you were to take your hands off the wheel, the car would just turn almost hard left into the wall. So even on the straightaway, you've actually got a fair amount of effort in that wheel, kind of pulling right hand down to keep the car going in a straight line. So you rarely have an opportunity to actually take your hand off the wheel comfortably. You have to do it sometimes to make adjustments to the engine maps on the wheel, maybe a bar adjustment, but it's never a comfortable proposition.
Not just the fact that the car is designed to turn left, but even the straightaway has some banking in it toward the left.
That is true.
That the crown, if you will, would send the car that way also. Devlin DeFrancesco with the pass around Scott McLaughlin a minute ago. He's got a bit of a gap behind him on the racetrack now, though. That looks like Graham Rahal pedaling to try and catch up to his team car. DeFrancesco back at the Speedway, driving for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, looking to be in his 3rd Indianapolis 500. Finished 13th last time he was in the field in 2023. Missing a season and how much changes over the course of 1 year, let alone the addition of the hybrid system, but a couple of things to have been caught up on by Dev during this couple of days of testing here at the Speedway.
Yeah, and Dev did a great job in his kind of year away from the sport of staying in touch with the sport pretty well, understanding the developments, stayed in contact with other drivers, with teams and engineers. He made sure that he was as prepared as possible, fully expecting and fully wanting that opportunity to return full-time to the grid, which he now has on a multi-year agreement with RLL. As we watch the other Indiana native-ish, although I learned he was actually born in Illinois, though he claims to be a born and bred Hoosier. He's technically born in Illinois, which makes Connor Daly...
He's as Hoosier as he can be.
That is true, and he's more Hoosier than most of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that makes sense.
Ed Carpenter, driving for the team that he has helmed for a number of years now. 22nd Indianapolis 500-mile race for Ed, and heading off onto the decel lane after posting the 11th best lap early on in this afternoon session. Here's Nolan Siegel. Arrow McLaren, number 6 Chevy-powered machine for the young driver from Palo Alto, California. What a different scene this is for Siegel, coming to the month of May than it was a year ago when he was scrapping and fighting to try and get into the 500 through last chance qualifying. Remember giving his all till he wound up crashing the car and being the one that missed the race. This year comes to the month of May with a regular full season ride with a team that's had really good cars and success in the month of May. And really a great opportunity for Siegel. I always find fascinating little things in someone's bio like this in Nolan Siegel's bio. Deferred enrollment to Stanford University's Department of Economics to race full-time.
That is an interesting thing that not many drivers can say they've got in their back pocket.
This is the guy that can handle the calculus the engineers throw at him.
Look, we have seen it before. The likes of J.R. Hildebrand deferred, I believe, an MIT acceptance. I think Charlie Kimball deferred a USC acceptance. So we've had some smart guys on the grid. I think Ed Carpenter is one of the few that actually attended post-secondary education and got a degree. I did a year and a half, and it's about as far as I made it.
It's more than I got.
But stay in school, kids.
Yeah. Yep.
Be like Ed.
Scott Dixon. Talked about the number of years between Helio Castroneves' 3rd and 4th Indianapolis 500 victories. Well, how about Scott Dixon? Won the 500 in 2008. Here we are in 2025 pursuing that second 500 win. If he's able to get it, be 17 years on. That would be the longest gap between victories. Prior longest gap was... This isn't a trivia question. This is me giving the answer. Juan Pablo, I saw the eyes looking like calculating.
Oh, okay.
Juan Pablo Montoya, 15 years. And the longest gap between wins for a driver who has started every 500 between the wins was Helio, 12 years.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah, because... Interesting.
Because Juan didn't start every...
Yeah, of course.
So more things for you to ponder as you leave today's testing coverage after a couple more hours.
And I do have to correct myself. I've been corrected. Charlie Kimball deferred to Stanford.
Yes.
Not USC.
He chose the racetrack instead of the farm.
He did.
Probably a pretty good choice too.
It worked out okay.
Yeah, I think he did just great.
Worked out okay.
Graham Rahal and Scott Dixon's cars there, both of similar colors but reversed color schemes, different sponsors. The announcers appreciate the difference in color schemes very much. Now Scott Dixon in his 23rd Indianapolis 500-mile race, pole winner in 2008, 2015, 17, 21, 22.
It just really highlights how challenging this event is for a guy like Scott Dixon, who's been in very good equipment, very good machinery with great team for most of his all of his Indy 500 career. He has a tremendous number of wins under his belts, a near record tying number of championships under his belts. He's led more laps than anybody in the Indy 500, and still, I hate using the word only, but only has one win. With a record like that, you would just assume he had a collection of baby Borgs back home on the mantle. But that is what is so unique about this race. It is so difficult, as we see him off that toe from Colton Herta jumping to the top with a 2:23.1. It is so difficult to get everything right on the day. Over a championship, you can have bad days. As long as you've got far more good ones than bad ones, you can have a bad day. You can have an off weekend. But when it's just this one race, you cannot afford to have an off anything. And even if you do everything correctly and your team does everything correctly, there is still an element of luck that needs to fall your way. And it's just been so close on a few occasions for Scott Dixon to get that second one, but it hasn't happened yet.
Georgia Henneberry has a guest.
We do. We're here with Christian Rasmussen, the car going back to the garage for some adjustments, but you just made a run. Tell me the game plan. You said you did some traffic running, but then also some in clean air.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a baseline here for the afternoon, try and see how the car handled in clean air and also in traffic. And now the car just went back, and we're trying a little bit of a different configuration for the rest of the afternoon to see if we can improve. You know, that's what it's all about.
Coming back to attempt to qualify for another Indianapolis 500, how much do you feel like you've grown since last year?
Oh, I feel like I've grown a lot, and I feel like just as a team, everything's starting to come together. But for this event in particular, obviously there's a lot of, like going into your first one, there's a lot of nerves and stuff going in. But no, just coming back, knowing what to expect, and just having done it all before is a pretty good feeling. Yeah.
So I see the car has gone back. Are we just making some minor tweaks and then coming back out?
Yeah, we are. We're coming back out later. We're going to have a little bit of a change to try a little bit of a different direction again to try and make the traffic running even better. Yeah, so that's what we're doing now.
Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what the testing is all about. Making a change and seeing what it does as Colton Herta goes by Joseph Newgarden on camera on the speedway.
It's going to be a good feeling.
Passing the car that won it 2 years in a row, yeah.
Going by the two-time defending champ. But how can he fight back?
So Newgarden just having turned his 6th lap of this practice session. Best lap, 2:21.301. Looking to see if he can feel the same kind of vibes he felt a year ago.
It was such an impressive move outside of turn 3. Full commitment, and he'll be the first to tell you that move wouldn't have happened alongside just anybody. The tremendous amount of respect that he and O'Ward have for one another led to that move being possible and led to that moment that you'll never forget. Joseph jumping into the crowd, drinking the milk. But no, it was one of the most titanic battles we've seen at the Speedway in a long, long time, and it was incredible to see how committed both of those drivers were to winning that race. Ultimately, only one can. There was no wrong answer on that day.
Yeah.
Either one of those drivers would have been a very deserving winner. But Joseph openly acknowledging that Pato's professionalism and racecraft were part of the reason that that race ran cleanly the way that it did.
You just can't find a better example. I'm thinking of the Al Unser Jr. quote about, you know, you just don't know what Indy means.
Yeah.
You know, an outside move into turn 3 on the last lap tells you the risk that took, tells you what Indy means.
And you watch that onboard from O'Ward's car. I love it. You're, facing driver's right, looking at the side pod of the number 2. He did not have a tremendous head of steam. He had a run, but it wasn't the greatest run I've ever seen into 3. And he just turned in with a blind commitment that fully accepted it could end poorly.
Yeah.
But it was worth taking that risk because of what Indy means to these drivers. You're absolutely right.
So Newgarden and Herta continuing to swap spots around and put their testing work in here. Again, best lap for Newgarden is 7th fastest that's been turned. Best lap for Herta, the 15th fastest that's been turned. And we've seen 26 now of what will be 32 cars available for this session onto the Speedway already.
Just looking at the attitude, the behavior of Colton Herta's car behind Joseph Newgarden, looks like he is fighting a little bit of that, we kind of call it snap understeer. in that dirty air, kind of gets mid-corner, the right front just gets tired, gets hot, sort of gives up. But you really see the attitude of the car change, the trajectory of the car change from the mid-corner off. Just does not rotate as much, kind of goes out towards the wall, drives you out towards the wall. As a driver, you want the car to just be responding to and behaving based on the inputs you're giving. Sometimes, though, in those situations, as a driver, you're almost along for the ride. And the car's driving you out to the wall rather than the other way around.
Having a look at the 90 machine for Callum Ilott. Cambridge, England native, driving for Prema Racing in their Chevrolet-powered machine. Team's first Indianapolis 500, first season of NTT IndyCar Series racing, fourth 500 for Ilott. Last year drove for Arrow McLaren, qualified 15th and finished 11th, and he's going to head back down the pit lane after a quick 10 laps. Best of them 2:18.45 for Ilott. There's Marco back out.
13 cars on track at the moment, most of them running in this line here. David Malukas peeling off into the pits as Will Power now looks at the back of Scott Dixon. Marco Andretti ahead of Santino Ferrucci. Two drivers not afraid to take some risks on the outside when the time calls for it. Rinus VeeKay just jumps up to the top 5 with a 2:21.775. Nice lap from the Dilcoin Racing driver.
His 4th lap of this session. And again, a good one. And another shuffle in the top of the leaderboard. Now VeeKay 5th as Dixon and Andretti run 1 and 2. Marcus Armstrong now with the 3rd best lap. Then Kirkwood and VeeKay. Felix Rosenquist out there now as well, as the Meyer Shank cars do a little work together on the speedway. There they are, 66 Armstrong and 60 Rosenquist at the back end of this group.
And when you're in the position that Rosie's in, you see him with the yellow end fences on the front wing there. It is a difficult situation to be in. He's 5th car in that line of 5. Even when you get a little bit of a good run off the corner compared to the car in front, in this case, his teammate Marcus Armstrong. Armstrong is being towed along by the cars in front of him, so it is difficult to pull off these passes when you are kind of further down in the line. You're getting the help from the draft, but so is the car in front of you. And that's kind of why the leader is really the most vulnerable, the most susceptible car.
Christian Lundgaard, Joseph Newgarden, Rinus VeeKay. There's Lundgaard, the papaya and white, number 7. There's Newgarden. Scott McLaughlin coming up off the pit lane, trying to find a spot in this line of cars. And that bright yellow Pennzoil number 3. Since you were fessing up about correcting things, I'll mention earlier, I mentioned seeing the Pennzoil 3. I thought of Johnny Rutherford. Well, yeah, Johnny had success in a number 3 here, but when he drove the Pennzoil, it was number 4, yeah.
Yes, I also saw that correction on Twitter.
You said a foot wrong, they'll let you know.
Yes, yes, thank you for the correction.
All contributions cheerfully accepted.
Also, actually, on that note, it was Bobby Unser finished last in his first and finished first in his last, not started last in his first. I misspoke on that one. But again, luckily we have a crowd of attentive and knowledgeable fans paying attention, keeping us honest. We appreciate that. Feel free to reach out on Twitter with any comments, questions, concerns. Maybe not concerns.
We all have concerns.
Not much we can do about those.
Yeah, that's it.
But questions and comments we're welcome to.
VeeKay here on Lundgaard.
Yeah, Lundgaard right now is down in 24th position, 2:17.8. I know the times don't really matter. The speeds don't really matter, especially in this session. If you're not trying to set up a big toe lap, catching a group, you're not going to have that big number. But at the same time, I feel like I've not seen the 7 as high up as I would have expected it to, really at any point of the last 2 days.
Yep.
That could just be circumstantial. It could just be the program they're on. There's no need to chase a big lap time here this week. But at the same time, it is always a nice feeling when you can leave with something on the board that makes you know and lets everyone know you're there or thereabouts.
What's the test plan? What's your role in this little group effort? And you know, most of all, do you like the way your car feels?
And that's what matters. I mean, I've left days at the Speedway 20-something on the speed charts and grinning ear to ear because I knew my car was solid. I've left here in the top 3 in the speeds thinking, guys, we got to rip this thing apart and start from scratch tomorrow, throw the kitchen sink at it because it is just horrible.
Yeah.
So it really is more about what the driver's feeling. And that's another thing that these rookies are going to have to wrap their heads around is especially on a day like today, you cannot get hung up on the speed charts. You got to just focus on your package, your car. How does it feel? How is it racing? How are the adjustments you're making? You know, how's the car responding to those adjustments?
At DiFrancesco, yes, around Newgarden at the head of the line. I'm curious. I always find myself watching the back end of these drafting groups. Okay, there's Pato O'Ward, and he's a little bit back off the back end of this group. What kind of progress can he make closing in on them in the draft? There he is. Can he catch up to this group from there in the draft with that 5 car?
Well, look, he was 23rd on the timing charts right there, but catching that group, he just jumped up to 13th with a 2:20.0. That was kind of nicely positioned for a good draft. He'll catch the back of Scott McLaughlin now, and by this point, your car's really starting to be affected in the corners, so I don't expect this lap to really be any quicker. But yeah, this is what everyone's going to be looking at, Alan, is at that stage of the line, who's able to make moves when it's a little bit dirtier in the air.
He caught him. As Newgarden goes around DiFrancesco at the front of the line. Now can O'Ward make progress through the line?
Catching him is one thing.
Yeah.
But now he's in that same position we just talked about Rosenquist being in. You can see he's already backed off, decided he has no interest in playing that game, wants to come in, maybe make a change to the car. Or is he trying to set himself up for a big lap? No, he's coming in. Oh, no, he is staying out. And look, I'll be honest with you, sometimes there's a pressure to just go out for the sake of it and put in a big lap. Pressure can come from sponsors. Pressure can come from team owners that want to sleep easy, knowing that all the time and resource and money that they've put into this program over the winter to make the 500 cars better is paid off. So every once in a while, you'll get an executive order from above your pay grade as a driver saying, hey, look, let's just try to set up a bit of a toe, lay down a fat one, and be able to leave here with a smile on our faces.
You're telling me we're in good shape, and I got to go tell the sponsors. But give me some material to work here with, as a little bit of it. Be the guy TV's talking to at the end of the day.
And look, in some cases, you still have these one-off programs that maybe don't have a sponsorship on the side of the car yet.
Yeah.
And a PR lap can really help seal the deal in these kind of last few weeks before we roll off the trucks for opening week, sorry.
So Newgarden now around DiFrancesco, and he'll be the guy leading the draft. And again, Pato has caught up to the tail end of the group. So layman's view, looking from the second floor of the pagoda, looks like O'Ward's got a very sporty car in these circumstances.
Yes, but it does also appear to me that he kind of intentionally laid back and went to go do that lap, which did jump him up to 7th place, 221.732 for O'Ward, 733 on the pylon. But is he making progress through the line?
Alex Palou getting ready to join the session for the first time.
I feel like this driver's done fewer laps than anybody that hasn't had an issue. They've just been running a very controlled sort of program. Not many laps yesterday in comparison to others. a few quick single lap runs, maybe 2 lap runs this morning. Never completed a full 4 lap run.
And you know what the message of that is to me? Imagine having the confidence in your team, your car, your driver, your engineering plan, your test plan, to just say, no, we're just doing our thing. We're just fine over here. And the message that sends to everybody else.
That's just it. More than anything, I think it's the message it sends to the rest of the field that that group, as devastatingly efficient as they are at executing IndyCar races, if they've got that kind of speed in the car that they're just sort of happy, they've run through their program. And look, we haven't seen them often, but when we have, it has been quick.
Yes, it has.
Single car laps have been quick. Tow laps have been quick. As we see Dev now making that move on Armstrong into 1 to go to the point of this multi-car train.
Scott Dixon, Rinus VeeKay, Pato O'Ward there. Whoa, VeeKay had to come out of the gas. Look at that. Whoa, boy, that was close.
I almost think something broke there because he's cruising. There's something wrong with that 18 machine. That was not something that Rinus VeeKay would have done voluntarily.
Yeah.
Such a dangerous situation. A car slowing up suddenly in the middle of the corner. Incredible job by the group behind him to avoid him.
I don't hear any engine noise coming
dead,
by there. Yeah.
Sounds dead stick on the motor, but man, that could have been so much worse.
Whew, watch this. How quickly O'Ward closes on him there, and then
Santino, who's that?
That's Elio.
Elio making the good move to get around. Look at Santino catching that one. Just lost power for some reason
Was
on
that
the 18
Elio
car.
or was that was Jack Harvey?
Okay. Is it? No, that's Elio. I think you had it right.
Yeah, okay, that was Elio. The other car up in line was either Connor or Harvey.
Yeah, coming out of
black
pit lane.
and green. Yeah, that. Wow.
A scary situation for Rinus as well. I mean, you're trying to keep your eyes forward because you're still doing 100 and something miles an hour, but at the same time you're trying to look in your mirror, trying to stay out of the way. Are you about to get run into the back of? That could have been so much worse. Heads up driving from everyone involved there.
And we stay under green. And by the way, look at the scoring pylon. Through all of that chaos, Elio runs up and gets the fast lap out of it.
That's a pro right there. That is a seasoned veteran right there.
He's done this a timer 20. Castro Neves 223, 211 with the best lap. And what's the phrase Elio likes to use about scary situations like that? Code Brown.
Oh, that was yeah. I hope he's not wearing a white suit.
Yes.
That was a scary moment. I mean, that could have easily been a 3 or 4 car incident and done an awful lot of damage for the second afternoon of a 2-day test. So Ward now catches his breath, gets back into the groove. That sort of broke up that train a little bit as everyone had to slow and kill the momentum.
Colton Herta back at it on the speedway. Leading this group through turns 3 and 4. It looks like Stingray Robb right. Is that Stingray right behind him?
Yeah, it is. Well, it could be Connor Daly or it could be Stingray. Both cars are on track. Oh, no, that's Connor. Stingray's got different colors. Stingray's up front here.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Sorry.
There with Colton Herta.
Connor's at the back.
And there's Connor in the group. Well, Rinus VeeKay did make it back around to pit lane despite having no power. And no doubt we'll get a follow-up on whatever happened there. But that was the moment of this session so far. as Herta comes in here and looks to go around Stingray Robb as they continue to work the draft. There's Stingray, 77 machine, a 23-year-old from Idaho, driving for Juncos Hollinger Racing, looking to be in his 3rd Indianapolis 500. He qualified 23rd, finished 16th a season ago for AJ Foyt. That his best result in this 500 to this point in his young career.
Stingray Robb back up to the point around Colton Herta. Colton now getting more of a feel how this car is feeling in that dirty air. And the other thing that you're working on as a driver is kind of how to get past. It's going to happen a lot in a 500-mile race, and how you can do it the most efficient way, losing the most amount of time and momentum, is definitely a part of the art of racing here at the Speedway.
I don't know why, but seeing these things, you've set me off on like a binge of trivia. Now I'm wondering, okay, has a driver from Idaho ever won the 500?
Great question.
Stingray Robb, Payette, Idaho. Somebody will send us the answer.
Well, I know we were talking about Kyle Kirkwood potentially being the first Floridian that could win it, but
Florida-born.
Florida-born.
Yep.
Florida-born. I learned subsequently that he, I believe, is the only Florida-born driver to win an IndyCar race, period.
Yep.
So, yeah, he would be the first to win here at the Speedway, should he pull it off. And I'm sure somebody will either text us or tweet us in the near future to let us know if anybody else from Idaho has ever adorned the Borg Warner Trophy. And there is your championship leader, Alex Palou, straight to the top. First place with a 2:23.993, 7/10 of a mile an hour faster than Helio Castroneves managed earlier. And look, we know these are all draft runs, but what this tells you is his confidence in that race car when pulling up on other cars, when in that dirty air, still able to carry a tremendous amount of throttle. This is just another example of what appears to be a pretty devastating amount of speed in the number 10 machine for Alex Palou.
In 4 prior Indianapolis 500s, driving for Chip Ganassi Racing, Alex Palou has qualified in the first 2 rows, all but 1, and he qualified in the 3rd row in the other. 9th or better qualifying in all of his Indy 500s with this team.
And I know we talk a little bit about the fact that this driver's not won yet on an oval, but when you look at his oval results, every oval he's run at, with the exception of one, he's been right up in the top 5, had a bunch of podiums, including right here at Indianapolis back in 2001 when he just missed out to Castroneves in his 4th victory. So he's very good. He's very good at these racetracks, and there's no doubt that that first oval win is coming. And it could be at any one of them. It's not just that he's good at the big tracks, good at the short tracks. He's shown an ability to adapt and apply at all the different types of ovals that we race at the IndyCar Series.
We've talked about how your day has to be perfect to win this race. Remember the year that he won the pole for the 500, 2023? Led the 2nd most laps in the race, but remember a pit road collision on a set of stops just before halfway sent him all the way back to 25th in the field, and he came back to finish 4th. What might have been that year?
Just again highlights the dominance of that car as we see a little 3-wide action. Palou and McLaughlin splitting Kiffin Simpson. The car in the middle usually has to be the one that back out first in a 3-wide situation.
Radio traffic from the spotter there. Definitely one of the more interesting you'll get. Outside, outside, inside, outside.
The first time that happened to me was right here at the Speedway in Indy Lights, and my spotter was calling a car on the outside. We came up on a slower car on the inside, and he just said, "You're the meat, you're the meat." And I had to back out of the throttle because I was laughing so hard going into turn 1.
That's fun.
I had never heard that term. But the spotters, they have their work cut out for them here. I mean, this is the only track that it's mandated. There are 2 spotters for every car. That used to be optional. One was mandatory. A second one was optional. It became mandatory, thankfully. So 1 in turn 1, 1 in turn 3 throughout the entire practice week. And it is a difficult task and a lot of responsibility on the men and women up in the spotter stands.
Absolutely. Talk more about that in a minute. First, Rinus VeeKay, remember, lost power a minute ago. Georgia's been poking into that story for us. What do you hear?
Takeoff didn't make it happen, but turns out they just cut it a little too close on fuel. He ran out of fuel right there and coasted it all the way back. So he stayed in the car, they put some fuel in it, made some minor tweaks, it looks like, and he's going to try to get back out there.
Wow.
That's a good news, bad news situation. Good news, easy fix. Throw some fuel in it, away you go.
Yeah.
Bad news, that sort of thing should not be happening when you are running in a group run during a test day. Had that ended in a multi-car accident, it would have been a pretty big egg on the face of the Dale Quinn Racing team.
It would have been a tough explain to some of the folks around.
Very expensive miscalculation. Luckily, disaster avoided.
Got all good. Everybody's good, and everybody's running, and that's a good thing. Felix Rosenqvist is running. He's got the 5th best lap of the session, 2:22.544 for Felix. 7th season in the INDYCAR series is Rosenqvist, and this is 7th 500. Qualified on the front row in 2023. Best finish was a 4th place run in 2022. Could this be the year for Rosenqvist and this team? We talked yesterday. They've just had speed everywhere. Qualifying, race pace. They've had speed. Now can they push it across the line and get the win?
Of all places to do it,
this would be okay.
This would be the one.
Yep.
The team has 1 win under its belt, of course, right here at the Indianapolis 500 with Elia Castroneves back in 2001. And we have confirmed no drivers from Idaho have won the Indy 500.
Thank you to the research staff on social media.
Big checkup for Marcus Armstrong. A very rare short shoot pass on the north end of the racetrack for Rosenqvist, as now he tries to track down Scott McLaughlin.
Teams have to be loving these conditions. I mean, the windsocks are pretty benign at the moment. The weather conditions very May-like, really even very comparable to what a lot of race days are like here on the Memorial Day weekend. And teams just have to be loving the fact that the weather has just smiled on them today to help them get the best information they can get.
It really makes such a difference. It really does kind of feel like you're just adding 2 days of legitimate practice to practice week, which, you know, some of the more tenured members of the paddock will remember when it was 2 full weeks of practice. We're down to 4 days of practice when you really break it down. Of course, we've got the Monday practice after qualifying, so let's call it 5. And we've added an hour to carb day. That's now a 2-hour session rather than the sort of traditional 1 hour that it was for a long time. But it's significantly less running than it used to be, and so having meaningful running on the open test is massively valuable.
So McLaughlin and Newgarden there at the head of the line. Excuse me, and Rosenqvist. There's Newgarden coming around Will Power a little deeper into the line. It's funny how focus changes. Earlier we were looking to sort out, well, what was a no-toe speed, what was there are no no-toe laps. None.
That is
in the data at the moment.
Blank column on the timing and scoring screen is the no-toe best lap, best speed. because that is not the name of the game right now. Everyone out there just working on race cars. And I'm still just looking at that speed from Palou. Rolled out of pit lane, third lap to the top, did 10, pulled it into the pits. Haven't seen him since.
Pretty impressive. Got 31 cars that have completed at least one lap in this afternoon session. And again, we won't see the Kyle Larson car or Takuma Sato's after their incidents in this morning's session.
So then who else are we missing?
That's what I was about to start figuring out. There's only one that hasn't been out there yet.
Horatio. Louis Foster. Louis Foster is the driver that has yet to set a time in this afternoon's session.
Either you just got a text message figuring that out, or you did that very quickly.
INDYCAR app.
There you go.
The INDYCAR app is a tremendous asset, tremendous tool for fans watching at home to keep track of several different things. I've been watching a lot of the driver data from the app as well. In fact, I'm going to log on board with Joseph Newgarden right now and see what his fancy footwork is up to. What's his gear strategy? What's his hybrid strategy? These are all things that teams will be paying attention to, of other drivers and teams as well. There's a lot of monkey see, monkey do in motorsports. And a test like this gives not just teams the opportunity to try things themselves, it gives them the opportunity to see what other teams are trying and then assess whether it's worth giving that a whirl on their side.
And one of the big things to be learned here is when and how to deploy and regen and all that, the new hybrid system. As Newgarden goes around Jack Harvey, who's out making laps in that 24 machine. Black and green machine there for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing with Cusick Motorsports.
18th for Jack Harvey right now at a 2:19.9. In a car that looks very similar to Connor Daly's at the moment with the black and bright green. That's another thing that's a challenge for the spotters. You know, not only do you have cars with new liveries, not what they're used to seeing so far all season long, you have cars with similar liveries, and that can be a bit scary. Even Joseph Newgarden and Will Power from a distance have a similar reddy, yellowish kind of vibe from a head-on view. And this is pretty similar to the view that the spotters have. This is up on the top of the turn 1 stands. They kind of carry the cars through the exit of turn 2 and then hand it off to the spotters down in turn 3. And as an IndyCar driver, you'll have a season-long spotter that comes to all the races, all the oval races at least. You're used to that driver's voice. You're used to their language, their cadence. But then you've got to add a second one for the month of May, and that can be a very tricky thing to do, to find another good, capable spotter that can get up to speed with what that driver likes to hear, what kind of information, the communication back and forth with the turn 1 spotter. It's a very nuanced thing, and some drivers like a lot of information over the radio. Some drivers like very little information. Tony Kanaan was famous for wanting his spotter to just be there for the mandatory check-in and then not say a word on the radio. Leave me to it as we get a shot of some of the spotters up there on the stands.
One of the 2 stands at opposite ends of the racetrack. They're high over turn 1 and high over turn number 3. And you see the binoculars, because you got to be able to pick out which car's yours and understand what you're looking for. The other thing being up there requires, first of all, there's a whole team communications protocol, right? You got the timing stand needs their time to talk to the driver too, but then it really requires a lot of discipline on the part of the spotter. You know, that microphone button is easy to push and use, and it requires the discipline to not, except when you're supposed to.
I think the other thing, and where I mean, discipline's a great word when you're talking about it. The other thing that spotters have to be very disciplined in is their tone.
Yep.
As a driver, you don't want an excited voice in your head. You want information as if it was coming from Siri. You know, you just want a monotone. Just tell me what's happening. Don't tell me what to do. Tell me what's happening so I can build a mental picture around me of where the cars are and who's where, and I can decide where to go. And if something's going wrong in front of me,
just deliver the information as cool and calmly as you can. And when you see an Indy car spinning into the wall, it's a pretty human reaction to give it a whoa. You know, if you've ever heard us on the broadcast, we get criticized for it often. But it is a pretty natural thing. So it does take a lot of discipline and restraint to make sure you're not over-communicating or communicating too emotionally to your driver.
There's Alex Palou back out onto the racetrack. True story, one time I was the second spotter here at the Speedway for the Brickyard 400 for a driver.
How was that experience?
And I don't know what it was like for him, but I know the first time I keyed the radio, like, you know, radio check, and they said, oh, this is going to be interesting. The television broadcast is on our headsets.
That is a great point. That could throw some people off. I can see that.
It was fun, though. And a little traffic to sort out there entering turn number 3. Palou running just behind Marco Andretti as they come down the main straightaway toward the Yard of Bricks. Got Dixon in line behind him. That looks like Devlin DeFrancesco next in line. There is Dixon running in line behind his teammate and getting a good run off turn number 2 there on Palou.
Okay, so we know that Palou's quick. We know that on his own he was pretty quick. In traffic he can get a toe lap. But let's try to keep an eye on how the number 10 is in terms of trying to move up the line. How is he really handling once he's only 5 car lengths behind a car in front? Can he do what his teammate Scott Dixon is doing right now and follow incredibly closely through the corners? Because you have to be able to execute passes, and to do that you've got to be able to follow closely. He's a little bit further back from Marco Andretti in front than Dixon is able to hang on to him behind. But a fast race car is not a super useful tool if it's not comfortable in traffic.
If you can't be close enough to use that fast race car to make a move. And the third Ganassi car is just on the back of that group, which is Kiffin Simpson. So even though we don't see them making any progress toward Marco, what are they working on here? What, you know, again, what's the run plan, you know? And that's the plan to pit is what that is.
Yeah, I was trying to see if Dixon was intentionally staying behind or if he just didn't quite have the giddy up to make a proper run on Palou. He had a couple close ones, but you got to time these passes right. You got to time when you pull out of the draft correctly, and you can do some late pullouts that can do some damage. They can scare people. They can cause some incidents.
What do we think about Marco Andretti? When he's been out there, the car looks like it has speed, but he hasn't made very many long runs in the test session so far.
Yeah, and he's in the lower half, certainly, of laps turned this afternoon. Only 19 tours, coming up to finish 20th. You know, I spoke to him after yesterday. He said, look, car's decent. We'll see when we come back, though. I mean, even the teams and drivers now aren't 100% convinced that even with the representative conditions, just because a test goes well here over the last 2 days, it's going to roll off in May with the same kind of feeling and the same kind of speed. So I think there's some cautious optimism out of Marco's camp that he can have certainly a more competitive effort than he's had the last few seasons. It's been a bit of a tough slog since 2020 in that miraculous pole run for him.
Yep. Well, he has gone to the pit lane, and so it is Dixon here with now Rinus VeeKay back on the racetrack after getting that remedied for the running out of fuel bit a little while ago. You've got Stingray Robb in that line, as well as Kiffin Simpson. Dixon's going to drop in behind Rinus VeeKay here as looking for somebody to draft off of and see what he can find out about his car, what he's looking to find out in this particular run on the racetrack. Fastest of the session so far, fast lap, as you can see on the graphic, the scoring pylon. Alex Palou at 2:23.99. Kyle Kirkwood, Elio Castroneves, Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon, Marco Andretti, rounding out the fast 6. Most laps run has been Scott McLaughlin. He's put 45 circuits on the speedway this afternoon. The least laps run is Ryan Hunter-Reay, who's only been out there for 3 laps. That's not including Louis Foster, who hasn't run at all yet. There you go, the laps run numbers on the part of the leaders. See Hunter-Reay down there with just the 3 and David Malukas with just the 6. And all of that just taking into account this afternoon session that has an hour and 41 minutes to go. By the way, in the last hour of the session, the teams will be allowed to practice pit stops along the pit lane. So you'll see the crews helmeted up and in their safety gear. They won't be flowing any fuel into the car like they would during a race pit stop. And the pit road speed line and the pit road entry will still be the practice configuration inside turns 3 and 4. But they'll be able to, you know, have a run at some hot pit stops, which is not just great practice for the crews, but for the drivers. This is a long pit road. It's not the easiest pit road.
No, it's not. It's long. It's very narrow. It's one of the fastest. It's the fastest pit lane that we have at 60 miles an hour. And when you are trying to slow the car down into your pit box, again, we were speaking about it earlier. These cars are set up to turn one direction. They're really good at turning left. To get into your pit box, you got to turn left at first, but then you got to turn right.
Yeah.
And they just don't do that very well. And so, you know, especially for these younger guys that are about to contest their first oval race here in a few weeks, every repetition is helpful, as we see Rinus VeeKay getting around Dixon to head to the point. And so it's useful to get some feel and some data on when to hit the brakes, how hard you can hit the brakes. With the cambers that you run here at the speedway, there's very little contact patch, very little actual rubber is touching the road when you're going on a straight line down pit lane. And so you don't have a lot of braking capability. The brakes are cold because you're not using them out there. It's not like being at a road course. And so getting used to all these little nuances of pitting off an oval is massively important for these young drivers. And I think a lot of the one-off teams will definitely take the opportunity to get their pit crews a few extra reps, doing the tire changes, plugging in the fuel. No fuel will be flowing, like you said, but you can still practice getting the nozzle into the Buckeye.
And you know, when we talk about a race where perfection is required to win, if you think about a driver comes in, right, the tire changers, the inside tire changers and the front tire changer are in position for the car to stop right there. If that car stops a foot long, you're losing time.
A massive amount of time.
You're losing time while the tire changers adjust to where that tire actually is, or if it stops a foot too short, or if it, you know, so actually when they talk about hitting your marks, it's so crucial to the success of the pit crew stop.
I remember when I first got to a point where there was pit stops involved, and as we just take a quick look back here at Scott Dixon's 2008 win as we watch him on track.
And drinking milk.
Throwing the milk on the crew. I bet those suits smelled good the next day. But no, it's I remember first, you know, coming into IndyCar and doing pit stops for the first time. You'd have a slow stop in the heat of the moment. You don't ask questions. You get on with your day, and you go back and afterwards and say, well, how come that second stop? We lost 3 places in pit lane. What happened on that second stop? Oh, well, you were 9 inches longer on the marks than you were supposed to be. Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess that matters, and you learn real quick. And it is the
the 7 men and women that jump over the wall, they all have to do their jobs perfectly, but the ones sitting behind the wheel, they've got a very, very big part in how quick a pit stop goes.
Watching Scott Dixon, Santino Ferrucci catch Elio Castroneves and slide around Rinus VeeKay as well. As we work with an hour and 37 minutes to go in our Indianapolis 500 open test on a spectacular Thursday afternoon here at the Speedway. Could this be the year for Santino Ferrucci to win the Indianapolis 500? Finished 7th, 4th, 6th, 10th, 3rd, 8th. And that's the entirety of his career efforts at Indianapolis. Always in the top 10 as Castroneves goes to the front of the draft line. Could this be the year for Santino Ferrucci? And if you think some of the celebrations that others like Castroneves and Newgarden have had were wild, can you imagine what it would be like if that Foyt 14 is the one that rolls across the yard of bricks first with that driver behind the wheel?
I mean, that's a combination that would elicit a lot of emotion and a lot of reaction from a lot of fans. And, you know, we talk about this guy's prowess here at the Speedway. One of the most impressive things that he's done was accident avoidance. This was a few years back. You see him there highlighted, car spinning to his left, right in front of him. He ducks through threads the needle across the grass. Listen to him accelerate across the grass here. He did exactly what he had to do to avoid the chaos unfolding in front of him. It was an impressive display, to say the least. And helped him on one of those runs up to a top 10
finish
with Dilcoin Racing back then.
So Ferrucci right now has the 11th best lap overall today, 2:21.89. He's run 46 laps on the Speedway and counting. And remember that he lost a bunch of track time yesterday after a mechanical problem, and Santino talked about having a little bit more tire inventory available to him than maybe some other teams did to work through the rest of the day today.
That's always handy. I mean, more often than not, when you come testing in IndyCar, you're what we call tire poor. You have not enough sets of Firestones for the amount of track time that you have. But with drivers having problems yesterday, guys like Santino and Jack Harvey with the mechanical issues that they had, saved a bunch of sets. Still did their Q sims this morning, but have plenty of tires to do long runs this afternoon. And they are putting in the laps.
Scott McLaughlin around Connor Daly here. Be interesting to see if these two can run forward and catch that group ahead of them that Castroneves and Dixon are at the lead of. There's Colton Herta, the middleman in the group. Last lap speed better than 2:20 for Scott McLaughlin. McLaughlin's best lap, 10th fastest overall at 2:22.22. He did that recently on the 49th of the 53 laps that he's run. Marco Andretti will power Pato O'Ward back on the racetrack now. Jacob Abel is also on the Speedway. That is O'Ward jumping out from behind Ferrucci.
10 cars on the track at the moment. All running around pretty much in a group. Jacob Abel on the back end of that, the tail end of the group at the moment. You can see Castroneves at the front. Dixon deciding to stay put in second place there despite having a pretty solid run. And this is all part of it. This is picking and choosing when you're making your moves. Let's see if O'Ward wants to get racy with Dixon. As we see, I think that might be Pelot, yeah, pulling back out onto the racetrack to join this group right behind Scott McLaughlin.
Yep. talked about how Alex Palou has not run a lot of laps, but everything they've done has seemed to work. You see there in that laps run column, only 16 turned in the session, but every one of them has been fast. So dropping a bit off the end of this group as he got up to speed. See if he can run him down. That's Will Power behind him. Head of the line, Dixon, Castroneves, O'Ward, Ferrucci, McLaughlin. And then the gap back to Palou and Power.
I do want to see Palou try to make some moves here. I want to see what kind of capabilities this car has to make passes further down in the line. We know it's got the speed. Same sort of thing for Power. Both of these guys hanging a little further back off that train than the distance between most of the cars running in front of them.
Will Power's run 46 laps, best of them 222.23. That's 10th on the pylon.
I will say Dixon's been looking really strong running in the wheel tracks of another car. He's able to run very close to the car in front. I don't think we're seeing him execute all the passes that he's capable of. I think backing out of it and staying in that dirty air to get more running is kind of more been the name of the game, but just how close he's been able to stay in line or fall back in line when getting past in these warmer conditions today.
Look at Will Power. The other car I think fits that description also, Hinch, is O'Ward.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen him be able to run closer than most in traffic and pull out and make moves.
Which again, that's really what put him in a position to win the race last year. I don't think he had anything close to the fastest car. He came out of that last pit cycle in 5th, and from 5th in line, it's hard to get moves done on the racetrack, but there were no yellows. Pato just used his experience, really put the car on the line, really altered the setup from inside the car, adjusted the tools that he had at his disposal, and really put that thing on the ragged edge. The onboard shots from the last 15 laps of that race on the number 5 they're tough to watch. They give you goosebumps. They were making me sweat from inside the air-conditioned booth, but he is very good. One of the best right now in this current crop of IndyCar drivers at handling a car around the speedway in that dirty air on the absolute edge. And honestly, with the increase in weight that the hybrid brings, the way that brings the weight distribution further rearward, it's going to make that a little bit harder. It makes it harder for these cars to turn in dirty air, and a driver that's able to be a little more comfortable on the edge, comfortable being uncomfortable. It's something we talk about with Ferrucci, and I think O'Ward is very much cut from that same cloth.
That's Christian Lundgaard dropping into the group there, just second in line, being overtaken by Helio Castroneves. Just in front of his teammate, O'Ward. We talked about ringing it all out at the end of that race last year and what it meant to Joseph Newgarden to risk this move and what it meant to Pato O'Ward to be that close. Again, maybe even closer than any of them ever before. That close to winning the dream.
And it really highlights what this race means to people. You see how excited the drivers are that win. That makes sense. But for the drivers that come up just short, the heartbreak is so tough to describe. We've seen it from O'Ward. I remember watching it with Helio Castroneves.
When Hunter Ray beat him.
Beat him. Alex Rossi in 19 against Simon Pagenaud. You know, these are some of the most poignant moments that were captured
of those weekends, of those race days, not necessarily the winners. It was the drivers that came up just short, because it's so difficult to be in the position at the end of 200 laps, at the end of 500 miles, to be fighting for this win, that you never know if you're going to get that opportunity again. It is far from a given. There's nothing, you know, that you can take for granted when you're here. And so I think more than anything, in those moments, those drivers are just thinking, man, I might never get that shot again. And we came up just short, and it's a tough pill to swallow.
I was that close. Just bitter. The old saying, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, certainly applies in those situations we were just discussing. And just got to believe, the more he puts himself in position to have a shot at winning this race, he's going to get his. It's what I believe about Pato, and maybe this is the year. But I feel pretty confident that saying things that are within his control, he'll be a factor somewhere near the end of it, if luck and the Speedway smile on him that day.
And it does take that. It does take that bit of luck. There's no doubt about it.
So Lundgaard, Castroneves, O'Ward, Palou here in this group. And one of the Andretti cars also joining in the fun there on the end of this line.
I'll tell you what, Castroneves looks pretty sporty up front as well. He's got obviously a decent time on the board, but just his ability to run close, at least when there's one or two cars in front. I haven't seen him as much further back in the line, but this gap to Lundgaard right now, he's able to be, again, just pretty sporty.
Yep.
I think that's more a function of him choosing to stay behind, honestly, than not being able to make the pass on Lundgaard.
Brand new race car for Elio. He said figuring out the hybrid and all that, he said that'll be, you know, something the engineers and the manufacturers will spend a lot of time working on, and they'll give us their best advice. He said my job is the same as it's always been, and no one in this field knows how to execute that job better than Elio Castroneves based on results. That statement.
That is true, because we talk a lot about his 4 wins, but you got to remember there's also 3 second places that go along with that. So for a driver to have put himself in the position to pull off a win or be in the conversation for a win that many times, that's not a coincidence.
Yeah. Think about this. 24 tries in the 500. He's got 16 top 10 finishes.
Yeah.
In 24 tries.
Pretty remarkable.
Yeah. And fit as ever and determined as ever is Elio Castroneves. So Lundgaard, VK, O'Ward, Palou, and that's Kyle Kirkwood. Back on the racetrack. And another car with really good speed in every session so far.
Absolutely. Sitting P2 right now, as you see. Was good on the 4-lap average. It's decent on, like you say, pretty much every time this car's been on track. There's been a lot of consistency across the whole Andretti Autosport, Andretti Global rather, stable so far from what we've seen. All of the cars have been competitive and consistently competitive. As Pato O'Ward now sweeps around Rinus VeeKay and goes to the point.
Here is Kirkwood, 27, Jupiter, Florida driver. Followed by his teammate Marcus Ericsson, former winner of the 500, next in the line. So much information to be gathered. You know, we don't talk about fuel much when we're looking at a test session here, but again, you know, the different fuel maps and How can you maintain your speed while using the least amount of fuel for your pit strategy during the 5? All of these things going on right now in these lines of cars.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely going to be on the checklist of things that the engineers want to run through, trying those different maps to see when the driver's flat out, how much fuel saving are you getting, but then also how much driver-induced fuel saving can you do and still, maintain pace and keep up with the pack, because realistically, once you are 4th, 5th, 6th in line, it is so difficult to pass.
Yep.
So you try really hard to conserve your car in those situations. Part of that's conserving your tire, part of that's conserving the fuel, because if you can extend a fuel stint, that can often be, very beneficial in this race. And so a lot of time and energy is spent. If you realize you don't have the pace or the opportunity to move up, settle in and kind of take care of that right front tire or right rear tire, depending on how the car's handling, and really work on trying to hit as big a fuel number as you possibly can, because it just opens up opportunities for, strategy calls as the race goes on.
Seeing all these cars with the Andretti names splashed across the top of the aero screen, we can't go through the 2 days of testing without talking Mario for a minute, can we?
No, it'd be criminal.
1969. Of course, the story of that victory going back so much to the car that he ran, and the fact that it wasn't the one they intended to run, and the crash that he had, and all the other things. But magical day for Mario Andretti here at the Speedway. And the Andretti Global cars showing well here in this test session so far over yesterday and today. The rookies looking to be in the field for this year's Indianapolis 500, Robert Shwartzman. First-year driver, first-year team. Prema Racing. Didn't talk about this when talking about Shwartzman, but they've got a great coach on their side helping him navigate his first season in the NTT IndyCar Series and his first time here at the Speedway. Ryan Briscoe got so much experience and such a great demeanor in helping drivers learn the ropes here.
Yeah, very experienced guy. Experienced here at the Speedway, pole sitter back in 2012. Indy 500, driving for Roger Penske's team. And he's really grown into this role at Prema. You hear, a lot of positive feedback from members of the team. I've spoken to the drivers. He is a tremendous asset for this new group, just with the experience he brings from behind the wheel on the race team side, and then of course directly dealing with the drivers and helping them sort of navigate. Obviously Callum's got a few years experience, but for Robert, first time doing this, first laps around the Speedway yesterday. So much to learn, and so many small tricks that someone like Briscoe with his experience can help share with Shwartzman and really just try to accelerate that learning curve and that learning process.
You don't know what you're supposed to be feeling, right, until you do, but someone can help give you guidance on not only what you're supposed to be feeling, but your interpretation of what you're feeling, and whether you might not be sure. Is this good? Is this bad?
One of the big things about transitioning from road course racing to oval racing, and it's something that all the European drivers that have come over recently have had to learn at the highest level without the benefit of coming up through the junior categories on this side of the pond, is when you're in a race car on an oval, all of the inputs that you have to give and all the feedback that you're receiving back from the car are just so much more subtle. You have to recalibrate essentially everything that you're doing and feeling inside the race car. What feels like understeer on a road course, it's obvious. It's very easy to tell. What feels like a tiny bit of scrub mid-corner in turn 4, that's something you have to really get tuned into. And it's not going to slap you in your face the way that it does on a road course and be as painfully obvious. It really is much more nuanced than that.
and understanding those small little differences in what the car is telling you, knowing how to adjust your inputs in the most minute ways to manipulate the car a little bit differently for the benefit of a few more tenths of a mile an hour. It is a practiced skill. It's something that you really have to get mileage under your belt to figure out, and it's something that this guy here had to do when he came over from Formula One back in 2016, and do it well. He has won that race the first time, but arguably in his least impressive drive in a lot of ways. He's had some absolutely stellar runs here at the Speedway since then. And now for the first season with ECR, joined up with a team that's known for bringing quick race cars to the Speedway, this could potentially be a pretty lethal combination.
You mentioned the first drive, 2016, coasting to the finish on fumes, but was the first one to complete the 500 miles after the strategy call by Brian Herta. And before he could really appreciate what it meant, Alexander Rossi was an Indianapolis 500 champion. He's talked openly about how his appreciation for that accomplishment has grown exponentially in the years since then.
Absolutely. I think you know, winning it in your first time, it's almost a disservice to yourself, because as any driver will tell you, every time you get the opportunity, the privilege of coming back to the Speedway and racing in the 500, you learn to appreciate it a little bit more. And so I think, you know, the difference between a driver doing it for their first time versus doing it for their 5th versus doing it for their 10th is pretty significant. And winning it on that 10th time, or like we saw with Joseph Newgarden, winning it on the 12th, that emotion we saw it from Will Power when he finally got his win back in 18. It is just such a powerful thing what the Speedway does to these drivers. And I know that Alex would love to get the opportunity to feel it again with what he now knows about this place.
The shock and awe that he displayed winning it the first time, I think you'd see a very different exuberance winning it this time, and I think you'd hear a tremendous eloquence in explaining what it means to him and its impact on him this time, more than I really don't know what just happened like it was the last time.
I think that's pretty accurate. I think it was a little bit deer in the headlights for Rossi that race back in 2016. But you know, he's a pretty muted guy on most days. But I can imagine that the emotion and the energy would be up to 11 even for him. If his second 500 win was on the cards.
Running here in behind Kyle Kirkwood and Scott McLaughlin, with an hour and 14 minutes and change left to go in our open test sessions for the Indianapolis 500-mile race that comes up on May 25th here at the Speedway. Hope you're planning to be here with us at the Speedway, because it's going to be spectacular, in a word.
I thought about swinging by, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to be pretty busy in this very room, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, true.
Look forward to Fox's first shot at the Indianapolis 500-mile race and all of the exciting plans we hear about for the day and the month of May. So there you see the single fast laps of the day, led by Alex Palou. Scott Dixon right in there with the 5th best. There's Graham Rahal's car. Rahal right now with 22 laps completed on the track, and the fastest of them being the 22nd quickest.
And one of the drivers that came close to near disaster yesterday, brushed the wall out of turn 3, bent the right rear suspension, had a few massive saves to catch it as he had to arc it into turn 4. Managed to get away with it, but it was definitely a hard throat moment with about 15 minutes to go in the session yesterday.
Phenomenal job to keep that scrub of the wall from becoming a real crash in turn 4, and with a big pack of cars steaming down the road behind him too. Felix Rosenquist continuing on. By the way, Louis Foster has come on to the Speedway. So we've had all 32 available cars on the track now in our session. Let's check downstairs with Georgia.
Well, as Nathan and I have been perusing up and down pit lane looking for drivers, I have noticed the temperature has dropped quite a bit and a breeze is starting to pick up. It was really sunny, almost hot, and I'm not complaining because the sun felt nice, but now there's some cloud cover. It's getting a little cool and the wind's picking up, and I have to ask Alan and James, what's that going to do for these guys out here running in traffic or just trying to get a feel for their car? How are these conditions changing going to change what's going on out there?
I'll tell you what, Georgia, the wind picking up is never something you want to hear as a driver. And looking out the window at the top of the pylon, you can see that windsock is now pretty straight out there. It's not, doesn't look too gusty, but a nice sustained wind right now, kind of coming from the southeast, almost over the grandstands in turn 2. And what that really does is it just makes every single corner of this racetrack feel different from behind the wheel. If you have any kind of sustained wind, you know, it's just changing the airflow over the car as the car changes direction from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. These cars are so aerosensitive, and at the speeds they're running, you know, even a 5-7 mile an hour difference in wind can be a huge effect on the balance. And again, from one end of the racetrack to the other, it changes, and that just makes it that much harder for these drivers to stay on top of the balance. It makes it that much harder for them to tell the engineers which way they want to go with the setup. And you've got to kind of usually default to maybe making the car a little bit safer all around, whether that's adding more downforce or making certain mechanical changes to sort of calm everything down and have the driver do a little bit more to drive around an imbalance in a given corner. We were talking about Graham a little bit earlier, and this was a race that was almost perfect for the 15. One of the late stops in the race did not get one of the rear tires on, the inside rear, but the car was sent, and as he was blending back onto the racetrack, tire off, car spins, wall contact. That tire hit by Connor Daly. That affected his day as well. But again, we talk about the heartbreak of Indy. Just look at Graham, absolutely gutted, sitting in a prime position to be fighting for the win late in that race.
Everything must be perfect to win the Indianapolis 500. That's where it is. That's where it's gotten to. And one slight moment will ruin your chance. Here's Colton Herta, Marcus Armstrong, Christian Rasmussen. First 3 cars in this group, as we work with a little less than an hour and 10 minutes to go in our test session. Joseph Newgarden tagging on to the back of that line. He's got Will Power just in front of him. It's Connor Daly now in the 4th position in this line. CD's run 51 laps in the practice. Best of them was his 18th lap of the day. That was a 2:21.479. Connor's 16th overall with the single fast laps. We asked how many drivers had won the Indy 500 from Idaho. How many have won it from Indiana? Or the last one to win it from Indiana? You're shaking your head like I can't remember.
I cannot.
1940, Wilbur Shaw was the
go.
last Indiana-born driver.
Yes. You see up in the box there, Connor's dad, Derek Daly, successful racing driver among many different disciplines in his own right, keeping an eye on the young man's progress. And as we saw in the Doug Talks to Drivers segment earlier, Doug Boll's favorite driver.
Yes. Joseph Newgarden and Will Power at the end of this group. You're talking about wanting to see progress before when we were watching Focus on Alex Palou. What about the 12 and the 2 in this line of cars. Can they run close to the cars in front of them? Can they make moves through the line? Well,
Again,
not going to get a chance on Connor because he's going to head to pit road here.
Yeah, looks like Joseph's coming with him as well. But look, part of the interesting thing about watching this test is it's not about necessarily the passes, because we don't know what engine settings individual teams are running. We don't know what engine settings manufacturers have given them to play with, what power levels.
Yep.
So I'm not looking for pass execution necessarily. It's just how close can you follow? How's the chassis handling in the middle of the corner? And I got to say that the Penske cars don't look quite as racy as some of the others in that respect. But again, this is first warm weather, representative track conditions, group running that we've seen. Still plenty of time to work on this. Absolutely no panic. But there's definitely a few cars that stand out as being maybe a step ahead right off the bat.
I was over at the Penske garages this morning. You know, okay, how's it going? Just working through our plan. Each car's got a plan. We're just checking boxes. We're just checking boxes.
And that's definitely the right thing to do on at this open test. Once we get to race week or practice week, things change a little bit. There's more of a sense of urgency. You're going to have a plan.
Yep.
You're going to plan to work through that plan. But one session can kind of throw those things all for a little bit of a loop, and you start chasing a handling imbalance. You start, chasing some gremlin in the car, and you can get off plan very quickly. And even though we have, 6 hours of practice for 4 days in a row, it's amazing how quickly that time can go by. And especially with all dry days, the number of tires that you have to use really can limit the amount of laps that you do. And you can find yourself really wanting more running to fix a problem, but not having the tires that you can afford to spend at that point. It really is a budgeting exercise at the end of the day. Teams get 32 sets for the month.
Yep.
And basically you work backwards from the race. You know you need 10 sets safely to get through the race. Then you think about what you need for qualifying. And again, if you're a car that's running well, you got to budget
12,
for
6.
Exactly right. So you got to budget for all the different stages of qualifying if you're running on both days. If you think you're a 12th to 30th place car, you can do one run on Saturday, be locked in the field, and not have to run again. If you're fighting for the front rows or fighting for the last row, there's a lot more work that needs to be done, a lot more rubber you're going to have to spend. And then you kind of work backwards. Fast Friday, how many practice runs do you want to do before you head into qualifying? So you got to set those aside, and that leaves you with a relatively small number of tires to go through those 4 6-hour days.
It's a budgeting exercise. Georgia, we're budgeting time for you now down on pit road.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here with Kyle Kirkwood. He was victorious on the streets of Long Beach, but we were just talking about how fast, actually, you have to kind of move on from that and shift gears into a new setting. How do you do that as a driver?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you just said there as the cars that came by, but you're talking about Long Beach and switching gears out of that, no pun intended, as you said before. It's you're on to the next race. You're only as good as your last race, and right now we're on top, but we need to make sure that our cars are fast for Indy, because every race that comes in the future is what really matters now. So that's what we're focused on. Pretty happy with this car right now. The Andretti Honda is really, really solid. I think Honda brought a really good package here this year, which is great. Makes our lives a lot easier. And all 4 of us here seem to be happy with their cars and ticking away at things. We're getting used to the hybrid, right? It's another tool for us to use, but it's also another 120 pounds to the car and weight distribution rearward. So we're working with that a little bit, and so is everybody else. So hopefully we come to grips with it a little bit faster than everybody else.
We were just looking at your hands. You're kind of getting some blisters on it. Does that extra weight in the hybrid system actually make it more physical for you?
I think so. I don't know, though. I would have to look at sensors to know if it's actually more weight or whatnot, but it feels more physical this year. It could be also because it's pretty warm out today, which is actually really good for us. But no, I am getting a blister, and I didn't have a blister at Long Beach, so it shows that this place is getting physical. It's not just a circle.
65 laps will do that to you around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but you're going to try to get back out for one more session. What kind of adjustments did you want to make?
Nothing at the moment. Really happy with the car. We're out of tires, so we used up all of our tires. We did a lot of laps here. We ran 65 this afternoon, did some quali sims this morning, a lot of running yesterday, and we're just out of tires, which means we had a good test. If you get through all of them and you're kind of happy, you can kind of sit around at the end of the day. We'll all get out there at one point and do one last run on a fresh set of tires, which is always fun to finish off this test with some nice race running, so that's the goal.
And we'll see if Kyle Kirkwood can go back-to-back at Barber. Up next. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you.
Georgia, thanks. Kyle looking to create a new highlight reel here at the Speedway, because this is the one that keeps coming up that he doesn't want to really focus on anymore.
Yeah, you want to make new memories after a day like this, because this wasn't just a memory, it's a nightmare. Trying so hard to avoid the spinning car of Rosenquist, upside down, terrifying position to be in as a driver. But it just, again, highlights how safe the IndyCars are these days, sliding for, I don't know how many hundreds of feet.
1,000 feet?
Upside down.
Yeah.
And, got up and walked away from it.
Talk about the process of making changes to these cars. Here's Graham Rahal. He's the only one on the Speedway now as we hit about the 1 hour to go mark. You'll see, if you were here at the Speedway during 500 practice days, you'll see cars be towed back through Gasoline Alley to the garage and back out onto their pit box over and over and over again as teams make these setup changes. Why is it necessary to go back to the garage area to make the changes you want to make?
Well, it depends on what kind of change you want to make. There are some that are easily, executed on pit lane and don't require going back to the garage. Normally, if you're going back to the garage, it's because you want to go back on the setup pad. You want to make sure that absolutely every measurement is spot on, because, again, these Indy cars are so sensitive at these speeds. If you're 1 millimeter out on a certain measurement, whether it's ride height, whether it's toe on the tires, there's a lot of different things that they seem so small, so minuscule in absolute terms, but in relative terms, they are crucial. So if it's a change that could potentially have an impact on any of those particularly crucial measurements, you have the time at Indy. We just talked about how you don't have as much tires as you have time.
It's a budgeting exercise.
It's a budgeting exercise. So head back to the garage, get on the pad, make the change you need, and make sure that thing is going out in exactly the right setup that you are looking for. Again, something can be done on pit lane because they're not going to have an impact. Those parts aren't being unscrewed or moved or altered in any way. You can do a spring change pretty easily, on pit lane without having to come back. A few other things, but certainly when you're talking more of the things like ride heights or geometries, certain elements of the setup changes, you want to go back, make sure everything's sorted.
It really is a rolling science project, and if you're testing the effectiveness of something you've changed, an ingredient in the recipe, if you will, you have to make sure you're starting from the same starting point. If you will, and the way you know that for sure is you get all those exact measurements.
Right. Your baseline has to be your baseline. Your control has to be your control, right? You can't, if you're making one adjustment, and that's one of the big things, when you're testing race cars, you want to do changes one at a time, because everything affects everything else. Everything on a car is so intrinsically connected that if you make 3 changes, in unison, in parallel, you're not necessarily sure which one made the handling adjustment that you felt. If you do them one at a time in isolation, you're obviously a lot more prepared to answer that question. Now, sometimes you don't have that luxury. Because of time or tires, you sometimes have to try to solve multiple problems at the same time, and you do occasionally have to throw multiple changes at it. But in an ideal scenario, from an engineering project standpoint, you'd want to, in a perfect world, do them not just one at a time. You would do what we call an ABA test.
Yes.
Do your test, make a change, that's the A, make the change, that's the B, then undo the change, go back to the baseline, and make sure that the handling correlates to what was happening before.
So as we are inside the final hour of our open test here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, those hot pit stops we talked about earlier, teams can now perform those. So you may see some cars coming down the pit lane and the crew's helmeted up and executing a 4-tire stop and heading back out onto the racetrack. But it is the hot pit stop window. and business picking up again as cars get ready for those last runs in their final hour of the open test. There's a whole group trying to form up here off the pit lane and on the back straightaway.
Yeah, usually you see the hot stops happen a little bit closer to the end of the day when you've got some old junk tires you can burn through on, you know, locking up into the pit box and burning out of the pit box on. So I don't expect that to happen just yet, especially with this many cars on the racetrack. Still a lot of guys, a few more you see coming out, trying to join this queue. Lots of laps being turned here today.
Yes. And look at the traffic now. This is when it gets fun. This is when you really get to start watching people and who can do what in traffic. The clock is ticking. They're running out on that available window to find out information. And it's going to be busy out there.
Roughly 12 cars on track, a few more rolling down pit lane right now. Getting about half the field into a line.
Yard of bricks, Christian Lundgaard leads. Not for long. Here goes Scott Dixon by him. Scott McLaughlin on the move, and we look back at Alex Palou back out again. He has run 42 laps on the day. By contrast, Scott McLaughlin has run 77 laps in this 3-hour test window.
Only driver to be in the 70s, McLaughlin putting in the work. Bunch of drivers in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. A handful not turning a lot of laps. Jack Harvey only 30. His teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay only 10. So 40 laps combined turned for the Dreyer Reinbold Racing team this afternoon. That's not ideal or suboptimal, as we like to say.
You've been hanging around people with big vocabularies, haven't you?
It's engineering speak, my friend.
David Malukas, the 4, as Dixon peels off, and Lundgaard will reassert his spot at the head of the line. I was watching Malukas exit that corner. It looked a little awkward, the line there, but maybe it was just the camera angle trailing, following the car.
Yeah, he has fallen a little bit back from the car in front. I think that might be Herta. Yeah, I believe Colton Herta. So we see them fly past us in the booth here on the front straight. Again, making a return to the speedway after missing the race last year with that wrist injury.
And hanging that turn signal left to indicate he's headed for the pit lane. Of course, Malukas driving for AJ Foyt Racing. And like we spoke of Mario earlier, how can we do a show from Indianapolis Motor Speedway without showing you some great AJ Foyt footage?
And there's much to choose from.
Yes, there is much. Of course, AJ 35 starts most all time, and the member of that super illustrious 4-time winners club. And it's always kind of fun when you get back to some of the pre-high def footage and say, whoa, how did we watch that back in the day?
Pre-high def, pre-safer barriers, pre-a lot of things. But one thing that is still happening, the wreath, the Borg Warner Trophy. So many of the traditions that make this race so special have been going on, maybe not since inception of the 500-mile race here, but certainly for decades. And it really is one of the things that makes this event so miraculous and such a special thing for these drivers to experience.
McLaughlin, Lundgaard. One of the Andretti Global cars, and then looked like Rasmussen next in line.
Rasmussen and Herta.
Herta, yep.
Following Dev DiFrancesco, I think that's Louis Foster in the 45 behind Colton.
That's Marco, third car in line there that I was trying to identify at the moment. And there's Colton Herta back there also.
I was kind of looking forward to seeing, Raz do some of his fancy passing attempts, his brave pass attempts in this session, but he seems a little more muted than what we saw last year.
we're kind of talking about the difference between a rookie and a sophomore year earlier. You don't know what you don't know, but maybe you do now.
Wonder if boss man Ed Carpenter had a little sit down with him, being like, "Hey, we're not even in May yet. Let's just get through this one.
Run the test plan. Bring it back."
Big investment in that team over the offseason. New ownership coming in, bringing a lot of sponsorship with it as well. Big investment in resource and people and drivers, bringing Alex Rossi on board.
And big optimism. Let's see how the month of May turns out for them, as Rossi is right now 22nd fastest. And Rasmussen is 25th fastest as far as just single laps have been posted today. Here's Christian Lundgaard around Scott McLaughlin. Lundgaard has the 28th best lap, a 2:19.2. That last lap, a 2:15.4, as McLaughlin peels off. Last year's pole winner, driving that Pennzoil yellow submarine for Team Penske. He's run 84 laps today. His quickest of them, a 2:22.46. That's 9th best. In fact, if you look at the list of most laps run today, all 3 Team Penske cars are in the top 4 of that count. Actually, that just changed. They are the top 3. Well, top 4 now. Rosenquist just ran a couple laps and slipped himself in there. But you've got all three of the Team Penske cars in the top 4 of most laps run today, working through the plan.
Yeah, that's tremendous amount of mileage for that team. But again, why not? Why not take advantage of this opportunity?
It's a test.
It is a test. You've got the time. Like you said, the conditions are perfect. It's business time. Let's get down to business.
Marco here with Rossi going around him. And a little further back, that is the 8 machine of Kiffin Simpson. Here's a look at Rossi, his new colors for this year, here for the Indianapolis 500 and the season in general. Alex has run, he's actually only run 38 laps today. That's not a ton when you compare it to, you know, the 85 that Scott McLaughlin has run.
He's running out front, sort of on his own at the moment. Willing Andretti to bring the train with him up to the gearbox of the 20. At some point, he'll probably want to crack the throttle, fall back in line. As we see down pit lane, the number 23 of Ryan Hunter-Reay rolling onto pit lane, hoping to get back out. We were just mentioning how few laps he has run so far, fewest of anyone. Ed Carpenter also pretty low on the lap count with 11, but Lucas with 13.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what was going on there with Hunter-Reay. If there was some sort of issue that had to be addressed. Nine cars, now 10 cars on the speedway at the moment, with 48 minutes and change to go. That's Rinus VeeKay joining in off the pit exit.
Rossi trying to fall back in line. He's going to slot right in front of Colton Herta, just behind Kiffin Simpson. Third in line there. That's kind of a good place to try to start tuning your car, because that's where you need to be if you're going to be fighting for the win at the end of this thing. Somewhere in the top 3, top 4. Can still make some moves from there. So Rossi now looking down the back of, is that Kiffin or Dev? A few more cars now pulling out of pit lane to join this queue.
Yeah, it's mixing it up here as we get to this point of the afternoon. That is DiFrancesco.
Yeah.
And Simpson is like about 5th in line back there.
Marco pulls off, gets out of that group, heading back to pit lane in the 98. Now Kiffin trying to line up Jacob Abel. Dale Coyne Racing entry, but then behind them, a big run from Rinus VeeKay. Got that 2-car run. Kiffin pulls out. Is Rinus going to make it 3 wide? Thinks about it.
Boy.
He says yes. Turning in right from the bottom of the racetrack. Brave. Bold move, and he pulled it off. And heads up from Kiffin to give him the room and slot back in place. You know, we talked about how important it is to get that experience getting past as well. And awkward moments like that, uncomfortable moments like that, they're going to happen in the race. So it's good to get that experience. You see VeeKay just waiting till the last possible minute, and as he dives down, the dust coming off the left side tires, because almost nobody has run down there yet in this 2-day test.
And there is a skill, an art, however you want to phrase it, to how to be passed and lose the least amount of momentum in time.
Absolutely. It's a massive skill, and it's going to be so important come race day, and it's one of those things that the veterans here just have such a leg up over the rookies, as we see both Power and Palou pulling out of the pits. There's an alliteration for you.
Yep. Perfectly pronounced. Colton Herta on the move here, around Will Power.
Yes, and we're getting ready then with 45 minutes to go of this session. Alex Palou currently top, 223.993 mile per hour from Kirkwood, Newgarden, Cash Neves and Dixon. That's your top 5 as we currently have slipstreaming going on with Palou to the inside of Power through turn 1.
And he makes it stick. Just some more cars head out there. Keep an eye on the windsock. It is still coming from kind of the east-southeast. It's not too strong, but it's there. About 15 cars on the racetrack now. You see that scramble into 3 as some are blending in, some are peeling off, and some are just carrying on with the program. Alex Palou is pulled quite far ahead now from Power, who he got by just a lap ago. He's cleared Rossi, now just got around Scott McLaughlin. So maybe now finally starting to see some of that. Can they actually find they can go fast, but can they actually make passes?
Who's on what tires, who's right, you know, the whole thing, right? What are we learning here? Well, they know what they're trying to learn.
Right, and that's one of the biggest things. You can learn what's happening to your car. You can't really learn where you are relative to anybody else.
Right.
Because you can, again, like you just said, join in the middle of a run on brand new tires around guys that are on 15, 16, 17 lap tires. And I'll tell you what, your car is going to feel great in comparison. The relative performance is going to be strong. And Palou and Power did come out together once this line had sort of already formed. So tough to draw too many conclusions, but Palou did just drive himself probably around 5 or 6 cars to get up to the front of this pack.
Cars you would think by reputation would be pretty good ones.
Exactly right.
Will Power is back on the pit lane, by the way, after falling back into that line. Watch Palou, Newgarden, Dixon, McLaughlin, VeeKay. Again, a list of names like that, if that's who we were describing late on Sunday afternoon on May 25th as being in those top spots competing for the win in the Indianapolis 500, it would surprise no one. Pretty good run from Pato here off the corner. I was interested when Georgia was interviewing Kyle Kirkwood before about how the blisters on his right hand that he was talking about, and thinking about, you know, the no power steering on these IndyCar Series machines and making that left turn all the time, you know, 4 times a lap, and the input required into the steering wheel at all times around here. It just, I don't know, it struck me as interesting that, that somebody might develop a blister there with all the work you're doing with that right hand here.
It's definitely not as common on ovals as it is, especially on street courses, with all the bumps and the violence that you can get from curbs up through the steering wheel. But I think, you know, Georgia brings up a great point. That added weight, you know, it's you can feel it exponentially through the corners under load. You know, if it's 100 pounds under normal conditions, under 3G sustained, you know, that's an extra 300 pounds that's going through the system. And, you know, Kirkwood, 65 laps done on the day. It's a lot of corners in 65 laps. What's 260 times he's turning left, something like that?
Yeah. I'd be curious when this is all done and the teams have a little bit of time to digest the information that they learned. What turns out to be the bigger area of learning here? The use of the hybrid and how you're going to deploy and regen and how it affects things in all the different, you know, race mode, qualifying mode, or the adjustments needed because of the weight of the hybrid system and where it's placed in the car compared to what performance has been here in the past.
Yes.
Right, and it's like, okay, there's a lot to calculate here when this is all done.
There's a lot to calculate, and you have to do it all. You have to optimize everything. You cannot leave any stone unturned when you're talking about the Indy 500, because if you leave anything on the table, somebody else will exploit that, will find that little advantage, and will have that gap over you. So you have to find any little thing you can. You've got to focus on and work on every area of the car.
Handling change over a fuel load as the fuel burns off. Is it different than it was before? Is, you know, the tire balance on the car, is it, you know, I mean, just all of these things are fascinating conversations to me after the teams get a chance to digest the information and when they come back here for the month of May.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be just an insane amount of data and information for all these teams to look at and go through over the next few weeks before we roll off on practice week. But again, you still have 2 races in between that, so it's not like they can have the full engineering staff dedicated full time to doing it. They've got, there's 100 points on the board to go win.
Yep. Motorsports Park coming up, and then of course the Sancio Grand Prix here on the Speedway's road course that kicks off the month of May. You did see a quick look at Ryan Hunter-Reay as he's gotten aboard his machine and gotten back out onto the racetrack. Driver that has turned the fewest laps in this practice session of anyone who would be in the practice session. Again, we weren't going to see Kyle Larson or Takuma Sato after their crashes earlier today in the morning session. Both drivers out of their car and okay. There's Hunter-Reay, but both cars, particularly Sato's car, damaged beyond repair for this test session, and Larson's damaged to the point that by the time they fixed it, they were only going to get a few laps in anyway. And so the team loaded up and went home. So Ryan Hunter-Reay back out finally.
Yeah, this will be important for him. I mean, only 40 minutes, just under left on the clock. But as we had mentioned, only 10 laps run up to this point. These are going to be important laps for him to run. Just kind of get out there and get more of that data, get more of that experience, start to get a little bit of a sense of over a run, how the balance shifts. A lot of questions that they haven't had the laps under their belt so far today to get answers on. So this is going to be some crucial laps here for Hunter-Reay in the 23.
Just looking yesterday, Ryan was able to run 66 laps in the 2 practices yesterday. was the incident last year that took him out of the 500 when he got forced off into the grass, running up in traffic on cars in front of him. And boy, that could have been a lot worse than it was.
I mean, terrifying thing to do a 360-degree spin in front of traffic when you're doing 220+ miles an hour. He did an amazing job to just collect that thing, get it going straight again, and get to that decel lane right there without getting collected by anybody else. But yeah, a rare moment of contact with Scott Dixon. You don't see that a lot from Dixie.
And that was the only incident in last year's race that didn't happen in turns 1 and 2.
Fair.
It happened on the end of the backstretch headed for turn 3, but every other incident in last year's race was at the south end of the speedway, either in turn 1 or over in turn 2 or exiting 2. So Hunter-Ray back to the attention of his team.
Just sitting here trying to look at if you can get any sense of the body language. You can't see much of them, but you can tell a lot from a driver's head and hands when they come into pit lane. If they're nodding a lot, they're shaking their head a lot, hands are up in the air, flying all around. But Hunter-Ray looking pretty calm in the cockpit there, so hopefully they're just checking something over and can get back out there quickly and keep logging laps. He managed to get a decent time on the board in the 4 laps that he did.
He did, yes.
14th right now, 2:21.806 for Hunter-Ray.
Alex Palou continuing to have the fastest overall lap on the day and continuing to put that car through its paces here with Christian Lundgaard sliding in between he and Scott Dixon. That's Felix Rosenqvist, 4th in the line of this group as they go to turn number 1.
Rosenqvist has been looking pretty comfortable out there today. Decent pace, single car earlier. Just kind of getting comfy, running in the dirty air of a long line of cars. Sitting 6th on the time charts. Behind Dixon on track, behind Dixon on the speed charts as well. Dixon's 5th. Castroneves 4th, Newgarden, Kirkwood, and still this man here, Palou up top. His time from earlier today, 3rd lap of the day, 2:23.9, has not been touched. Not even close.
Talking about Felix Rosenqvist, one of 2 drivers from Sweden in the field. Alex Palou from Spain. Christian Lundgaard there from Denmark. We've got 19 drivers from 13 different nations represented on the international side of the bracket. There are 15 Americans entered in the Indianapolis 500 field of 34. Country with the most besides the USA, New Zealand and the UK with 3.
Yeah, that's right. Crazy when you think how small a country New Zealand is. And, you mentioned Sweden. One of 12 countries represented on the Borg Warner Trophy.
There you go. Dug into that trivia page again, did you?
I did, although I'm doubting it as I'm looking at it because I don't see New Zealand on the page. And New Zealand is definitely represented by Scott Dixon. I know he was technically born in Australia, but he claims New Zealand lineage. So I don't know if maybe there's the caveat there, and that's why it only says Australia.
Well, however you want to debate that, I know this. He's fast. He's a former 500 winner. And he looks like he's got a really good race car through this test session as well, talking about Scott Dixon.
So the countries, in case you're wondering, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, England, France, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, Scotland, Sweden, and the United States.
Okay, so there's the discrepancy in the count. All right, we're hearing 12 or 13. Well, because Scotland and England
are 2 separate countries. There's no discrepancy there.
In the United Kingdom, which would have attributed to my count.
Ah.
Apologies.
We did, yeah, Italy's on the list. But again, there's no New Zealand, which I'm going to protest. I'm gonna file an official complaint. But I was trying to run through and see if I could name a driver from each of these countries, and I'm pretty sure I could do it. Although I'm not sure if Mario Andretti runs under America. I know he was born in Italy. So I guess I need to know, is this based on birth or passport?
Well, I don't know what information provider you're looking at, so
I'm looking at something from a source. I don't know if he should be named or not.
And folks, just so you know, when you've done what 8, 6, 14, 15 hours of live coverage in a 24-hour or a 48-hour time frame, these are the kind of discussions you might get sidetracked onto.
I just think we just need to make a distinction now, and Russ Thompson, our SVP of Data Analytics, agrees. We have to decide if it's passport or birth country. Because I feel like they're going off birth country on the sheet that I'm looking at, which has it at 12. But who knows? At this point, who cares?
We digress extremely. And still, Alex Palou and Scott Dixon are fast.
And still, they've been hanging out together, which is interesting to see. It's a little bit of coordinated team effort here. Those two cars have been running at the front of that pack, and even mid-pack, they were kind of running in unison, that sort of synchronized passing. This is what we saw them do so well in the race a few years back when they had those dominant cars. This is the fastest way to stay up front as a group at the Speedway. Just kind of do this controlled, orchestrated program where one driver leads for a lap or two. As the other one catches up, he takes over. That back and forth, you're almost relaying. You're handing off the lead and giving each other the draft, never leaving the other one exposed for too long.
Right, and the balance there is the fuel burn on the overall strategy, right? If the guy that's out front is getting a lot worse fuel mileage, so it's advantageous to the team to swap the two cars back and forth and share the load.
Correct, exactly right. And so they did it to masterful effect as we see the quartet of Andretti cars on track. One of the Premas joining, as well as another one, couldn't see who. But you see that coordinated running with Ganassi, with Dixon and Palou. You see the Andretti cars, all four of them now running in lockstep. This is when having big multi-car teams can be a huge advantage. It was really, the Andretti squad was one of the first to kind of start doing this back when they had as many as 5 cars here at the Speedway. They didn't need any other cars to really get a group run going. They just needed to look to the other side of the garages and say, all right, we're going to go out at 3.
Create your own pack. So there's Kyle Kirkwood. We heard from a little bit ago with Georgia. Colton Herta right behind him.
And I liked Kirkwood's interview. He said, George asked, what are you changing? He said, nothing. I like it. I like my car. That's a great, great way to leave this test. That as a driver gives you a ton of confidence. The only bad thing is when you show up in May and that first run, if it feels any different, you're like, I thought I told you not to change it. And they'll say, we didn't change it. What changed was 3 more weeks.
Everything around you. Yeah. Herta, Kirkwood, Marco's out there. Ericsson's out there. All 4 of the cars there in the line. As you see the back-to-back winner out of his car and having a discussion on the timing stand, Joseph Newgarden. Newgarden with the 3rd overall fast lap on the day. He's run 75 laps in this afternoon session. And that 3rd best time you see left of your screen, 2:23.25 for Joseph. Less than 30 minutes to go in our Indianapolis 500 open test. Today, headlines on the day. Yesterday in the no-tow laps, it looked like the Hondas were having a pretty good day. That was yesterday. This morning, you had 2 incidents, Takuma Sato and Kyle Larson, both with crashes this morning that fortunately they were able to climb from the car and walk away from and be seen and released from the infield medical center. And this afternoon, trying to decide what my headline is from this afternoon, but I guess the biggest thing I come away with is parity. Pick all the throw a team name out there, and right, I mean, Ganassi here, pictured here, certainly have looked good. There's Elio Castroneves tagged on the back. Meyer Shank has looked like they've got speed. I don't think there was anything wrong with the pace we saw from the Penske's or the Arrow McLarens even. So juicy, parity, tight competition coming up in the month of May.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I mean, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, just the ability to have the parity among the cars on the same team, built by the same people with the same equipment in the same shop. They can sometimes still have a pretty big difference. As right in front of the booth here, we see a few of the Penske cars firing up with a brand new set of tires on, looking like they're going for one last long run. But it is hard to build cars that have very close speed range. And if you think of those teams you've mentioned, they've all kind of been in the same realm, the same area of speed. And likewise, there are a few that have been struggling. They've been struggling as a group as well. So it seems like the teams across the paddock are getting better and better at the QC between their own cars and building cars that are much closer in speed.
And no insult intended if I didn't mention your favorite team. Andretti Global, for example, looking good, looking strong. Connor Daly just jumped up to third fastest on the leaderboard, running at the tail end of this draft coming down the main straightaway. So CD 223.29, a feel-good number posted there for the Noblesville native.
Look, if you want to get more obscure, we could just start talking winners' astrological signs. I mean, how many Virgos have won the 500? Do we know that?
Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what specific months Virgo covers, so...
Honestly, neither do I. Neither do I. I know what I am, I know what my wife is, I know what my family is, that's about it. I know about 3 astrological signs.
Yeah.
Arguably 3 too many. Nice busy racetrack, though.
We do like it. Making the most of the final 25 minutes of track time today in the open test at Indianapolis. What do we got? About 18 cars or so on the speedway now?
More cars on track than there are astrological signs.
Yeah, very good.
So let's focus on that. Okay, I'm done. I promise I'm done. I promise I'm done. That one's closed. 25 minutes to go, guys. This is what you get.
A storyteller's manner of tying up the details, making it all come full circle.
But it is getting busier and busier out on the track, which is what matters. So here's the thing. We saw Kyle Kirkwood. We were just talking about Kyle Kirkwood. We saw him out of the car. We saw that he was happy with the car. Yet he's back in and he's running around more. So clearly the engineers still had something they wanted to try, because it's not like Kyle's not going to get a lot more practice when we come here. And again, we see all 4 Andretti Global cars kind of leading this train, leading this program. Every driver getting a chance to take their turns. And this is something they can sometimes coordinate. Say, hey, look, 26 is going to lead for 4 laps. Then you're going to fall to the back of the 4. The 27 is going to lead 4 laps. And the 28, go to the back. Then the 98, etc. You can actually run it that coordinated to give each of your drivers the same number of laps in each of the positions in line, which can be massively beneficial.
Kind of like having the planets all in line for your run play.
Oh, you went back there now. Now it's on you, sir. Now that is on you.
Boy. Get all the way back through this line. Will Power at the tail end of it. Can he make any progress up through the group? Here comes McLaughlin. That's around Kiffin Simpson. Simpson's got the 10th fastest lap.
He does. At some point there, I think we missed. I don't know if you mentioned.
I did mention.
You did.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
You were looking up the astrological signs, and I was talking about Connor Daly being 3rd fastest.
I feel like you win. Like it's a more important topic to be covering at this stage. But most of the top 20 on the racetrack at the moment. And again, we saw some cars leaving a little bit later with those new tires, so it's hard to kind of judge relative pace, relative performance. You know that the Andretti cars were all sort of out at the same time as Kirkwood and Herta continue to trade places at the point. Very reminiscent of what we just saw of Palou and Dixon a little bit earlier.
Georgia telling us from down in the pit lane that Alex Pallou's car all the way down the pit exit end of pit road. His team, remember you talked about earlier at the end of the final hour, setting up with some older tires to do some pit stop practice. That looks like what's going on down there with Alex Pallou's team. We'll see him come in and out of the pit several times, probably in these last 20 minutes.
Tricky part about doing that when there's a massive group out there running in a pack is you're just coming in and out of the pits. You're just trying to stay out of the way.
Right.
You're on old tires. You're going slow, building up speed. Luckily, you can come off the decel lane, just stay driver's left from the back straight, duck into the decel lane.
This last little bit here almost has the feel of like a carb day. Last hour.
It certainly does.
Right? Everybody's on the track. Everybody's trying to get those last laps in, that last bit of data, the last bit of running they can.
Rossi making a move there into turn 3. Lower down on the speed charts than you'd probably like to see, 29th. But again, I don't think he's going to be that concerned just based on what we've seen as Pato O'Ward puts in a new best time for him, 2:23.041 to move up to 7th. But again, I think if you just look at Rossi's car in traffic, especially in the sort of last hour, he's been pretty racy. He's been able to run close. He's been able to execute passes. So even though he's down in 29th on the speed charts, I get the sense he's probably not too concerned. That could be one of those situations where you just got to, again, focus on how the car feels and not how fast it looks on the page.
We're checking boxes. Did we find out what we wanted to find out? And hopefully find it out in a positive manner. There is Rossi. And a check in here on O'Ward, who has the 7th fastest lap of the day at 2:23.0. Pato has run 67 laps. And by the way, that fastest lap was just the last one he ran. Best lap of the day, 66th of the 67 for O'Ward. So he's up into 7th fastest today at a 2:23 flat. Scott McLaughlin behind him continues to be the workhorse on the day. Has run 104 laps in the afternoon session, followed by Felix Rosenquist at 94. What did I do now?
No, I needed support. We've got some great fans paying attention because I now know how many Virgos have won the 500. There are 3, and one of them is on track right now. Marcus Ericsson, your most recent Virgo winner, Juan Pablo Montoya, 2-time winner, and Ari Leyendyk Sr., also a 2-time winner. So how about that?
It's amazing.
The internet's a wild place, guys.
It's amazing. That's just terrific.
Oh, God bless AI. I feel like that played a part in that one.
It has to, right? It has to.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that little tidbit.
There you go.
I can sleep easier now knowing that exactly 3 have won.
I'm sorry, you almost left me speechless.
We are there.
Yeah.
We are there. This is a fun trio up front here. McLaughlin, O'Ward, Rossi. That's kind of that's the kind of lineup you want to see late in this race. All dueling it out. All 3 of these guys, very aggressive, very capable drivers.
Yeah.
3 different teams. Sol Chevy powered right now, running there. If you go up to the overall times, it still is a little bit Honda dominated on fastest speeds, at least. 7 Hondas in the top 10, 3 Chevrolets.
Haven't dug into the 10-lap averages and that kind of thing because you don't get a ton of that until late in the day. But really always interesting also as you look ahead to the race, who's holding their speed best over the course of that long 30-lap fuel run.
And that's going to be something that the team spent a lot of time analyzing. You know, after this test today, they'll have programs that track every lap of a driver's long runs, and you plot it, you know, speed versus lap, and kind of see the trends of who's losing the most pace versus who's staying the most consistent. It's always a little bit skewed in these group runs because you often back off to fall further back, or you're dealing with cars coming in and out of pit lane that can slow down a lap or two. So you kind of take some of the outliers away. One of the important things to try to find out is how fast your car runs out front in clean air when you're in race trim. Again, it's hard to do because drivers often will crack the throttle when they're leading because they want to fall back in line. They want cars running closer to them, mainly because they want to run their time in the back of the pack. But it also is a bit of a game. There's some gamesmanship there because you can give other drivers a false sense of security by just lifting a little bit, making them think that they've got really good cars, they're really strong, they can follow closely, they're getting good runs, they can pull up on cars well. But I mean, that right there, I can almost promise you that was O'Ward lifting off the throttle. That wasn't McLaughlin just driving up to, around, and back in line before turn one. Yeah. That's an unheard of kind of run.
Hey, fourth car in line here. Just a note for Jacob Abel, who has the fastest lap of the rookie drivers that have run today. Abel with the 20th best lap overall, 2:21.62. He's run 67 laps. His 55th of them was his quickest. Louis Foster has run 26 laps. He's back 27th on the speed chart. Robert Shwartzman is 30th on the speed chart. So tip of the cap there to Abel for being in that top 20 and running it till it ran out of fuel, apparently.
Don't like that. I really don't like that. That's already happened once from that team today with Rinus VK, and it was a miracle we didn't have an accident. The fact that it's happened again on the same team, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. That's pretty disappointing. With that many cars running on track like that, that creates a very dangerous situation. And though I'm sure not intentional, that's something that they need to get a handle on very quickly, because that could be a very dangerous situation.
So 15 minutes to go in the practice, and you're beginning to see some of the cars coming in and out repeatedly doing the pit stop practice and be away from the long line of cars in this draft. And we've got probably about 20 cars on the speedway now as the 51 coasts slowly back in toward its pit box. And as I say, there's about 20 cars in that line. The band is breaking up. A number hanging a left to come toward the pit lane.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we're getting into that phase now where some of that pit stop practice is going to happen. You're seeing a lot of the lollipops coming out on pit lane, waving their drivers in.
Scott Dixon down the pit lane after just going on the racetrack, so that 9 machine looks like we'll be making some pit stop practice here. Ganassi team all the way down to the turn 1 end of pit road. It's got to feel like forever when you've been out on the racetrack doing 200-something miles an hour and you come to that pit road entrance and hit the limiter and you're doing 60. And remember now, think about that. You're still doing 60 miles an hour in an enclosed space.
You're doing highway speeds.
Yeah.
On a stretch of road that is, you know, they call it 2 lanes. Those lanes in pit lane are narrower than a highway. A bunch of exposed personnel standing around, and you feel like you're absolutely crawling. You feel like you could get out of the car and walk faster until you actually look left or right at a stationary object, and all of a sudden you realize, oh no, we're going pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's a pretty serious situation.
Colton Herta leading the line into the corner. See Dixon headed back onto the pit lane for another go for his pit crew. Alex Palou also doing same, it looks like. Palou headed back off the pit lane as he stays drivers left down the back straightaway. Expect we'll see him duck right onto that apron lane again as he does.
Just looking at when some of the drivers set their fastest laps, and a lot of them have come recently as this big pack started. You can get some big runs, but I'm more curious about the ones that did it early. Guys like Graham Rahal did it on his 6th lap of the day. Rinus VeeKay, his 4th lap of the day was his fastest. Alex Palou, quickest time so far, 3rd lap. Marco Andretti, 2nd lap. And then Scott Dixon,
yes,
lap 1.
His first lap of this practice session was his fastest. Isn't that something?
He figured, oh, I've got, 50 less horsepower and doing 10 miles an hour less. I can just keep my foot buried. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm already warmed up from the boost practice. Let's go.
See the crews with tires laid out. Here comes Alex Palou to the attention of his team, who has been just excellent this year.
Practicing a wing adjustment, or actually doing it. See the fuelers plugging in.
And again, no fuel is flowing there, but they are able to practice that connection to the car. And there's electronics hooked up to that as well. You're not able to engage the transmission while that fuel probe is plugged in.
That is correct.
Safety item there built into this the whole system in these NTT IndyCar Series machines.
To stop drivers driving away with a fuel hose still attached, which used to be a big concern. Obviously a big fire concern.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's important for these teams to focus on when you're doing the pit stop, if you're on the inside, normally in a rotor street course, the way the camber of the tires, right, the angle of the tire top to bottom, it's normally what we call negative camber. So that's why if you're sitting in the middle of the car, the tops of both the tires are sort of tilted in towards you. And that's what the mechanics going over the wall are used to dealing with. On an oval, the left side tires have positive camber, so they're actually tilted away. So it's going to have a different angle and a different feel for all the mechanics that are doing tire changes on the inside. So it's great for them as well to practice, because these reps are going to be so key when we get to the 500. More stops in that race than any other, so there's more emphasis on the work in pit lane, more pressure, more responsibility for the men and women over the wall.
And again, at the speeds they travel here, that whole football field a second thing. If you lose a half a second on the pit road, you've lost 50 yards of racetrack, and that could be. I mean, look at the way these cars are lined up here. That could be 7-8 positions on the track.
Exactly right. And in the last few years, the way the racing's been, especially with late yellows or even late reds, you're going to see a massive line of cars like this. You could very easily lose tons of track position.
Inside of 10 minutes to go in Indianapolis 500 open testing on a beautiful afternoon here at the Speedway. Temperatures reached the 80s today. Those who live in this area discussing how this is really the best weather that they've had all since the winter started to expire, and it was perfectly timed for a couple of days of action here at the Speedway, and leaves us very excited for what happens when we return for the month of May. An activity that starts with the Sancio Grand Prix on the Speedway's road course in just a couple of weeks' time. Felix Rosenqvist heads the line as it crosses the yard of bricks into turn number 1. Rosenqvist has popped up there in this draft and set a new best lap on the day. He's now second quickest, 2:23.366 for Felix. So a little shuffle there at the top of that leaderboard. Palou, Rosenqvist, Kirkwood, Daly, and Newgarden now the top 5, with Helio Castroneves 6th quickest. Kiffin Simpson there inside the top 10. Marco inside the top 10. Felix Rosenqvist's birthday is November 7th. What astrological sign is that?
Scorpio. I said I know my family. You happen to land on my family. Almost everyone in my family's birth month, so that one I know.
Okay.
That one I know.
Rinus VeeKay coming at you. 19th best lap of the day for VeeKay, one of those that turned a quick lap early. Had that moment where the car ran out of fuel right in the middle of some traffic off of turn number 2. Everybody got away with it. Rinus has turned 95. This will be 96 laps on the day, which is among the top 10 most in this practice.
3 drivers over 100, Rosenquist, Dixon, and McLaughlin, all clocked into the triple digits. I feel like McLaughlin was busy yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And he put a fair number of laps in yesterday.
Checking boxes.
Sciencey stuff.
Yes.
I spoke to Will Anderson, who's the engineer on the number 5 of Pato O'Ward, and I told him, hey, I heard yesterday you were doing a lot of sciencey stuff. He goes, yeah, you could call it that. Sticking to a plan. Pato doing his job, running through the program.
Look at Jack Harvey. Black and green car there. As a little farther back, an exchange of positions. There is Jack on the racetrack. He has run 49 laps. This will be his 50th on the day. His best was the 48th of those 50. 220.6 for Harvey. Not the outright pace as far as fast laps are concerned, but great to see Jack back in an IndyCar Series machine here at the Speedway, and look forward to watching his progress through the month of May. He's going to head back down the pit lane to the attention of his crew. Lundgaard, Malukas, VeeKay, Rob. Next in line, all doing work. As you see Scott Dixon on that apron again. More practice pit stops for the 9 team.
Pit lane is a busy place with 5 minutes to go between cars coming in and doing pit stop practice. Some cars already towing back through Gasoline Alley to head back to the garages. Their test days are done.
That's where the drivers coming down the pit lane, their spotters, their timing stands have to be on their toes. You know, who's coming in, who's making a pit stop while you're trying to get to the Gasoline Alley entrance with your tug in your car.
And, you know, we talked about the importance of the spotters earlier in race situations, but this is also a very tricky moment for them as they're trying to get their drivers safely in and out of the pits. While there's this many cars circulating, you see a
like this,
a gaggle of cars happening right now. Graham Rahal, looks like Ed Carpenter actually blending out onto the racetrack. They currently sit 31st and 32nd of the 32 cars on the speed charts that have set times this afternoon.
Ed has run the fewest number of laps of the 32 that have been on the Speedway for this test session. He and Ryan Hunter-Reay right there around that bottom number, 20 and change, low 20s. And again, the most number of laps turned are now surpassing 112 for Felix Rosenquist and Scott McLaughlin.
Track temp this time of the day at 110, which again is in the ballpark. So this is relevant, representative running for these race teams. Colton Herta now sliding down.
Is he trying to let the line pass him and fall back in traffic a little bit?
Yeah, drivers left on the front straight just to fall a few spots back. It's a bit of a craft in itself, knowing how much to lift off, how many cars to let by, not killing too much momentum, and then trying to just jam yourself back in the line and checking up everybody. It can be a dangerous situation as well.
Some cars Cars just coming off that pit exit and going back in for the pit stop practice. Others trying to get their final few moments on the speedway until the month of May. Less than 3 minutes to go in our test session today. See how many total laps have been run today, and I'm not finding where on my screen that might be located, but I'll work on that.
You got time. And that is the 2-minute warning. About enough time for 3 more laps.
It's good football reference on the day the NFL draft kicks in tonight, right?
Seems only appropriate.
Very nice.
Seems only appropriate.
This is American football, by the way, not Canadian.
Yes. No, I assumed.
All right, we saw him fast all day, and he's out of his car now. Georgia Henneberry is with Scott Dixon.
He paced practice yesterday. He's fast again today. That's none other than Scott Dixon. You were in the car a long time, and I think the theme of today was checking those boxes off. Do you feel like you did that?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, we focused mostly yesterday on a bit of race setup stuff as well. Some of the other people in the group did some other things too yesterday, so we were able to combine those, which really helped. I think car feels pretty comfortable. It's nice to actually do a couple of full tank runs. You don't always get to do that at the open test, so yeah, it was good. It was a lot of fun out there. A little bit crazy there with some of the conditions and the wind kicked up, but yeah, it was good.
Where does this put your mindset for the month of May?
We were just trying to get some of the big stuff out of the way so we can go in and kind of have not so much relaxed, but at least a little more of a focused idea of what we needed. But I think we're a lot better off than where we were last year, especially kind of call stuff. We obviously don't know until we get there, but for us, I think as a group, I think we feel better opposed to where we were last year.
Thanks, Scott.
Cheers, thanks.
Yes, sir, Georgia. Thanks, Scott. Thank you. Half minute to go. Graham Rahal just did his fast lap of this session. Graham has only run 34 laps, but his 34th was his best, and he's up into the top 10. 9th quick for Rahal, 2:22.87.
Nice big jump, as we just mentioned, 31st until a few moments ago, so that'll be a nice thing to kind of leave the test with a slightly stronger look on the speed charts.
And the checkered flag waves over the yard of bricks. And the Indianapolis 500 Open Test has concluded. Well, as the pace begins to wind down, we look at this overall running order and understand that's just single fast laps, but you can take a look and see where your favorite driver might wind up in the running order. And what are you going to come away from this with, James, overriding thought as we look ahead to the month of May?
Well, look, I think it was a lot of unknowns for a lot of teams and drivers coming here with this hybrid system in the car for the first time. And my overwhelming takeaway from it is it's been a huge success. We've heard drivers talk about how fun it is to work with it. We've heard about the complexities of it and kind of the different element it's going to throw into both qualifying and race running. It's run seemingly without issue, and based on what we saw, the racing still looks pretty good. It's not like it's negatively affected how these cars are racing too much. So this is, I think, been a really informative few days for the teams and drivers.
And, you know, we've had terrific months of May here the last several years, and it just leaves me with the anticipation that this one is going to be just as thrilling as the last several have been. Up next for the NTT IndyCar Series, it's down to one of the more beautiful road courses and challenging road courses in America, Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham.
one of the best places to race an IndyCar, to drive an IndyCar. It's fast, it's flowing, it's physically challenging, and I know it's one that a lot of drivers love going to every year. It's really been a Penske property for the last few races. Scott McLaughlin, back-to-back winner there, looking to make it 3 in a row this weekend.
There's a look at the television schedule as well for the Children's of Alabama Grand Prix. And then it's on to the Speedway here, where the month of May opens May 9th and 10th with the Sancio Grand Prix on the Speedway's road course. We flip it to the Oval on May 13th with Indianapolis 500 practice, including Fast Friday on the 16th. PPG Armed Forces Qualification Weekend is the 17th and 18th. We'll have an oval practice on the 19th in race condition. Then we'll have Miller Lite Carb Day, Legends Day by Firestone, and the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race coming up on May the 25th. Hey, thanks. It was fun.
It was a blast, man. Thank you so much for letting me come play.
Great time. Thanks to Georgia Henneberry as well. Welcome back, Georgia. Congratulations, and look forward to seeing you with the Fox Gang in Alabama next weekend. Well, 34 drivers went through their paces at the most famous race course in the world, and all it did was create a delicious appetite for what the Indianapolis 500 and the month of May are going to bring. On behalf of everyone here at the Speedway, James Hinchcliffe and Alan Bestwick saying goodnight from Indianapolis and open testing.
Thank you both. What an awesome broadcast day you've done as well. Let's confirm then the full running order. Alex Palou on 223.993 mile per hour from Felix Rosenquist, Carl Kirkwood, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden, Helio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Pato O'Ward, Graham Rahal and Marco Andretti rounding out your top 10. Then it's Kiffin Simpson, Marcus Armstrong, Will Power, Nolan Siegel, Scott McLaughlin, Marcus Ericsson, Santino Ferrucci, Colton Herta, Ryan Hunter-Ray and Venus VK. Further down, we'll see Stingray Robb, Jacob Abel, Christian Rasmussen, Christian Lundgaard, Alexander Rossi, Devlin DiFrancesco, Callum Ilott, Louis Foster, David Malukas, Jack Harvey, Robert Shwartzman, Ed Carpenter, Carl Larson, and Takuma Sato. Larson and Sato crashing earlier on in the broadcast day. My thanks to all of you for joining us here across the 2 days of the open test. IndyCar, we'll see you in Barber in 2 weeks' time. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.